I can tell you that this countdown means just one thing. We are seconds away from getting these teams on the stage with OJ and Militia.
Welcome along to the Esports World Cup here in the Amazon Arena. It is the Esports World Cup Super Saturday, which I am very excited about.
Absolutely. We finally kind of trimmed teams down from 15 to the remaining 4. But from those 4, only 2 can advance to tomorrow's final Sunday.
Exactly. We can see some of the teams today. 2 teams will get closer to this trophy. 2 of the teams will get closer to these. I'm going to touch them. I'm going to grab on. These are the keys that have been broken already. These are the teams that have fallen by the wayside. So 2 semi-finals today, 2 best of 3s. 2 teams will go through to get closer to that where nothing is granted and everything is earned. And my word, I'm excited. I love a Super Saturday.
Absolutely. That's the entire reason why we're here at the Esports World Cup. You know, the big daddy of them all in many ways is Counter-Strike, and we're here to make it for them.
You know I agree with that. So then, let us bring out the first of the 2 teams. Both of these teams, possibly at the start of the tournament, were nobody's favorites, but they are here to lift the trophy. Please welcome G2. They are a team of absolute rock stars. Please welcome MOUZ, Snacks, Nico, Monesi, and Hunter. They are G2.
And of course, no game of CX can be done with only one team. So let's introduce G2's opponents, Virtus.pro. Here they are coming up on stage looking for that grand final. Coming in, Norbert, James, Fame, Flit, and Electronic. They are Virtus.pro.
All right then. We got a trophy, we got a game on our hands. Let us get it on, my friend.
Absolutely. OJ, here it is. Let's give it back to the studio and kick off our semifinals day.
Super Saturday, as OJ Borges called it. Now, usually I just get asked if it's super salad, but that's obviously at a different restaurant altogether, because today we dine on a semifinal, 2 of them, 2-course meal right here. So let's talk about this first one in a way in which, Jacob, you're telling me who you think is going to win and why.
Oh, I think VP is going to win, and I said that from the beginning of
What?
the tournament. Actually, I had VP.
You don't even know the vetoes, Jacob.
I don't
That
know
was
the
a trap.
vetoes, and I don't care about the vetoes. I thought VP were going to had a chance at least of winning the tournament. One thing I noticed with the vetoes, though, when we speak about it, is G2's allowance and acceptance of now playing Mirage again. I love the fact that they've integrated that map into the map pool again. They've been picking it in best of 3s, and I expect them to do the exact same thing in this matchup.
So I don't really know where VP can go with this. The vertical ban from G2 is obvious. VP, quite honestly, could technically go for an Inferno again if they wanted to. Ancient last time around went very poorly. I don't believe I would mess around with Ancient if I was VP. Thank God for them, I'm not, so they get to make that choice. And G2 will have a couple choices. I think G2 is probably going to stick with a map that they have played. I think it's one of the sort of the prism through which we have to look at this game. You're looking at a G2 lineup who doesn't have an incredible amount of experience across the board on map pool, maybe going to try to aim for something they've already played, and that's a Dust 2 pick from VP. I don't dislike it. It was pretty strong against Vitality, I gotta say.
It's a James specialty. It's an electronic specialty. Think of electronic back in the days on NAVI when he was arguably the best entry fragger Dust 2 has ever seen. James standing in T-spawn with an AWP for a minute every round. It's tough to play VP on a map like Dust 2. Mirage, I would expect coming in from G2.
Mirage.
Ancient, maybe, yeah. I think Ancient is a map that G2 have fared very well on, and they are
Ancient, there we go.
Very interesting. They have a lot of confidence, obviously, from winning important games. They won it as a third deciding map in their quarterfinal. That pounds influence. I will say that Mirage still, though, that's a map that if they can allow that to as a third deciding map, then Dust 2, Ancient, Mirage, that is as open as it possibly can.
That is interesting. That's interesting. I thought Virtus.pro would be ready to float Inferno as a possibility, even though it is a good G2 map, of course, but it's a map that James has made one of his strongholds for quite a while. So you say Mirage, and that's exactly what we're getting as a decider. Just to quickly touch on the Ancient pick from G2, the success versus Spirit was very impressive. I agree with you, but it was such a well put together plan that they had. First, making sure you traumatize Donk a couple times, then have these few quick strategies on the A side. You take the defense by surprise. Hard to reproduce. I'm hoping that the coaching staff has made a whole lot of work, because this was a very tailored way to beat Spirit they use on Ancient.
If anything, the viewers right now are the winners. Dust 2, very dual-oriented.
Yeah.
Ancient, very dual-oriented. Mirage as a potential third deciding map, very dual-oriented. It's 3 maps that pound for good Counter-Strike, fun Counter-Strike. There's a lot of freedom, you know, to be had on a map like Ancient, to be had on a map like Dust 2, and Mirage for that matter as well. I'm excited to watch this one.
I am also excited. So let's go ahead, let's jump into this game. And don't you forget those stcplay.gg results. We'll take a look at those soon enough. Let's get this semifinal underway.
The semifinals certainly will be underway in just a moment. We got G2 versus Virtus.pro, and this is a game that will deliver absolute banging moments. You got Dust 2 to kick things off, Jason. This is going to be a fun semifinal.
Yeah, and two exciting teams with chips on their shoulders. Both these teams coming out of the break trying to prove that they've got what it takes.
Just like Esports World Cup, community stream.
All the interviews have been positive.
Welcome to semis.
Later start.
Good for me. Jesus.
Good for Doc. Yeah, he did something before this. And good for me, because I needed those extra hours of sleep. Because I was watch partying something else. Actually, this is my second watch party of the day, pare. So it's been that type of weekend for both of us. So with us too, para sa Virtus.pro, we've already seen this. In their prior series, they destroyed Vitality sa mapa na to.
Oh no.
But yun nga, second map, Ancient.
Yeah, you had to see that.
Pero Dust muna focus natin dito. Nico is, I don't know. Sabi nga ng casters dito, screw the map dito, I think BP would win. Thoughts?
True. They could. Depends on how much bonus he can carry and how much yung everyone else maybe performs worse. It's interesting no kung paano i-handle ni MOUZ itong Virtus.pro type of playstyle, considering hindi naman madalas nakita yung M80 at yung
nice headshot.
VP roster.
Oh, nice Monacy. How they know that James from the back? Unholy backshot siguro, but Flit 1 HP.
Tuck your head.
Action. Kaylee? Oh, Kaylee!
Hold up.
Do it. Oh! 1v1. With a great one.
Chill. Yes,
Wala na bala.
look at his butt.
Oh my god.
Well played, Fame.
Stall traffic.
Good shooting with the Glock. Good decision making from James as well. He knows Monacy is going to have to be concerned about his position. So back towards middle he goes, getting one kill.
So could have been worse
G2 could never recover from this situation.
for BP. Sinanotice mo nga dun sa top ramp, no? It was looking very rough. Buti na lang Fame was able to stabilize the situation dun sa Goose.
Yeah, Nico went for a bit of a risky bisky, pare.
I don't blame him too to risk it, no?
Yeah, I mean, mid-control is important. Pero usually TB naman dumadaan, and if you want to play it safe, wait for the smoke to fade.
You haven't often seen a roster move work that well in CS2
Pop right in.
straight out the gate, but the MOUZ one seems to be working very well.
It's gonna be more on the slow
Slow
gameplay dito for T-side BP. It's what we've become to notice nga with BP gameplay. So expect a lot of less than 1 minute rounds dito kay VP.
Still attacked into positions and created a lot of opportunities for his teammates.
Good pop flash. Nice headshot.
Oh.
Straight into the face of Electronic.
Instantly drop down, no, para makatakas. And VP, they have to second guess themselves. Do they go mid? Do have a smoke.
Kasi ang long A control.
Showed in some of their Dust 2s how willing they are to attack out middle. So this mid to B split is going to be a
that's a
constant
simple smoke.
pressure for G2. They can't break this open.
Flash up top. Hunter is holding very aggressive.
Wow, they swung before the flash. That's crazy.
Yun nga. I'm more surprised na Hunter was on an aggressive angle. His weapon was not the best too. Could have just hidden inside.
Ay, tinutulungan yung player sa B-door. Pero nadamay din siya sa flash eh, so it is what it is.
The mid attack, those mid to B splits, if you can't stop them, you're in so much trouble. They can just work you, whether they pressure catwalk and drop into it, and it's going to be so hard to read and get involved. Now looking at this matchup of these two teams, there's been some roster changes over
B-door
the past few
or
months,
mid-door
obviously,
spotted.
And, but if you go back to
He's in sewer side.
He's getting
Riyadh as well. G2's won all 4 of the matchups, the best of 3s they've had.
It's been a year since in Gamers 8. I forgot about
Couple
that.
new players in the mix on both teams, or on G2,
happened
and one
in
new
Gamers
player
8?
over on the.
Oh no, hindi natin kinover eh.
My bad.
New coach as well for VP in Zoma, and it's actually quite lucky.
We tried at least. We tried.
Interview with Electronic.
We tried getting
a
it.
lot of those to the media.
Pero ayaw daw
We
nila.
got to see one over at HLTV org, and we got to see his.
Did we? Kinover ba natin last year yung Gamers 8 dya? Or nakalimutan ko lang?
Very well with 9 pandas.
No.
Obviously qualified for the major.
Probably
good to
not.
go. And he feels like he's a person that can build the process for the squad quite well. So
Yeah,
Oh,
talked
Nico.
really positively of what
He's
he
bushing.
showed during his time on Nine
Madman.
Pandas, and mentioned that
Says-
specifically.
Ay, umalis
I
na.
mean, we touched on the Jame interview that he gave a few
Alam,
months back
madman
as
eh.
well earlier in this
Safe
tournament.
lang.
These
Aggressive.
Virtus.pro guys, when they give
it
interviews,
again?
listen to them because they give really
Isa nila lang yun, no?
solid, good, smart answers that really give you a good
So,
impression
swung
of
at the wrong
mindset
time.
of where they're at as a team.
And I think it's clear when you see Electronic doing a lot of these media obligations, going out and speaking about the team and how they have to do a stylistic change, you can see instantly how much control a player like Electronic can get of his squads, because over the years it's been the leadership of Jame and no one else really, and now it's a situation where Electronic comes in. He's such a big player that you can
Oh,
already
so Electronic
just from
second
the
IGL
outside
pare.
see that there has been leadership
That's
changes
an interesting
and
thing.
a lot
Parang
of
nasa-switch
changes
up
for
na rin yung
VP.
galawan ng
I don't know
ng
if it's more leadership
ng
change,
VP.
it's certainly like
They're
a
not just
stylistic change, a
super change.
philosophical change in how they want to approach
Or di naman super
Yeah, he
slow
definitely
ngayon.
is, and
Yeah,
he's
58
got a big
seconds andito na
voice.
sila. Usually
But
it does
Jame is
take
still gonna be there as well.
20
Hold on.
seconds for them to get there. Pero
Nico's got it.
Jame! Nico!
Gets two right back
Nico,
in the
are you
deal.
kidding me?
Electronic
Ayun
making
lang.
sure that VP stay ahead on players.
Good
Snacks
eco
is
though,
choice to
regardless.
spawn,
Snaps.
and
Yeah.
you
Last
see
person
Nico
to
in a
gap.
position with a deagle, you always know there's a chance he's about to crack them open.
Does he have a gun here?
For Snacks
Oh, wow.
to really get much out
Nice
of this.
scout.
Electronic is very low, so this scout tries to DNA WP essentially with he's able to catch out Electronic.
Well, I mean, there's no reason at least not to investigate. You still have
Think he
plenty
could
of
get
time in the
something
bomb. Though
better.
Snacks has taken this very, very
Kung,
seriously.
kung wallbang niya yung
You
get,
don't
right?
really risk a whole lot by going for this and potentially losing the scout. But time
not?
running very, very low. That bomb about halfway through, and no one from VP showing anything.
Just get
Yeah,
on that
wallbang.
defuse, fake it out, try and keep them here. Cost them a little bit of extra rebuys, but that ain't gonna happen. As Snacks is
Clean.
taken out by Flit. So did get a little.
Oh, easy
what was that? I
3-0.
think there was a few problems presented here.
pretty early
and then
on
Electronic
here,
was able to clean
because
out because Monacy
Nico did
and
force,
Mobs
like, a
together
bunch of
they were able
rounds.
to take out the initial
Yeah,
player,
pero
and Nico's
Nico-
deagle obviously
Nico with the almost.
reopens a chance for G2 and
With the
Electronic
almost,
makes sure he
pare.
closes
But
that opening
Electronic
window.
and Flit, both 2 on point.
All right, 3-0. But now we get the guns out for G2, and importantly, we get the
Come
AWP
on.
out
Well,
on
what are you
Monacy,
eating,
and,
bro?
and that's one of like the main sticking points of Virtus.pro.
Really?
Yeah, we know they're going to be comfortable on Dust 2. We know they love playing it, but you're still choosing to play into a
Sisig.
very up-centric.
Bro, it's their
map
second
with one
day.
of the
Day
best
2
operating
Sisig
weapons.
diet.
Let's see.
I think you could just say
And
player at this
Baroka as a drink because I am.
That's where I'm at.
I
I'm
can't
sick.
drink Baroka, man.
You can?
Flash out towards
Yeah.
long. 3 players for
Why?
VP
Burns.
huddled up,
It burns
cleaning
me.
out Lower tunnels towards middle.
me a
lane.
headache.
Parang garlic.
Snacks
Parang
and
garlic
Hunter
lang
Park
sa'yo, no?
inside the B bomb
Yep.
site. No eyes on mid quite yet. Nico and Monacy focused on catwalk
If
for
you're
the
sick,
moment with
Baroka-
Oh
Mob
yeah, you're sick,
anchoring
no?
long A.
Yeah. If you're sick, Baroka is a cheat code.
I just spam orange juice, pare.
Yeah, but I can't afford orange juice, brother.
You can't afford the magical Korean orange juice, pare.
That lurk smoke is going to be
Shoutouts to the
a
Kmart.
little worrying for Hunter.
The Kmart gods.
Oh,
He's
Monesi.
looking to shut down any sort of
very
aggression through
aggressive
short.
top
Spicy
side,
angle.
Alam ko
VP
magpapaplash
taking the
naman to
time.
eh.
Monacy and Nico play
Yeah,
good ball out in
fame.
the open as well. Little off angle from
Oh,
Monacy for
flush
catwalk.
sa may
Nico's in support
stairs.
back towards the bomb site.
This could be a pick for Monacy, but Nico's actually
Oh,
picking up that
oh, but
initial
Nico
peek
is
to try and
there.
pull these
Okay, I
right
did not
forward.
realize
Oh.
that.
Electronic is looking so
And then they
sharp
flash.
right now.
And
Another
now
big
they
kill to
flash
tunnel
side.
Nico. Monacy's not alone, even though he has lost his primary choices.
Losing
Electronic,
time,
guys.
though. This
More
is a Jame
support with
call.
him.
Oh
And no
no.
one can shift over to help because there's a mid to B smoke. The B players are a little bit worried, and now comes the hit. Electronic leading.
Monacy tries to jump up.
Oh
It's
my
Wolf's
God.
turn to step up, and he only gets one out of it. But Monacy chiming in. Snack's getting a kill back, and Hunter falls. But Monacy
Where's the
still
bomb? Where's the
standing.
bomb?
And there's always a shot with 8 seconds left, and he could deny this. VP trying to get to the plant, but Monacy, he could deny everything for VP. Shot comes in, pistol pulled, and Monacy.
Oh my goodness. Let's go, Monacy.
Maintaining his aggression.
Wala
So much
nakapatay kay
damage
Monacy
taken from
dun.
the Molotov, but he still makes sure that VP can't get
Hinayaan
caught.
si
You can see
Monacy
Electronic thought
easy.
the whole time that he was going to be coming up ramp, but Monacy uses that smoke perfectly
Si Ilyahi.
to give him a look
Al
he never
Ilyahi.
expected. And a
Almoni.
good recovery from a 5-on-4 advantage in the favor of VP. Monacy does just enough in combination with MOUZ to slow
Namatay,
this down.
ayun. Yan, namatay
and
si
turn it
Norbert.
back
I
in
was
their
like,
favor.
how did he die? Bumaba si Norbert?
What's your answer?
That's a
Maybe
timeout
not.
taken for VP already.
Holy.
Kaya magkagad.
Really well put together round from Virtus.pro. Might have
Very
taken a
nice.
little bit too long down the stretch.
Unang
When you have
round
about
para
10,
kay
11 seconds as you're entering the
G2.
bomb site to get the bomb
Finally.
plant. A little bit of pressure's on. It's kind of what helped them, or made them struggle a little bit to find Monacy at the end. Jame had to stick that bomb plant.
But the build-up.
Yeah, everything up to that point was absolutely wonderful.
Oh, we've got Diogo Jota in the arena as well today. Footballers all over the show.
They're
Oh, is that
everywhere.
Diogo Dota? He's a
2-round lead for
content creator.
Virtus.pro.
Who?
Oh, sorry, I don't play Dota. My bad. Enlighten me.
3 AKs.
Maybe the audience knows, pare.
See why they wanted to talk over this next round.
G2 and MOUZ. Mm,
Where to commit
I
these
don't
resources
know.
and VP. They've got Flint in lower tunnels.
sure.
With the electronic.
Yeah, they haven't been challenged here quite yet outside of the pistol round from Nico kind of hiding inside the smoke. G2 haven't kind of brought out any sort of aggression in middle quite yet. Probably waiting till they can have a bit more confidence in the economy and how much it builds up. Flashbang to allow the crossover to Xbox, and Monacy is going to go investigating. And he just barely misses that information.
Tagal
Definitely
di pumasok,
there's
VP.
Monacy. One step back and he'll have a chance to take them out, and they jump off, and you give him even a slither, and he is going to take absolutely everything.
This is VP. It looks like they wanted to send in towards middle and
Jape
again try
time.
and do that mid to B split. They had the bomb and one other player in upper dark. They actually had Norbert rotating over to
And one
join
more
him, so
person
a
gets killed
2-3
dito sa
split was the
VP, same
idea, but
angle.
that's been taken away from them.
You'll get the
35
shot though,
seconds remaining.
so mid B perhaps, or just
That
straight
flash is
on B. They
perfect in terms
cannot
of
go
timing.
mid.
Utility dropping down, and Norbert realizes they cannot respect it. They
Oh,
must go
but
through
Hunter
it.
has a
And will they
great
check for
angle,
Hunter? The
bro.
answer is no.
Oh,
A
fantastic.
resounding no. And Hunter takes 2 kills.
Eh?
Will be the plant coming through for Jame now, and Electronic
Namatay
waiting in
yung
middle.
tao
This
dun
is the
sa B.
position they're
Oh,
going to think
Electronic.
about, that they're
Good
going to
angle.
clear,
Oh.
but dealing
Oh.
with Electronic proves difficult
3-1.
once again. He gets one and
Difficult
thrusts his
retake,
game
though.
leader into a
Kaya sabay
clutch.
sila sa door
A
tapos sa
1
window.
versus 2 up against the
Do they
sharpest
have
tools in
util?
G2
Not
shed.
quite.
Oh, hell no, Jane.
Oh,
Realizes maybe a proactive
Oh?
play.
He's
Could be the
hugging
correct
it.
option
Okay.
here to take some of these players away, to take some of the chances away from Monacy and Nico as they both come through the
Why
window. It
was
is
he
Jame with the
holding
first
his
note. Here's
knife?
Nico, and
Oh!
Thank
Nico has been
goodness.
crisp.
Ko-flash yata si
Nico is
Monacy or
back
something.
in business. He had a
Why
little bit of a
there?
labored start to CS2 in the first half of the
right click
year,
ba?
but we can start forgetting about that now because he's been so on point.
Buti nilang buhay si
And a
Nico.
beautiful
Kung
instant
hindi,
headshot to make the trade
bibintang
and
ko
win the
yung kay
1v1.
Monacy.
But still, you have to say, Monacy has so much impact in this round. Not just that kill, but just the way he's managing middle. You could see Virtus.pro never wanted to test him in middle, and that was an idea. That was a
so
part of the
many
map
of
they
you
wanted to
dito
have to
sa
execute this strategy. Monacy the whole
YouTube.
round denies it to him,
Mhm.
except for a late little lurk at the end.
Gusto may dotes?
They get neutralized, and even with the bomb plants, Virtus.pro is going to be back to pistols. G2, however, still not able to build up any cash. Both these rounds have come down to just one player surviving, so still playing with a ton of pressure on their back. Last round it was MOUZ in middle with the op. This round it's Nico, so G2 giving a different look.
Top 4 na pala, oh. Gaimin versus Liquid.
Semis din sila.
No smokes
Also,
for
it's
VP
happening
as
at the same
well.
time.
Just pistols.
Yep.
Gonna rely on that deagle on
Ano yata Valve weekend.
to try and find an opening to try and get a pick, but
Ano kulang
heading
pre?
straight towards
Deadlock.
MOUZ and his AWP.
At kunin nila sa finals yung ano eh, yung the guy with the valve in his face. Siya yung maglalabas ng trophy.
Yes, sir.
Smoke a play. Dang.
Oh!
Norbert? They get delay.
This is a little bit awkward.
Go short, go short, go
Snax
short.
has pushed tunnels 'cause he can help
They could have planted dun sa boxes, no? Yung mas deep dito sa short.
Yeah, tinitipid nila, but it's okay. They're all holding short anyway. Wala naman silang pera.
Oh.
MP9 can shred right through him, and a hot knife through butter.
Oh, nice.
It's Nico and Snax together. Just Norbert left with his deagle, and he cannot capitalize on that long fight.
Honestly? Good
Oh
attempt.
god. What is that obs, bro? Oh my
that
god.
plan is not a big deal. G2 knows they're going to be buying
Good
in the next
attempt.
round regardless of what
Nakita mo yung
happens.
aspect
Their
ratio
focus was
ng
play
CS2
realistic,
skin.
preserve as much life as possible.
7 by
keep
9.
more players alive, preserve as much of their money that they have built up.
It went by
And that's
16
got a
by
little bit of cash under their belt moving forward.
14 by 9.
We're all tied up at 3. Good first shot from MOUZ.
Damn.
And a nice, intelligent, team-played retake towards Catwalk.
GU, I believe. Make it quick. I need my good 12 hours of sleep, bro.
Electronic with some speed.
I've been feeding for...
Oh, he's out.
Oh.
He's in. He's in between.
Oh, yeah. Whoa, what?
What?
What? Where did he come from?
And they all come towards
Nagulat.
Converge, and he opens up the dispatch. They're gone, they're forced back. And that quick play from VP is now grinded to a halt.
Nico coming through the corner smoke. Electronic was occupied trying to find MOUZ over towards Pit. And Nico gets to have a field day. And that's the benefit of having aim like his. Those kills
I feel like that was an electronic call.
transfer over into multi-kills.
Yeah. So, trade me. Kaso, namatay yung nasa likod niya, unfortunately.
Oh,
Not work out.
Molotov now forcing Flip back just as he wanted to peek out. Still 1 minute left in this round, but you don't feel like VP have a lot
Oh,
to play
Snax,
with.
he knows.
Now with Snax pushing through tunnels.
Yeah, this is a really smart play as well, because I mean, I think Nico heard the tick of the Molotov. You know, at least one was in cave. So Snax is making kind of a little bit of a risky but an educated push to shrink this map. And also knowing the tendency of Virtus.pro to save in these situations, he's got to jump on the hunt. However, due to these consequences, he has left the B-bomb site.
Wala silang smoke.
Actually
So
ended up going for
mahirap
this
to.
and getting into the B-bomb
Oh,
site.
they
That
do.
could be a plant. But headed
I
right
think
back
they're
to his
aware.
position.
Oh, what the hell? How did Snax get there?
Oh, Snax.
I think they're aware. Nandito
Doesn't
si...
get
Oh,
much
never mind.
easier than this.
Zero.
Jane walks into the
0%
pole.
for Hinos.
And Flit now up next. 15 seconds. Round is already done. And Snax
Oh,
will
wow.
confirm it
Good
with a
challenge for
G2
Snax.
lead
A bit
now
ugly.
being taken.
For now,
And
they'll
he's
save.
switching
Dude.
to a double op setup. So they're kind of playing one op in a default style
Double op?
for 4 rounds and getting 4 rounds in a row. And already Snax wants to give him a new look. And that might allow the rotator at the B bomb site to feel a little bit more mobile.
Nico,
But look at this
nahulat
round
to.
from
Ba't may
Nico.
tao
Oh,
dito
they
sa
all just
gate?
walk right into his crosshair.
Ba't may cow
Really
dun sa
have
left?
to do too much. Just goes unseen and destroys everyone. G2 in the lead and on a little bit of a streak.
Double up, man. Wow.
Gulo pareho.
Usaping Snax?
Just charging,
Yay.
sprinting out, in fact.
Oh, look at
One
what
with
was that
Nico,
from
same
Finn.
result, a double
Down.
kill, and VP can't get past him. I think now they've realized long is closed. Nico shut
Whoa.
that door on them
Run.
multiple times now, back-to-back rounds.
Is that?
Is
And
that
this time they
happening?
thought they could
Happening?
maybe burst through with speed and weaker weapons.
Why are we
but
getting a
even that
POV ni
is
Taz?
stopped.
Yeah, because nothing's gonna happen for a minute. Dude.
Alright, we get it.
Instead, a
Taz
little
live
quicker this
reaction.
time towards the
Yes, sir.
B-bomb
That's
site.
this is his team,
And
bro.
they'll be walking into the Snax secondary sniper.
Random nun.
I'm actually kind of surprised that G2 smoked that off defensively with that op in position, but
Lower matchup
Virtus.pro
din,
aren't
eh.
going to test anything. One smoke to work with for them to try and find some kills. Maybe a smoke towards CT spawn, try and
Pwede
rush into
mag-B
the
kung
B bomb
mabigla
site.
nila si
Monacy
Hunter.
would be blocked off. Just
Gana yan.
blind shots through the smoke. We'll see if he can land them.
Here comes Floyd
Ano
up through
support
that
niyo dito,
B-ramp.
ako
Hunter
dito?
deploying utility. And that is
I think sneaky
Kahit
is
di naman
G2
ano.
also.
Monacy just shooting through the smoke.
MOUZ is
catches
here, you
them
have to cheer
as
for
they
him.
run up the B-ramp and they walk into
I wouldn't mind VP winning.
machine of Hunter.
Yeah.
5-3.
The VP is on,
I don't know what
so
to
it's a
do about
fall
that.
season. I think
For
start na ng
Monacy,
fall season ng
kinda had to
CS.
go there.
There's nothing.
So,
He's just good. He's
ayun
just
nga,
got
no?
that
Would be
timing.
nice na
Good angle as well through the smokes,
makaka-recover
got
yung
well set up
VP
his
kasi
first
they had a
ult as well.
really bad summer
Individually,
season,
G2 looked
pare.
sharp today, showing up.
Rough, man.
Snacks with a nice double kill in the last round. This time Hunter
English.
against the Pistols is pretty clean. Nico and Monacy dominant.
English?
Okay,
Or
just asking for
Spanish.
the English
Close to the
commentary.
opening.
English or Spanish, son?
You can
God.
see there, Hunter's flirting with the idea of getting aggressive in towards lower
English
tunnels,
commentary
but
nandun
he was
sa
pretty convinced that
EWC,
James
no?
spotted him on a
Yeah.
follow-up jump after the shot.
It's on
Well, VP
Twitch
don't
and
On
look too
Twitch.
worried about lower tunnels now. You see they're clearing it at this point.
nakikinod lang kami.
Monacy's scope
Mm.
was in position. He's
So
going to change
Mark
up and
again.
go for the boost instead. Electronics
Kulang
got good timing to get under that scope.
Yeah.
and Monacy
Oh.
nearly reacts fast
Oh,
enough and
kita ni
accurately enough to
Electronic.
take Electronic out, but just about misses.
Challenge
Electronic now making sure that that boost
The
cannot
VP
stay.
has been
Molotov
going
away.
like short A the whole time, bro.
Standard
They
mid
have,
control,
well,
tunnels
they
Yeah.
tested
control,
A
and
long
catwalk
because it didn't
pressure.
work. Surely this
It's
time dito
Monacy
sa
and
Asia
Nico
talaga
once
siya.
again to defend against that play.
I think the default nila is just to go TB. Because they're going through mid, raw pare is such a suicide mission.
Still up here and he goes for a no scope. He decides he doesn't
What
want
a
to
nice
nade.
nade.
and will drop off. 50 seconds left and plenty of VP players damaged by initial utility.
G2 had a couple, tough chances to find an opening kill, but they are still doing all right considering the chip
G2
damage that's
never
gone
win their
along to all the
map,
players.
though.
Utility's done fine work against Virtus.pro to soften them up for the late round execution. But now that there's catwalk pressure, they can
Spot
actually
flash,
start
pero
moving
wala
out middle.
pang nakabang
Electronic
dito,
the
so-
reverse drop.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
And now
this lap
G2
he
know
knew.
what's supposed to be coming.
Kaso
30
nus-
seconds,
he
that's
was
all that's left
burning.
here for Virtus.pro.
Pwede sila mag-A. Oh, lahat sila bumaba. Oh, nah.
Oh no, they hear footsteps, so it's
Norbert, go side, brother.
Oh my god. Monacy? Kaylee? Oy, who?
I think he'll go for it again. He's
Oh.
down another
What a
one.
mad lad.
He's trying to give us a highlight here. 7 seconds left. VP can't win the round anyway.
He wants that
They get
graffiti
back
so
away.
bad.
And G2 are in control right
He
now.
wants,
Virtus.pro
Blood wants to get
halfway.
immortalized so bad.
Yeah.
To try and take a weapon away, they get one more.
Ooh, I think he
Oh,
just
they
sends
get
in.
one split at the
They got
end.
two.
Complete
They got two?
wipeout.
Damn. I think he just sends in Norbert into site. No, I mean, no one's on site. So send the guy to plant the C4.
Harassed every step of the way in that
20%
round.
chance na
G2
mahukli ka,
is
pero
playing
I'll take those
long
chances, pare.
Counter-Strike.
The only person that gets Kaylee is Kaylee, bro.
Electronic was saying that he was
And
surprised.
he is not here with
that
us because he
G2 got
is
rid of
permanently
Hoopsie.
banned.
He's permaban.
But sees that they're ready
Kaylee
instantly to
got
be
banned?
playing some good counter-striking.
No.
I know they're feeling that
Seriously?
on the
Seriously?
VP side.
Guys, what am I seeing with my eyes?
Not really
Kaylee?
seen
Banned?
Virtus.pro enjoy that luxury with their roster. It's been more of a build-up, but this G2 side have clicked pretty quickly.
Oh, sinabi niya, Hunter,
I mean,
Hunter, boost,
it is a
boost,
honeymoon
boost.
period, but it's starting to look like a really nice honeymoon.
Yeah.
They've gone to a wonderful little island somewhere. Little drinks with little umbrellas inside of them. They're having a good time. And smiles all around. It's 6 in a row for G2.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
That's a decent shot from
Oh, wait,
He's
no.
celebrating a bit too early,
Snack's
Moses.
not happy about it. And he's quick towards this B-bomb site.
Up,
Hunter,
up,
get your
could
gun
be.
out here. They come straight into him. And Hunter holds down
Boss.
mouse one. And it is all over here.
Una
for
ni,
VP.
una ni James yung si Fre.
Great hold from Hunter.
Boss. Sayang yung mid peak
And they
pre,
know
pero
Norbert was last
He can take
detected
down si
because
Hunter.
He got that initial kill towards top mid. He is trying to slip
Walang
out long.
nakabantay
He
si
can't
A.
do much about the round.
Pero yung bomba na
Yeah,
sila.
C4 is
Big
B.
mistake from G2.
It's such a shame you get that kind of a pick down.
It's a
middle of the
damage
round
round.
where you don't
It's a
necessarily
damage
have the
round.
resources to capitalize on it. They almost catch Hunter. He gets his
Those
gun out
happening
just
since.
at the last possible second.
Up, yeah.
Now they know where
Watch
Norbert
it.
is. Becomes much easier for G2 to settle in to this minute and close. Norbert jumps down
Ooh.
into a CT.
Ow!
Owie.
Nico has the spawn exit.
ACL.
VP
Ayun lang.
scoped up.
Nico.
And that
Look
is
at
a
that death goes
fantastic
with that
round
one,
coming
bro.
out of Hunter when he's tested on the B-bomb site.
And I mean that's the thing I mentioned in
From
G2
0 to 3
individually
to
looking
6
on
to 3,
point,
man.
you now have plenty of players who have
G2
stepped
na
up
ba?
in the moments
Binawi
that
lahat
they're
ng
needed.
first half, man.
Nico looking really clean. Hunter with a quad kill in the round. 4-round lead.
Oh, wow. Before foul, Monacy said he looked at suicide pero hindi na kinumit. VP, it's another mid-to-be situation. Oh, perfect nade. Oh my gosh.
Decent amount of damage done again.
50 damage across two people.
Damn, kahit pala sa mga... Nakita ko yung clip where they were crushing yung keys.
Yeah.
Dun sa Dotes. And it's true, man. Like when you have something going on in Saudi Arabia, there's always one dude with a safety hat.
Blood has to work, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Currently positioned in the B box.
I like how meron silang milling machine just inside ng stadium.
Nico,
To be fair, it's a funny concept.
Kinuha lang nilang sa labas, bro.
It would have been nice nga, no, if the trophy was made from yung mga crush na keys.
And it was melted, yeah.
It was smelted into the trophy.
Yeah.
Tapos, yung pinaka-final na key, tapos may slot dun sa gitna ng trophy, then you can put it inside.
I think they're just gonna execute this like right out of the goal. 30 seconds
Yo,
left.
EWC, man.
At this point, mid to B smoke. Here they come. Only 2 players inside.
Creative
the B box,
director,
like,
man,
no
if
one
you need
admit
it.
to harass.
But it's Monacy and it's Hunter. They can combine to crush this.
Wow.
Virtus.pro have lost 3 players in
Hunter.
an instant. Monacy still focused on
Everyone
B
down.
ramp, but he's got to worry about tunnels.
Ganun ba?
He'll look towards that. He'll take
Oh,
that
wow.
challenge aim, an electronic
I thought
cut
it's
from short. It is
Baka dun sa
so
pinaka-main
strong
sa
right now
club,
with
min.
this defense of G2,
Baka yun
from
nga.
perfect utility to players
They're gonna
stepping
smelt the
up.
players.
It is just looking unbelievably comfortable.
Nico has shut down long a number of times. Hunter's now shut down the B bomb site a number of times, and Monacy is wherever he is needed. There is no way for Virtus.pro to find success on this map. They are getting beaten in every
Paano pag
facet of the
nag-smelt
game.
sila ng mouse?
In the later stages of this half, earlier on it was like tactically they're doing good.
5 final mouses,
And
dude.
G2's just shutting them down.
Wild
Now
man.
they're not even making that kind of initial progress.
Pagkatapos ng laro.
Just
Here you go.
suffocating on the CT side of Dust 2.
Kukunin yung peripherals na play na team na natalo.
Yeah, Stewie was ahead of his time. He wanted to destroy yung mouse ni Simple.
Waiting for the attack into the B bomb
Yeah,
site.
the premonition, bro.
AWP position at the back of the platform.
Oh, he missed?
Snacks, and they keep coming. They
Oh,
keep
he missed
coming.
again!
And Snacks
3
is
times?
the absolute
Oh, 3
doing
times
that.
wasn't the charm, pare.
Just won this time, and Virtus.pro may have broken through to a 4th round win here at the
Kita
end of
ulo.
the half. G2 will attempt this retake. They have to. And that bomb's not down yet. This could still go against
Tinamaan si Nico na
Tinamaan
kanina
sa
ka pa.
Nico stopping Jame, and now things get a little complicated for Virtus.pro.
Tumalon.
And Nico's going through.
Oh, Nico's
Uy!
He's in there. He's in there.
Just waiting.
Yes, the
See
crouch
if
shield
can
sa taas,
someone
but...
step into
Oh,
his
this is
crosshair, and
better.
Here it is. Up for free. He could take a double, and it's a perfect play.
Oh, kala ko
Okay, it's worth. Oh, Ginox brought to you by Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib.
Dr. Sulaiman strikes again.
Memorize ko yung pangalan, pre. Kala nyo, ha?
Medical group.
Sir, get some help. Yan na nga. Good morning, Alex Sanchez. Ito na yung
Boss
ano
Alex.
natin. Yung all-star
Boss
cast
Alex pala
natin.
yan. Ito ba kayo PGDX, Jack? May ganap ba kayo dun? Ano ganap?
Dota ba?
1v1 par.
Dota ba?
Hindi, suntukan par. Suntukan sa PGDX. Ano yung color game, pre? Unti-unti yung color game.
Uy! Gusto mo mag-color game, pre.
Yun. Palakasan na scatter. 9-3, not too bad para sa G2, considering Dust 2 yung mapa natin.
Good ba? That's perfect.
That's perfect actually. Yeah,
Perfect,
City's
ah.
side. Di ko alam nangyari. They keep getting caught in a spot.
natakot na sila nung nag-A-long eh. So, they kept going mid-B, they kept going short. That was their best options because it worked out the past 2 rounds. So, it was built on fear talaga yung laro ng G2 against VP on that first half.
Yep. Delix pa naman yung VP dito pag natalo sila sa Dust 2, considering Ancient's not really one of the maps na really do favor. Ayun nga, 37% win rate. They lost to Spirit, they lost to FaZe, they lost to Falcons sa mapa na to, they lost to Complexity, they lost to Fnatic. Yikes.
They lose to Fnatic, bro.
Anong game to? That's the old Fnatic too, man. Not even the old Fnatic, yun yung Fnatic na in between yung rosters nila, yung si Afro, si QB, si Body nandun.
Oh, Body?
I don't know, where he's at, 3D Max?
Balita ko, may team na daw si Nico dos pre. Or homeless.
Homeless? Yun lang.
Check his,
Paano si Nico dos daw, honestly?
check his Twitter, dude. Homeless Nico dos. So,
Looking for him.
please lose fast. We get to game number 2. Then we can get to the next game.
Dalawang O pala yung Nico dos. Yeah, what? I mean, to be fair, I think you just offload him kung kayo yung heroic. Because he's still paying for his contract. Ay, pero nag-tweet na siya, nag-tweet na siya ng yung contract emoji or yung contract gif. Pero saan?
Homeless nga, pre. What team has a spare slot? I think Fire Vision has a spare slot.
Pinagtatag heroic Valorant.
Welcome Nico dos to the Valorant roster. Ano yan, pre?
Damn.
Chamber?
Tapos nakalagay, there's one dude na nagsabi, back to what? Sucking? God damn. And this guy's a pro player. Huh? You're academy player, man. Why are you talking smack?
Here in Riyadh, it's 9-3. G2 leading VP here in the semifinals on Dust 2. This is Virtus.pro's map pick, and that T side didn't work out for them, Jason. Now if they lose a pistol, it feels like this first map might be over.
I mean, the individual performances from G2 were so spread across the map.
Trap.
There was nowhere that was available to him. Hunter at B, Nico at long. Even that play from Nico at the B bombs at last round. That
Please
was
don't do your
beautiful. That
heroics
was a
dito
thing
sa
of
ano natin.
perfection.
Yeah, so sick to see Nico coming back to that same
So
elite
first half
level we know
natin.
he's capable of. 18-5 after the first half.
Well, VP coming into this with a little bit of an attitude. Jame peering towards middle, jumping up towards catwalk, but they've got a good setup. Electronic and lower with dualies supported and protected by Jame. But that makes the defense out towards long a little bit weak. It's just Norbert, and he's in a position where you cannot fall away and survive. You will get 1 and be traded, 2 if you hit some really good shots.
Now, what if he gets an ace, Moses?
It's okay, he's not getting it.
Oh, Norbert. Here they come around the
Ah,
corner.
yun lang. You can't miss the
stop
first shot
any of
pag
them.
nandun ka.
Just too many targets and not accurate enough. Electronic takes his next steps forward. Will it work out? Hunter catches perfect timing to go back and consider the
10 to
forward
3.
push.
Lock it up.
And now
Lock it
G2,
up,
I mean,
boys.
they don't need to set up an
Lock it
execute
up.
out towards long. They can actually give this some time to breathe. VP have to spread their defense back out because now B is a possibility as well.
Ginawang bait si Monesi, pre. Hinati yung def.
All they got is 40 seconds. G2
Bro.
make their way along. It's
Bro,
gonna
hit
turn
your
into a bit of a
shots.
bloodbath here in the final few moments of this pistol round. Flit and Fame fighting back, keeping VP in this fight.
Oh, they can get the
G2
plant,
have to
bro.
get into the
Are they
side.
gonna
Hunter's
boost
coming
up?
short now.
Oh,
Late.
my, they
VP
dropped in
having
car.
distraction set up from his teammates.
Counter!
Kill.
Oh my
Mm.
god, the
Forward to
giga
Face
throw of a
going his way.
lifetime,
Now
dude.
Nico left. 1v1
Kaso alam si
against
Nico.
And Nico's trying to find him, trying to track him.
Dude!
No
Oh
way he
my
wins that,
God.
bruh!
Just jumping around that
Yeah,
site, and he
P250.
saved the
Yeah.
round.
Pinura pa si Nico.
Yeah, that's, I mean, VP, that's an
Yeah,
admirable
man.
fight with 3v5 to just challenge through that smoke the whole way and bring it very, very
Pinura pa
close.
si Nico.
Might lose track of that
Yeah.
reposition with how
Sabi ni
aggressive
Snacks,
it
why are
was.
you sweating?
Are you
But you're
sweating?
exactly right. He's
Why are
moving
you
around
sweating,
like
bro?
he's
You're
got
too young.
If I was
in the
Big
world, and
Apple.
maybe he shouldn't have him. He's 21 and 5.
Talo pa siya doon. That's
Hunter's had
wild.
an otherwise stellar game outside of that engagement.
Oh.
But
That was
G2
so
with
trouble
such a
by G2,
commanding
but
lead, Virtus
you know
Pro
what?
can't
We'll
invest in
take
this round. The
what we
scoreline
can
is way
get.
too spread out. G2's got
Might
too
be
strong
over.
of a lead. They need guns if they want to make this comeback happen.
Nakat ba si Stewie or bench lang? He has a...
Stood in.
He's just a stand-in dude.
And thank you to Stewie na-realize ng G2 that they had to throw away their dog IGL pare. And it's working. Yeah, semi-final.
Breaks apart their defense, but also gives space for Hunter to make a play forward. And Fame's done pretty well.
To be fair, no, feeling ko kung pinalit lang nila si Nexa and they kept si Huxi, I think they'd be fine. I think Huxi operates best when there's like 4 insane dudes sa roster nila. And Nexa isn't exactly the most mechanically gifted player. Neither he is the smartest player. Just there for the vibes.
To the
Just the
G2
vibe,
experiences of when they win Katowice and Cologne
It's not
last
just
year,
the
you have
vibe
that
guy
same
here.
kind of recipe, right? Nico, Hunter, and Monacy as that kind of core trio, just delivering really, really impactful performances. They haven't needed even MOUZ today like they did in other matches that they've played so far in the tournament.
And you mentioned Katowice and Cologne, but you have to remember those weren't in CS2. We haven't seen this Nico Monacy combo
that's a good point.
in CS2 yet, and it's finally starting to come to fruition.
What the score lines look like?
Long play is coming
Oh,
out.
Nico.
Norbert
Okay, never mind.
detects a lot of
Yan,
presence from G2, but unable to stop
That's a
any
life
of it.
game, bro.
Electronic trying to be quick about this,
24
could maybe
kills?
deploy a flank. This could be effective if he gets
Hey, but
behind him.
notice.
Sana muna daw bubuhat mamaya na si Monacy. Sa ancient na.
Mongols is
Also
number
Fame now
20.
pushing
They
in
didn't
towards
qualify,
lower
bro.
tunnels. If he clears out upper tunnels as well,
I think they're
all of a
the
sudden
number
you have
1 team
Electronic boxing them in, and if
in
you're
Asia.
Virtus Pro, you're like,
In
hey,
Asia.
all 5 are long. We know exactly where everyone is. G2 have no knowledge that they have been completely beaten tactically and positionally.
What's that? Cook tier list.
Gotta
1
hit some
G2, 2
headshots now
spaghetti
as
mongo.
they get up into the site. Plenty of them to collect.
These initial smokes are just to bait out some of those counter flashes, counter Molotovs that might come
I
in.
mean,
But Virtus Pro's done
I
a
think
really, really
given
good
yung
job
match
of not
history
dumping
ng
everything and
G2
waiting for this
VP,
follow-up because
G2
again,
owns
they have
VP,
the
bro.
information that everyone's here.
Yeah.
They can hold on to the
Do
utility.
they? Ano yung head-to-head nila?
Yeah, 12 to 4.
It's a bagay.
This
That's
is a
true.
massive trap.
12 to
G2
4.
will have
Oh,
to
it's
fight
even
their
worse.
way
It's 12 to
through.
3.
Do we count pre-electronic
Boost over that
na
CT smoke for Nico.
record?
We'll count it because G2 had Nexa, hello?
Yeah, that's true.
They haven't been able to glean information. It's all about
That should be
timing
times
for
1.5
Electronic
because they had
when he wants
Nexa.
to flank it long. Pushing through the smoke. Snacks and Nico both
Oh,
go down.
what?
Hunter
Okay,
finally
buhay.
playing back. He gets
Why you
Norbert
push the
and
smoke?
Fame. Still Electronic
Ooh,
can
that's
commit to
ugly.
play, but
That's
he's not
ugly,
gonna
ugly,
get
ugly. I think you should have just went straight up dito sa ramp.
VP do tactically outplay G2, and being able to stack that site proves very effective.
Yeah, that was the most likely eventuality of that round, considering the control of the map that Virtus Pro had. So nothing too crazy. Just really, really good, smart rotations from Virtus Pro, considering they knew every single thing that was happening. 7-round lead. 11 to 4, and G2 running out of money after that loss. Nico's back down to a deagle.
Monacy attempting the early long fight, gets caught by flash after flash here, Monacy, but he's still persistent. And eventually realizes he can't stick around that long, so he gets out of there. I really don't understand how no one took damage in that early long fight.
No one wanted the engagement, really. Monacy was like looking for a pick, but the defense knows, don't give it to him. Just kind of hang out at the corner. You don't need to peek. He kept taking more fights because some of the utility was a little off its mark.
The only player without a rifle is Nico, but he's got a deagle. And we've already seen with the way he's playing today, this deagle can be more than enough.
G2 showing mid-pressure. That's going to pull and suck Flit towards the middle of the map. It even pulls Electronic a little bit away from an angle he wanted to have over at A. These VP defenders, though, they got to be careful.
This
They're
is a
now both
perfect
stuck in the
goal.
bomb site. A lot of real estate that G2 has control of towards long and catwalk means these guys are just boxed into a corner with nowhere to go.
Malambot si Norbert dito. Oh my god. Norbert needs to hold. But he cannot do it. That was a perfect pull by G2. Nakita mo.
It's game time, yun
That's the
lang.
problem when you have two players in that situation where people got lured
They're
towards
gonna-
middle out of
I
their
think they're gonna
position,
look
and
for
then when you
Fame.
turn to get somewhere back, you realize we don't have control of long.
Di
We
na,
don't have
mababa
control
pera
of
na.
catwalk. There's actually
Wala
nowhere I can
silang
go with the
pera,
bomb
man.
site, but that's
Forced-
such a weak
well,
position for
the
two
first
defenders
two
at the
to
same
buy
time when you're
last
being
round
split.
dito.
Too few options and plenty of options
Under
for utility for G2.
Well, we're looking at map point now for G2. This is a very
under
comfortable
7.
Dust 2
Wait, under
performance.
18.
And that is the problem with picking
Under
Dust 2
70%.
against a team like G2. They have these players that have traditionally just been beasts on the map.
But it's hard to be too critical of it because Virtus.pro themselves have shown very good things on the map. It's just when you look at this G2 roster, you're like, Nico's going to love playing Dust 2. Monacy's going to love playing Dust 2. Obviously, Hunter's having a good time right now. And you don't even really need to put your T side into too much stress because your CT side was so dominant. I had a chance to talk to Hunter the other day after their quarterfinal victory. He was singing the praises of MOUZ just as a player and as a person, and how he's coming into the team.
Some money for
and how sick of his performances were, and I was just like, well, you're having some good games too. And he just looked at me and goes, yeah, finally. So I mean, this has got to be a very fun experience right now for this G2 team that's had a beleaguered first half of the year.
Electronic gets the smoke out. He only has a 5-7. That's not gonna help. Brother Norbert mag-isa na lang. Gamit yung scout.
Utility whizzing past him, bullets following. And now it is MOUZ to push right into him. James, the last remaining member of Virtus.pro.
Grabe, fast game dito for game number 1.
And it will be a convincing victory from G2 in this opening map of the semifinals. They crash down on Virtus.pro. Their opponent's map pick collected, and this G2 squad are looking so good here in Riyadh.
What?
They absolutely are.
Yeah.
And that's an impressive
Pretty good
statement victory on Dust 2 for these
Look like an
semifinals.
NPC, bro.
Virtus.pro, their map pick, but they looked
Akala ko hindi na akala ko nag-fix yung camera mo, man.
No, I was just looking at my second screen.
Hunter shut down his palm site,
Hey,
and that is a
so
complete
defense.
map.
Selfie.
We got the desk ready and waiting.
Oh,
I'm sure
Pinoy!
they're just as stunned as we are.
Philippines!
Yeah, you know,
Bossing!
there's a couple things I would say about the performance of VP here on Dust 2.
Nag-spare ng 400 para makanood. Napaka worth it.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for a start from the VP camp.
Dust 2 map pick, we're headed
G2, that
into
is exactly how
It's not
Ancient.
looking good,
Do
bro.
not put your attention on VP right now. If you do that, you miss
make it
the
2-0,
main
man.
story of
Make
what's
it happen,
happening.
make it so.
This G2 that we currently have is a G2 that you cannot allow to have a good start in a game.
Ico, pre.
If you have them in the
Casual
corner,
20,
if you have them at a
26
point where the
plus
finances
frag
are in
bomb.
danger, you have to
Pimp was
close
wrong.
the clutches. VP
Is
were
Pimp
presented
wrong?
with two
Maybe it
opportunities
is.
early in this half
He's a
to
coper,
get ahead
bro.
in the game. The
Bit of a coper.
The James These were
Anyways,
moments where they had
guys,
to stay
so
alive.
first map is done dito sa ating first series of the semifinals. Community stream will be right back in just a bit. So, yeah, see you around.
Figure out his way in regards to how you can lead a tier 1 team. He came from Gamer Legion, let's not forget that, a team that didn't really have aspirations to be a tier 1 team. You bring in MOUZ, you know, a guy that comes in, has a lot of mechanical skill, have in the past, you know, maybe been taunted to be just all in, no brain. He's coming into this lineup, he's been playing absolutely fantastic. You think to yourself, it's gonna take a little time before he falls into his new anchor roles. You're looking at a G2 that so far at this tournament have played the best Counter-Strike out of all the teams we've seen so far. And we, in the beginning, were saying maybe it's just one map, maybe it's just one BO3, but it keeps on happening right now. This performance here in Dust 2, that was world-class Counter-Strike.
I mean, we wanted to talk about Nico.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what they've done to Nico all these months? You see all that frustration built in for him, like what he had to go through, and now we're getting to see the classic Nico, incredibly decisive, the pinpoint accuracy. We're getting back to the days of the Deagle that's always a danger, the Deagle that's going to get you 1 to 3 kills every time you miss him, every time you face him. That's exactly what I'm talking about, nailing it production. High five to you out there. He was incredible in this game. Anytime, look at his positioning here, crosses the smoke, multi-kill with the M4A4. And this is early in the half. This is where VP is attempting to play, quote-unquote, a faster Counter-Strike. We're attempting to embrace this new game, and we want to have that in our toolbox. And Nico says, hell no, just positioning after positioning, frag after frag. Hey, just put them in their place.
And surely we see that replay coming from the second half, right? Where he gets this one right here, where he finds himself, well, maybe
he's everywhere.
It's crazy.
It's a confidence play, you know, to walk through that smoke, to get the kill through the smokes, and in general just be in your face playing Counter-Strike right now. He finishes with, what, 24 kills in this game. It's fantastic to see, and it makes you wonder, where has Nico been the past couple of months? Where has Nico been in the beginning of CS2? He even hinted it, I felt like in an interview, saying that maybe all wasn't, you know, the happiest place within G2 with the old in-game leader and the old way the team was playing. Now he feels freed up, he feels happy, he feels motivated, and a motivated Nico is a dangerous Nico.
And you talk about freed up, and I think that's the key, right? In this constellation right now on Dust 2, when you have MOUZ, who's going to do all the shady work on the A side whatsoever, you have Hunter, who's pretty solid in that duo pack on the B side, then suddenly it's a matter of Nico and m0NESY just deciding where do we play. And we can create so many constellations with that. We can have a 1-2 punch combination on short. m0NESY can be down middle, scanning with AWP. Nico can take his gambles. One time he's with the pack towards the B defense when he's got that multi-kill. Another time he's in long. Sometimes he's CT spawn. So you get to allow him to use his game sense, which we know he's got buttloads of it, and then he can put himself where he needs to be because the rest of the team is strong and stable enough to welcome that. And this is the scary prospect.
Which is all positive for G2.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Now we get to flip that coin right on around. So for VP, lackluster show up here, or is it just coming down to the comfort on Dust 2 that we're kind of talking about with the veterancy with some of these players?
I mean, when you pick Dust 2 into a best of 3, you expect a little more coming in from VP. There's no way around it. However, I do think we still have to keep in mind that G2 played some of the best Counter-Strike they possibly can play. So it was a little tough for Jamin, a little tough for the VP boys to get it done. You said it, you know, there were a couple of moments presented in the game where they could have allowed themselves to come in and be competitive in that first half. However, I still sit back with a feeling that had we played on to the second half, regardless of VP having 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds, G2 were still the better team. They would have still closed.
Yes, no, I agree with you. I will allow myself to be disappointed with the lack of solutions that VP produced in here. Because it's one thing to have your A plan being squashed, and we saw them trying to be quick pace towards long. It didn't work out. We saw them trying to do a full short execute, which is very VP-like. It didn't work out. Great, I accept that. I would have liked them to be able to slow down the pace and maybe try and isolate MOUZ after 20 to 30 seconds. They try to play it fast, and Nico was here. The read was perfect. They get absolutely shut down. Same with short. You're going to do that short execute, send a couple players towards A long. Have that pincer move that we like to see. They allowed G2 to not have to think too deeply about what's happening. They allowed G2 to be relaxed, keyboard and mouse in hand, knowing what's happening, going all onto skill duels, not a whole lot of utility. But brother, how are you going to beat G2 at that game? You're basically playing them the game they want to have, which is skill-based, which is intuition-based, and Jamin is supposed to have a bit more in the tank. I don't know if it's a map problem, because we know Dust 2 doesn't get that super mega technical,
sure.
But I really, they're trying to arm wrestle the mountain. That's what you gonna do, brother. It's over for you.
The mountain, the big mountain.
The Game of Thrones guy?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
Jake, like an actual
not a mountain.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is also impressive if you can do that. If you can arm wrestle either of the mountains, I would say that you are certainly a force to be
You guys are so annoying. You realize how annoying you guys
I get it. I totally do. Hey, let's talk about, let's kind of focus our attention elsewhere. And by that, I'm talking about the second map of the series. Okay. Not just in general the mountains and the different terrains of land that we have across the planet, but however, Ancient. In a map that maybe showed us a little bit of a... damn, what's the word I'm looking for here? Showed us a little bit of a... Damn, I'm just drawing 2 blanks there. I'm saying G2 didn't have the prettiest of starts when we saw it the other day on Ancient. There we go, my God.
They didn't, but then they played it yesterday in the deciding map, and that was looking much, much better for G2. Again, a team in control, a team that really allowed themselves to be freed up. I like what I've seen from MOUZ as well, and that map in particular. He was the one winning that map you're talking about, where they were struggling a little bit. I believe the scoreline was 12-11. MOUZ have a single AK in hand. He goes out in middle, he gets a double entry.
Ooh, the Mongols game.
Exactly, the Mongols game. So we have seen MOUZ being freed up. We have seen him find impact on that map, and we're in a situation where we were talking about the video as well. If you're G2, you had the opportunity of picking Mirage, which they were very dominant on yesterday, but they decided to go for Ancient, which tells me that's a map they've been working on a lot in practice. It's a map that they've been playing over the player break, and a map they feel comfortable on.
Yeah, and they've already played it twice here, so you've had the opportunity to review these games together, right? They're a new team, the learning curve, exactly, but the learning curve is really quick when you have a roster like that. Every conversation, you learn a little bit more about your new team, your new roster, how you guys behave together, so I think there's a very quick improvement that happens. You play a map 2 or 3 times at the same event, you fix a lot of the issues. I still think the conditions for VP remain the same. You cannot allow G2 to have an advantage and play the fast-paced, easy Counter-Strike. Snacks did that against Spirit. When he realized we can hit the A site twice in a row, they're not going to expect it. You do that because you have financial dominance of your opponent, because mentally you have them in a corner. Now, picture VP with a 5-1 or 4-5-1 lead, and then things get a little complicated. Then you have Snacks and G2 who have to dig a little deeper, and maybe they don't have that sub-layer of intricacies of Counter-Strike they want to play. They didn't have that. They didn't have to do that on Dust 2. Life was just great. They didn't need to do it at all. You have to force them to be a little uncomfortable, at least when it comes to the first few rounds, and then we have a conversation. Otherwise, in about 47 minutes, I'm gonna be out of here.
Okay. Yeah, start your timers.
Okay.
47 over under, and by that I mean, you know, we're gonna go longer here in terms of the series. Jacob, does it end with G2 securing a final berth right here?
There's nothing really based on Dust 2 that suggests that G2 won't be able to win Ancient. However, I do think this map is going to be closer. I think the competitiveness...
Well, that's a
VP,
big risk.
It's a big risk, you know, I'm trying to put it out there. Maybe VP will get 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds.
Whoa, feeling frisky today.
Yeah, I'm trying. I think VP played poor Counter-Strike on Dust 2, and I think VP will throw out that map and be like, that was not our map. Now we come into Ancient, we can definitely do better. However, with the way G2 are playing so far, with the way they played at this tournament so far, and with the vibes they're giving us in terms of Nico playing some of his best Counter-Strike again, m0NESY being all over the place, he was being razor sharp on Dust 2, and I will also give it to Hunter. We haven't mentioned his name that much, but he's been rock solid throughout the entire tournament. It does feel like G2's onto something.
Yeah, guys, I want to continue this conversation. Maybe we can, but on our way to the green room, because we do need to go to a break, and in doing so, we can come back and we can get into the second map of the series. It's Ancient, and it's VP taking on G2. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
think our feelings is okay, but we need to see in the matches, you know. It will be show how we feeling real, but we prepare at bootcamp 10 days. And we are trying to do the best one on this tournament. I think it's you know, something new minds, you know, and it's interesting a bit to work, and it's like fresh view on the game, you know, and we will see what will happen in the future, but now he helps a lot and working good. Of course, our main goals it's Shanghai, but a lot of important tournaments in the middle of season, like here EWC, Cologne, and we need to be in the best our form to win the tournaments, and we need to work a lot. Of course, we want deep run and we want beat everyone here and take the trophy. This tournament, it's like one tournament with this interesting system. It's like international in Dota, I think, someone told me. You play one game, you go into the playoff, and you have single elimination bracket. And it's very important to be focused on your game, and you need to control your mind. And I think it helps young players a lot, because when they play in tournament like that, it's give a lot of experience, because teams here want to show their best games, you know? And it's important to play matches like that. They give a lot of experience. I think they need to just maybe change Vertigo, and they doing some new Vertigo, like for previous update, and now it's new map. They doing this gap on A side and this like ramp, right side ramp. And I don't know why they're doing like this and changing, because they just change the map. And for us, it's not the best one, because second time they changed our best map. It was Overpass. Previous it was Dust 2. We was also good on Dust 2. We want to they change Vertigo or Nuke, and it will be great.
Welcome back to the semi-final slam. Currently, it's VP getting slammed into the ground by G2. That Dust 2 performance was very impressive. One-sided, but it was full of highlights, and G2 did it in style.
It's one of the things that makes G2 such a fun team to watch, because, yeah, they just had a dominant victory, but the MOUZ clutch, the Nico highlights out towards long, the retake on the B-bomb side, Hunter mowing them down. Exciting team, and at the moment, we keep mentioning the honeymoon period, all these pieces are coming together very, very early on, and it's crazy because even Virtus.pro is very positive about the progress they've made, the balance they found stylistically, but all of it got shut down by G2.
Yeah, it really did. And this G2 squad is so scary to watch when you've got Nico popping off and you got Nico hitting those big numbers. You got MOUZ on the squad not having to bring in these carry performances because Hunter and Nico returned. And this is going to be a difficult task now in front of Virtus.pro as they take on G2 on Ancient. This is G2's map pick. G2 get the T start. We've got to see something out of this defense for VP.
Yeah, and I mean, this now is, they better have had like the best reset of their lives between those maps, because you have your own map pick, you have your own game plan, and everything gets demolished in that fashion. It's going to feel real terrible getting up from your PC on the stage and walking outside to have your team chat between maps. So let's see what Virtus.pro
And ayun, welcome back to the Esports World Cup Filipino community stream. Sneaky and Dropout Candy, who is dying in the corner about it.
He
needs that vitamin C for sure. Oh, little A-take? Tamang A-take. Oh my God. It's fine. The main characters are not dead, buddy.
Still doable. Muna si solo boosted dun sa taas. Nico dito sa loob ng tempo.
I like G2's chances.
Yeah. They all run in one by one. Yeah. They're just gonna wait for the smoke from Spear.
Oh!
It might be cook move. MOUZ life game, bro.
Still got one.
How did it become a 2v1, bro?
Diba? There it is. That's why I said I like G2's chances, because hindi naman sino natira. MOUZ, Nico, MOUZ, bro. How do you retake that?
You can. I'm just there, bro.
This is the map MOUZ dominated
You're
on
God.
against Spirit.
He is not happy, bro.
And what a hot start.
Si Taz nagdadasal na sa likod eh.
Please.
Please,
Flip provided you
make it to
everything.
you.
Everything to get started on the right foot here on Ancient. And MOUZ rips it right away. Stunning shots. What a beast.
You gotta claim him as North American. You know, you have to, Jason, at this point. He stepped up instantly, joining the top tier ranks. Flashes into middle. It is going to be very easy for G2 to clean this up. It is one of the quickest rounds we've had at the competition.
Put
so
two
get
piece.
2 in a row out of there, and that's going to fire them up.
This is gonna be. Let's see how this first go round goes before we make any conclusions. But goal number 1 for Virtus.pro has got to be to knock G2 off kilter.
I even
to
noticed
just
the second
take away
round
some of this momentum and take away some of this confidence that G2's playing with, because nobody on G2 at the moment is scared of taking any fights.
It was just winning the rounds over on Dust 2. You think about Nico and that pistol round where he's just confident to just take a fight and swing.
No second guesses.
Yeah, well,
Make
second
it
chance
quick,
here
bro.
for VP to get back into the semi-final. But Hunter out mid. VP to crawl back into Donut. So G2 have full mid control. They've got a lot of control.
Diretso nila yung temple. I mean, yeah, you could risk it, man.
On the fade, you have to imagine Snacks will lead the way in towards the mid room. That's exactly what's happening. Split towards the B bomb site. Take attention away from middle.
VP looks
Nobody
so
was home to begin
unnatural
with.
sa mapa na to,
So
man.
it's nice and easy. Virtus.pro perhaps looking at that Spirit game and how many times G2 attacked the A bomb site. They've stacked a third player on that side of the map. And Snacks has a really fast flank that James doesn't.
James, you had an M4.
No damage on Snacks.
M4 si James dun pa, no?
Middle instead. Now electronic spotted. He's getting sandwiched from
Oh,
two
that's my
sides.
swinging
And he
mid.
can't get a single kill. Virtus.pro unable to rattle G2. And they're gonna bring that bomb back over to the A site instead. It has just worked out so perfectly here for the T side.
Yeah, this is God's here. The double push and Donut as well, but just a timing where G2's so well prepared for it. Flit and Norbert have shifted over as the bomb's not planted, trying to find something before it goes down. Now they're split up, and now Flit's going to have a real hard time saving this weapon.
Nakampang off si James, so it's from bad to worse ang nangyari dito.
Everyone from G2 is ready to hunt.
Nag-free upgrade pa nga dito si Snacksman.
Good work from Flit, but can't hold on to his weapon. Now Norbert stuck inside of Cave. Might be able to get away with it, but then again, Nico's relatively close. Norbert's going to hear those steps, that upgrade that Nico has gone through with. And Norbert, oh, is he going to get away with it? Nico coming towards him. Norbert hangs on. So at least there will be one rifle saved.
It's not enough to be happy about, to be excited about. Still getting rolled out of this map.
I mean,
This
you just
series.
said a second ago before this round started, we'll wait till the first gun round to see if VP can knock some of that momentum out of G2. If anything, it just got better for G2 in the first gun round.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean,
It's
super
3-0.
well played tactically.
Start
Having
things
getting
off
into
dito sa
position,
Ancient.
getting into good positions, but
It's like how I said,
playing well and
man,
having really
VP
good
just looks
responses
so
off Snacks' opening
unnatural sa
kill.
mapa na to.
Pushes
They
all the way
just
through,
don't
wraps
play
around the A bomb.
Ancient
So
at all.
player at
They
A
look
Yeah,
off.
they
I
look
don't know
off.
what happened.
will usually have eyes on middle,
Mad sleep
That-
schedule.
but not this round.
It's not
Which
38%
gives Snacks that
win rate
freebie. Jame even seemed relatively aware of the possibility, but still not expecting it.
G2 is looking healthy here. 72. Innovate chair. They should have been Inferno for the
3-0.
second map, but guess G2
Wala eh.
want to pad stats.
You wanted to pick Dust 2, and Dust 2 wasn't too fortunate para dito sa VP.
They blew him.
Norbert Flit pushing down towards Nico. That smoke hit his head and actually forced
Damn,
him.
Oh my god,
they are
Nico,
on
you're a
point.
mad lad.
Happy with the result. It's 2 headshots.
Bro,
He
headbutted you
like-
smoke.
Bro,
Snacks.
he hit that. Header
Assault
like
towards
that.
Cave. This isolates any teamwork between Jame and
Peak
Electronic.
Ronaldo, 40-inch vertical.
In the meantime, Monacy has taken out the only A defender, so Jame is now getting tagged
Ow.
up. He's down to 44 health. And it's 4 in a row on the T side here for G2.
Don't worry, man. It's James. After 3 rounds, he will rise again.
Briefly alluded to the fact that, you know, back in the last
Apparently.
time we watched
I
him
don't know.
play Ancient, we had Snacks calling A over and over again. The mind games he was able to get out of the calling was just really impressive, and I know he gained a lot of respect from the community about his in-game leadership and what it might look like just coming out of the first few games.
Well, this is the
Call
conversation
back
that you have
bros
in that
versus
context of
K
where,
over
yeah, it's
KSA.
looked really, it's looked solid and good at this tournament so far.
Okay,
in some
say
of these
that's
games we've
Kingdom
seen,
of
but
Saudi
the question
Arabia.
is always going to be, what happens if you have
Damn.
Nico having a bad game? What happens if you have MOUZ not giving you the entries the way they did? That's when you want to see your in-game leader being able to tactically win you some games with his calls, not just being able to call a good game off the momentum of how good your individuals are playing, but at the moment that's not a problem that G2's had to overcome. That's the level individually that G2 is at so deep into this roster at the moment.
straight through.
Nakasalo pa si MOUZ ng nade. That's not even the enemy nade.
That initial smoke and not continue with the play forward.
Why are they playing football with a nade?
Electronic's the only one here, so he wouldn't
bit of
stick
a
around for the fight regardless, just spotting for information.
Oh.
Nico with a little bit of pre-fire on point, but nobody
Nico's
home.
so dangerous right now, man.
And so the first steps are successful for G2. They force back the mid defense. They've got control of middle. Nico's taken away any aggression in towards Jaguar. And now he's got to spam into the bomb site in almost a second.
He got him.
Now it's Jesus. VP is suffering in that.
They're suffering from classic Nico, bro. They're revival.
He's back.
He is back for a second day.
Not frustrated
He has
Nico.
some chicken.
Nico, where have you been, brother?
Fan, so he's having a really good day. You get him some chicken nuggets, and he's going to be living the dream.
G2 victory. Just be the cherry on top, and now Jane forced away from his initial position. He'll have to fall behind the smokes, and this is not exactly what VP would have been hoping for. It is a great execute for G2 into this bomb site. Both VP defenders held behind smokes.
Oh, MOUZ, this is perfect.
Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, what a
Just catches.
flank.
Good timing, strong position.
Feeling ko yun, Ancient's gonna be one of those maps na
He might just have to fade away.
MOUZ is definitely gonna be making a huge improvement para sa G2, yeah. May Hooksy,
You give
he was
G2
pretty
an
bad
edge,
sa
you
map
give him
na
that
to, but then you get
opening
MOUZ in the
kill, and they're
picture.
gonna make the rest of the
Hindi na
round
si
really
Hunter yung
painful.
nag-lurk. Big.
Just so strong at the moment, not making any mistakes.
As long as you separate tempo,
Modesty
no?
goes down, but Electronic, I don't know if he's gonna be able to keep it. Hunter's not
Oh,
gonna let him get away.
Bombong,
This is
how
the opportunity and a good response.
That's okay.
Good job from Electronic getting
They got hella
away.
money.
But Nico still wants blood.
They're trying to get the off the gym.
Oh,
They're close to it, but
they were
looks
placing
like James
inside.
going to at least, yeah, they're definitely going to keep their weapons now inside of Temple. We'll pray away. And that's 5 rounds in a row from G2. So this Dust 2 momentum.
See Norbert, he
hasn't
looks
stopped.
stressed
It's
out. I
still
would be
going
stressed
here
out
for
too if I
G2.
died through the wall
You
at the
have to
beginning of the
remember,
round.
like, the start for VP, they won what,
I'd
the
be
first 3
pissed too.
rounds, and then there was a Monacy clutch,
On Dust 2.
and then they haven't won a round since then.
Just
have
the
they?
leg
So
reaction.
it's become really tough in this series for Virtus.pro. They have disappeared.
It's been an 18-1 run going back to the first map, which is crazy to think about. Just how long it's been since Virtus.pro had anything to be happy about. Once again, late towards middle, little delayed take, flashbang into the sky. Fame just turns and Snacks comes through the smoke.
What is happening, bro? Fame is... Walang kasama si Fame. Sino? Got caught up again.
Pushed up is Electronic. This position can be strong, but it's all about finding these quick kills in the whole.
But isa-isa, but isa-isa.
He is certainly going to do that. Monacy has to trade it out, but he's lost 2 of his teammates, and G2 is the most compromised.
See Doc with the
setup they've
Taz's
had
dots.
so far on Ancient.
Oo nga, legit, bakit kaya
Yeah, that's true.
Perhaps the pistol round and Snacks.
Oh, the shadow!
Ayun o, di ba? O, ba't isa-isa, di ba?
Spray control.
He's seen the shadow coming his way, and James now with a 1v3 ahead of him, and you've got to feel at this point.
Look how fast na. As soon as narinig nila si James sa mid, Monacy started and dug in for it dito sa B. Oh, Nico, chill out.
Nico's still so confident, and he realizes now maybe we'll just take a step back to safety and play this one with Monacy.
But you're right. I mean, James has to go for this. He's got a good chance at it, a good crack at the clutch. Monacy planting the bomb. James just sliding over, looking for that first shot. Monacy's not giving it to him.
MOUZ, can we click through the
And knowing it's
POVs,
the
man?
op on the other side going against them, there's no peeks. They're gonna hold
Gotta help with your
James' move,
teammate.
and Monacy's
Oh,
got it
then he gets the
anyways.
op.
6-0.
6-0, this
I
is
can
fast.
feel a
We're about to
13-0
take
coming,
out
bro.
Snacks, have a really
happen.
good foothold in the round, and it's still
This is not a good
against
map
them.
para sa
Oh, I mean,
VP.
but so much is working out at
Ganda ng
G2's
text, di
favor that you
makita.
can't really design. Like, you look at some of these lurks that have been happening just when a player from G2 is about to peek, Virtus.pro player looks away
Oh,
from
that's the
the
flip
angle.
side
Same
one.
just
I
happened
mean, at
here
least the
against
AK looks
Monacy.
good.
It just happened here in the double peek from middle against Snacks and Nico.
Oh,
And
please,
every
it's
fight
not
is working
happening.
in their
It's
favor.
not happening.
And that's got to be some of the most frustrating things for VP is just when they look away, the fight comes where they were just looking. And I don't know how you get back into the flow of this game. First time out called from Virtus.pro. And we'll see if they can change anything up moving forward. This round, it's just pistols and a couple of
You can see
SMGs. They don't have the
VP
funds
coach
that they
get
want.
visibly upset after every round.
But G2 is they're just cruising. They're having a joyride into the grand finals at this point.
I don't know if anybody would have predicted G2 apart from
G2 washed them frauds, bro.
It really is starting to look increasingly likely that they're going to be able to challenge for this title overall. And I mean, they're going to be in the final if they just close out.
Yeah, of course, G2 has a chance to win, man. They always win one. They have a new member.
They should keep swapping members.
Oo nga. Taz laro ko muna daw.
Outside of A for the meantime.
No, it doesn't work if he's already in the coaching position. It has to be.
That's true.
A rip.
Hunter for Stewie.
Honestly, it was a tough shot to hit. He doesn't connect it. You gotta hope that Electronic gets a multi-kill out of this 5-7. You gotta hope that G2 stub their toe entering this A site.
Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell nah.
Just destroy the initial setup. Flit is the next player up, and he's only got a UMP, and there's nothing that SMG can do. It has gone 7 rounds in a row for G2.
MOUZ was quiet on Dust 2, playing a low active, I mean, wasn't really needed on the CT side, didn't get a whole lot of attention over at Long, and when he did, Nico was there to get all the kills, but now on Ancient, you're seeing his impact on this T side. Confidently leading the way in the pack, confidently taking middle. Now this time the A bomb site. And G2's hitting critical mass.
Oh. They get one, but it's about it, man.
Plenty of money for VP, and I guess that's the only silver lining. They can get another good buy with all that loss bonus.
Oh, wow.
But will it be enough to bail them out? There's even a sign. There he is. There he is.
Damn, that's a lot of dudes.
To the voice.
Yep, we've got him.
Oh,
there you go.
VP can't win. When is Liquid playing?
Get loud, baby.
Go and catch it.
Look like G2 versus TFs. Liquid ain't playing.
Imagine the guy runs up on stage.
Thanks for coming out again.
I will fight him.
Runs up on stage para kunin yung chicken.
Yes, sir.
He's looking for that initial piece.
Winner gets third. Whoever gets the chicken gets.
Oh, Jesus.
Speaking of free turkey, oh my God.
Dude, Norbert.
Oh my! Free food. Free food.
Norbert is the unluckiest player sa Ancient, actually. Like, as soon as he tried to get the kill dito kay Ancient, or dito kay Ancient, dito kay Nico, he got insta-blinded. That's tough.
Yeah, VP's cooked, man. Shame time for like the 70th time.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like, look
When
at
is
what's
Liquid
gone
playing?
against VP. Like, you have that peak
Can't
from
even
Jaguar
qualify.
Can't qualify,
that has
yeah.
the advantage over Snacks, and just as he's making the peak, a flashbang pops, and he's blinded. Same thing over towards A ramp. Another peak's coming out, and Monacy's just able to do a 180.
Liquid's playing on
I mean,
last
individually,
you know
VP's been knocked out of their games, so they're not as sharp as they'd like, but everything is going in the favor of G2. All the timings.
Yo, that's crazy.
And it's given him so much confidence.
Suko na ba? Suko na, VP.
Suko na, please.
Suko na sila.
Take a tour around Riyadh.
21-1 run for G2.
Been a fun ride for VP, but you know,
since round
G2
4
has
of the
two
first
members.
map.
Those aren't pretty numbers.
It's time to
if
hand
you're
out the
VP,
bench.
but beautiful if you're G2 at the moment. Here we got to see it again. Just that flip down onto Flit. And you gotta feel if you're the rifle there, you're gonna be next. At least a second extra to react.
Nakita mo yung nag-gulp bigla si Flit. He's like, oh no, this is one of those games. Oh, there you go.
This might be a surrender call, bro.
Pwede yun eh. Pwede mag-FF.
Yeah, before for league, it got removed immediately.
I still don't get that, man.
Who has called this timeout?
The first team to FF in the game.
Is VP with the second.
Vitality is the only team to put pressure on G2. This is good for G2, no Vitality at all. You have a point, Ernie. You have a point.
The only team to actually
rounds left
get
in this first half.
a series of them.
4 rounds
like
left
recently.
for Virtus.pro to do something.
My money,
Anything.
yeah, don't bet on
Any kind of
VP.
opportunity for a comeback in the second half.
Have
Anything
you
positive to
seen
think about
the
during
matchup win
halftime
rate
break?
here? It's 12-3. I think it's 13-4 now because of that Dust 2 win, right?
Oh, we got some Vietnamese viewers. Oh yeah, RIP, Nguyen Phu Trong. Hope you guys are fine there in Vietnam, man. I know it's been rough.
2 players
I think MOUZ
taking
can
middle.
challenge G2.
Yeah, guy.
Snacks.
Mini
and
phase
Balls.
versus
VP
G2.
don't have the resources to fight for mid.
Gym Fat
Especially how
versus,
with the way that Yimi has been
Worried about
playing,
an A
pare.
play.
I
worried about
want to see
everything.
it, honestly.
They've got the AWP over here though.
I swear,
Shot
kailangan,
is
I
going
think they
into the
just need a
donut,
new
and it
offer
is gone.
sa
It is just
sa
gone.
MOUZ.
Nothing more
The
to add.
MOUZ.
It's just
Or
out
if you
Yeah.
don't believe in Torsi with the dangling.
As much as I
Mike's out of
in
ammo.
as much as Torsi is good, I feel like they
It's
need
done,
like
man.
a
Someone throw in the
like a
towel.
star offer, pare.
Medyo
Simple,
This is
medyo
crazy,
distracting
this
si
level we're
Torsi.
seeing G2 hit.
simple to
10 and
mouse.
5 on MOUZ. 10 and 1 on
Nah.
Nico. 1 death for Nico so far in Ancient.
OC to MOUZ, bro.
Shout out from
There's
Davao.
one
Shout out to you,
single
Kevin
opening kill in
McWinfrey.
this half on Ancients
That's-
for Virtus.pro,
that's a
and
name.
it was split in the
Who beat
pistol round. That's it.
FaZe?
That's the only time
Navi.
they started a round with an advantage.
So blame Wonderful.
Nico
He
is
did a
36
life
and
game.
7 overall.
On the series?
I think also big. So,
Yeah. Look, it's
what's the scoreline?
Mine.
Nico's
Minus
one of the
1
most
to
fun
10.
players to watch when he's hitting this level. We saw it on Dust 2 just a
What
little
did
bit. but-
Jordan do?
Dude, it must just be the billboards with his face on it, just firing him.
Yeah, I got him jacked up for the rest of the week.
Yo,
I mean, you can't
this
walk
is
outside
smelling
on
like a
Blues if you got
13
billboards
pare.
of your
This
face
is
all over the boulevard, can you?
Whoever
So,
bet
This is not
13-0
it.
must be
There's only one
really
option for
happy
Nico.
right now.
They're bricked up.
Plus 30.
These are falling. Yeah, they fell. Fell off.
I mean, how good is this going to feel for MOUZ?
Not really
Just
fell
coming
off.
into a G2
Did they?
squad, you're probably very nervous
I
about
forgot,
your
bro.
first event.
I forgot. Yesterday was a blur, honestly.
Legendary players. And you come out and this tournament's going this well for you.
Oh yeah, they did. They lost to Navi. Oh, pala.
It's going to be a nice welcome
It's
gift.
2-1, right?
2-0.
Oh, 2-0.
One of those tournaments para
Inside
sa
the
FaZe.
smoke.
Rob's played like crap, man.
Desperately
Honestly.
trying to get something going for his
He did
team.
not like the smell of Riyadh, bro.
Fame is alone at this bomb site. Utility is out. He's looking for someone to slide into the cubby. A little bit of utility usage to drop the counter nade. Smoke deployed over at the A bomb site. G2 taking this one a little bit more slower paced. Virtus.pro is set up for a late
Just forcing
mid-take,
every round here for VP.
but James is forced out of position into the open.
Flash.
Finally, an opening kill going in favor of Virtus.pro.
Ooh.
Electronic, in fact,
One round, okay.
does a little bit better.
Finally
Now he
something.
gets 2. So he'll back away.
Kaso pwede
Damages
sila
down to
mag-B eh.
Snacks.
But
And
look
this
at the
is a little bit weird
C4.
now for G2. Maybe the first kind of obstacle, well, definitely the first obstacle they've had in this half, considering the bomb has dropped all the way towards middle. That was supposed to be Hunter or Mulbs to pick it up after something, and there goes Snacks.
Timing.
Eeh.
Nico
I
can't
think
trade.
they
He's
should
backing up to
rotate
go towards the bomb, and now he's got to come
Nico.
back for
Nyquil.
control.
Nico and Monacy left in his
Oh,
clutch
Jesus.
together, and
Oh,
Holy moly!
back
Let's
in
go
with a
nicer,
chance
bro.
for G2. A 2v2 off the back of the initial
Oh.
4. G2 advantage for VP. And now suddenly just
Better than
Monacy, but
nothing.
20
I've only
seconds
seen a
is the
1v2.
problem.
I've seen
He
this.
picks that
Go
ball
ahead,
up
go
and
ahead,
he's
go
got to get a sprint on.
Oh no,
He's
it's
gotta
starting to
run
mid.
so
What?
fast, unfortunately for
Hey, the
G2.
balls.
He is the flash, and he got
Oh!
into Jane in mid, who
He got one.
realizes he needed to pick that one
There
up.
we
He
go,
really
and a
did.
minus
Let
one
that go.
Jordan.
Definitely throw in the towel.
Minus
Whatever
one,
that man
unlock.
said.
Sabi 13-0.
Took him 9, or I should say
Okay.
10 rounds
Envy versus
to
Envy.
get on the board. And Electronic provides the early
The heck is
advantage in a
that, bro?
5-on-3.
Envy?
But man,
Are we
I
looking
mean,
at a
even
lot?
with the advantage he provided, Nico rips it right back. And
COD
you
champs,
just feel like
EWC,
G2's not
CSGO,
out of
EWC,
any of
That's
these
true,
rounds.
Hashford. That's true. James looks like Jesus.
Always
Yeah,
a
man. He has a
danger on the
statue
map.
in Brazil
Yeah, it was made for it. After he won
after he won the major.
after he won the match.
Flash out, Monacy can peek.
Huh?
I don't know. There's just a little bit of stone protecting James from that one. And this time,
Oh,
shot
no,
rolling out from
Nico.
James AWP. It's Nico that falls. So another opening kill.
Kapin
here
para
for
ako
VP.
tinira ni
Back-to-back
Nico.
rounds they've
That's
got
true.
it.
Good information gathered by Fame.
Could
He's
be,
going to shift
man.
over. He saw
I
three.
mean, my aim is pretty good pag nakakaping
Calls
bara
that out to
ako.
Electronic and joins him at the A bomb
Kaso
site.
medyo
James
maalog
AWP
lang.
comes to take control of Red Room, hold the angle, deny access if they can.
Kaso wala nang util yung G2. Wala silang util. Anong gagawin niya dito pa? Oh, it's raw dog it. Damn.
Split themselves up in temple, yeah.
He will get another opportunity to take out MOUZ, one that he will take this time.
Norbert. Dangerous si Norbert though. Kung tinuloy yun ni Norbert, they could have just lost B.
Electronics push through A main. He's got a lot of info.
Good thing they
from that
pushed
point.
up.
James is just
You mean distance dun sa A, man.
easy 1v1
Okay.
fights, just
Finally
walking into a
recovering
sniper.
3,
That's
but
3 in the round for James.
I don't know if it's a little bit too late.
Nobody's been there to trade these kills.
Shout out to Papeng
G2 steps
Gaming.
up to the plate. Monacy
Shout out to
decapitates
you, man.
Flit, and there's Hunter as well.
Oh,
it's
yun
starting
lang.
to pan out real well for
Yun lang kasi
G2.
sinasabi ko.
AK as well. So Norbert might just
I have
swing
to
and
watch
think he's got it
behind.
up against him, but he's going to wait around that corner. Monacy's going to clear him with the AK. And
Oh
unfortunately
no,
for
Hunter,
VP,
Kovac?
Norbert able to get something
The
done there.
Kovac?
P9 and Hunter
The Kovac
on
Blood
his
activate
side.
domain
Electronic
expansion?
ever
Di
so
pala.
patient on his flank.
Out dun sa
Eventually
likod.
gets his reward. So 2 rounds in a row now for VP. They're looking to secure 3
Alright.
rounds here at the half.
Maybe they get 3.
Exactly what they had over on Dust 2.
Bang. Beautiful
Oh,
job by
90 din
Jame
dun
in
sa
this
Dust
round.
2.
Good
Nung
mobility,
half.
getting back
Yun
towards
nga.
middle as well. But yeah, first time
90
they've maybe
curse.
been given some easy kills here and there. The one on Nico is a nice shot on the jump.
Ano yung
From here,
Zonix Law?
it's
Zonix Law
staying in his
updated.
comfort zone. Little bit of life, 2 rounds in a row. I expect this round to be way more aggressive from G2.
Yeah, MOUZ just sent out mid, sent out to brawl and battle. And Electronic, because of the utility, is forced back behind that donut smoke. At least he's still alive. Here comes a fight that Norbert might fancy himself in if Monacy was to step into the open. Monacy has no intentions of doing that. G2 sending players through donut. Snacks and mobs currently occupy donut itself. Nico down in back-to-back rounds.
Oh,
Well,
NV
let's
versus
take it back for the first
MZ.
gun round.
Freaking
That's
COD M
exactly
pala.
what
I was
the
thinking
bomb
kung
site.
anong ano
So,
yun.
you know, fair is fair.
COD M pala.
Mistiming there for Jame.
What,
Unfortunately,
Monacy?
on scope, and Monacy is going to punish
Yeah,
the
I see.
repeat. Now that's a gap, an opening into the site to try and attack, but it's not worked out
Okay.
here for G2.
Isa-isa
At the
tayo.
end,
Yun
3 rounds in a
lang.
row
Dito
to
na.
save.
Well.
A disastrous half.
Well.
It's still
9-3.
very difficult
Where
for
is the
Virtus.pro
big
as they want to
shot?
try and stay alive here in Riyadh in this semi-final.
I think we are watching NV versus NG. No. We're doing CS2, brother. Come back, please. -1 ka pre.
Come back. Dasal ka muna.
G2 CT side, bro. Come on.
free half. G2 lead the way here on Ancient. They're one map up in
Yun
the
na nga, hindi po 42 minutes yung break namin.
I washed my face, I feel refreshed for like 5 minutes.
There was some life at least from Virtus.pro right at the end there. They put an end to a 9-round
Let's see if Dropout can make it last.
3 rounds to at least have something to play with coming in.
Until at least 3.
They shut down G2's run dating back to the first map. It was 22-1 run in rounds, going back to Dust 2 early on in Dust 2.
Time to pray.
Just to stop that.
Please! Give us
I mean,
a 13-3 washing machine.
You get too excited about it, but it's at least given them something to work with other than just getting deleted out of the map entirely. Let's see what they can put together. T-side pistol run can close this gap. VP could still come back into this game. It doesn't look like there should be any possibility, but it is there, however small.
Oh, 3B.
Nico.
Oh, Nico. He knows there's at least 2 people dun sa Cheetah. Not able to
that's
get
a C4.
anyone at all. Oh, nakapatay. Flip. Nako.
Monisi.
Nakaabang lang eh, no?
Monisi regretting not removing yung silencer niya, pare.
Dapat tinanggal niya, pre. Usually.
Ginagawa yun eh.
Not today, I guess.
The one time na hindi niya ginawa. Yun yung sign.
He probably should go back to that.
And James once again, last one alive, is like, all right, well,
we tried.
I guess I
have a molly for the post plant.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Going to pan out the way
Yes, sir. 13-3.
Taz giving his old teammates high fives and smiles.
No comeback, please. I have to sleep now. It's midnight here. Same.
He's completely blinded for that second
Yeah.
kill.
We have one more series to go, by the way. So.
All right then.
Sino yung God of Pitol, pare? Wala Pitol dito, pare. Hiko is the God of Pitol.
10-3.
Oh, look at that.
He's already retired.
It's blocks and 1P250.
I mean, it's much like Dust 2, where it's just the disparity in the scoreboard is too much.
Yeah, you didn't really give yourself enough leeway to suffer a pistol round loss.
The only way you come back into this game is with AK-47s, with Galils. And even then, it just seems hopeless. It feels hopeless.
Wala yung caster.
Sino ako? O sila?
Sila.
Wala din kasing nangyari.
Nico's now 39
Nice,
10.
nice pop flash.
So
Oh, only
far
got
in this
one?
series.
That's fine. 1 HP is electronic, not what you can do with 1 HP and the Glock.
Red Rim, yeah.
Very likely that he will.
Wala pa naman naka-armor sa kanila, so they're gonna get shredded.
1,000%.
Not like it's going to open up too many options for them. 45 seconds remaining in the round itself, and Monacy and Mobs, they've got mid control. They've even got a re-smoke coming in just as VP wanted to go through it, and coming through it might be the best.
We have Navi today. Next one,
Yeah,
bro.
no. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, it is later. MOUZ Navi. Thanks for visiting, guys.
Now opened up for VP.
I think both players of G2 in that situation were a little bit too hungry for that kill. They turn at the first Glock, turn their backs towards middle. The smoke they just deployed.
They're going towards Snacks, and I was going to say had a weaker gun.
1v2. My Flip does have AM4 though, no armor.
Yeah, 10
Oh,
seconds.
nakita. Just play time, bro! Oh my god, just play time,
Jumping.
bro. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god. Back shots of Doom.
Smart veteran play
Sir.
from Snacks, just stalling him out, knowing the timer on the round is in his favor. 9
MOUZ will
seconds
win?
left. Flit had to do something to force him into
Maybe,
the
yeah.
open.
If it's a
It's 11 to
G2
3.
MOUZ, they have a chance.
Navi win? I think they have both. I think it's 50-50.
Like G2 was in control the whole way.
I think it's
A little bit of
50-50.
it slipped here after this
Perhaps.
engagement, but
I
Snacks
think Jimmy's playing really good.
ready and waiting at the A-bomb site.
Zershon
Now we get those AK-47s that VP's
got
been
them
waiting
titties for real.
Last chance.
Makita natin mamaya yan.
Last chance to get involved in this map, and it goes
Oh,
against
Hunter.
Electronic. A good trade, an important trade to keep things even.
MOUZ never win Navi, bro. Are you sure, man? Is that the record?
Which one?
Snacks with a re-smoke.
I need to fact check that.
Monacy starting to make his move in mid. Will it work out in timing? Flit temporarily distracted, but he's come back at the right time.
What do you mean, it's 7-1? 7-1 yung head-to-head, pare.
Oh, good trade from MOUZ. Snacks
I hope you're
Surgeon is
positive.
lady. Damn. He's a very lady.
And now a consideration for G2. Do they want to save or
they're
go
gonna
for it?
save.
And there's no money
Washed
left, so
Snacks
they're going
winning
for a
just
save.
how?
Yeah,
What
it
do
is
you
a
mean,
smart
bro? He's
call
not
as well.
washed.
Even with this kind of a
How's
He's just
he
an
evil?
IGL.
be overconfident
Yeah.
and kind of go
He's
for this, but
a-
still playing
He's
some
teaching
smart
them youngins
counter
how
strikes
to
and
play
saying, you know what,
CS, bro.
Let's just use this lead.
And
See what we get in the
whippersnappers.
next round, save
He
some
was washed
money,
on... Oh no, he wasn't
buy
washed
up
on
some weapons
DL.
around this.
I
We
think
can
for
still
the
make it
team that he
dangerous
had.
moving forward.
Gio was
Instead of giving VP a
okay.
window of
Yeah,
opportunity to
given,
get back
you know,
into
wala kasi
things.
Suhi.
Final would be G2 NAVI. Maybe.
I could see it too.
I could see it, yeah. I
All
don't know, man. MOUZ are
depends.
playing pretty
Navi
good.
is going to be the next
It all
semifinal
depends
of
if
the day
Jim Fat is online,
to
bro.
find out who the second
Yimmy.
grand finalist is.
If
So,
Yimmy-
I believe.
Yimi is
you know what?
fatty
I
is
might stun- this-
scored
I think
21
Navi.
plus.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now.
It seems crazy, I know.
I think
but
it's just with the way Bit's playing at the moment. It's going to be hard to stop them. With
Wow, no,
depth
that's the
they've got
matchup,
right now,
man.
but
Mm-hmm.
MOUZ,
That's the
who
matchup,
knows?
Bit versus Jimmy.
It's going to be a real
Jimmy,
good
yeah.
semifinal.
Young guns,
MOUZ
dude.
is such a good team. It was like I said yesterday. I just have some
Ito yung
feeling about
bagong
Navi right
henerasyon
now where I
ng
think they're going to be super confident in themselves,
CS2.
especially considering the scalps they've already taken.
See, we already have the next
They'll be
generation,
playing,
man.
the winner of this series, obviously, and at
The
moment,
game's
it
been
feels
around
like
for
it's,
so long
unequivocally
na
gonna be G2.
we've
2 rounds
had
away from the grand finals
the Get Right era,
here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup.
Fnatic era,
Fnatic era,
French era,
French
MBS,
era, then
I love you
Brazil
too.
era,
Brazil
the Astralis
era,
era.
then Astralis era, and then now we're in
The era. I think it was the era where
Round
no one
16.
can keep an era.
Snacks is always playing with
yeah,
some sort
you
of
know,
compromise
maybe a
weapon.
bit of phase era.
An MP9, 5.7.
No,
He's always got a lot
not
of
even, bro.
utility.
Look at the team he's got around him. You know, it's like you ain't gonna take
They only
weapons
got
away
what,
from any
one
of those
major out of
guys.
it?
Electronic and Norbert just tanking the Molotov and getting out with this fast smoke towards Donut.
So
To give
I
up
feel
some
like
access over
yun
towards
nga,
Red
yung
Ring, but
like
Malbs
phase
is
era
waiting.
onwards, that's like, you know, dun sa NBA, it's like Giannis winning, Toronto winning. Medyo unique yun na nanalo eh. Like it always
Kawhi
hasn't
one-year
been the same.
contract.
That goes down.
Yes,
Norbert
Oh,
realized he had to be a swift response. There had to be a trade. He steps into it. He hasn't had many kills here, Norbert, nor have a few of his teammates. That one could be very important for the outcome of round 16. Snacks, he's done this so many times. Just as that smoke is up, he makes his way out. Oh, JM, is he going to check for him? He is. Snacks is going to lose this
Oof.
fight against JM again.
MG
That's
to
rough.
Yeah, they need to
go,
hustle
bro.
back. There is kind of
It's
a
okay,
missed
bro.
smoke from Virtus.pro, so that's a
Take
resource
it
they
slow.
would
You
love
don't have to
because
force
that
every
nut
round, bro.
remaining.
Just you can
More
save.
utility streaming into the B
a
bomb site.
thing.
It's only Monacy who's rotated over with the FAMAS. He does have
Was
some
that?
nades to run with, but
Oh,
this is all a
VP
fake. They
Katowice
lose. VP's gonna go to game
2014.
7
Oh
now, so now it
man.
all falls onto Hunter's
Oh.
That's
shoulders.
Polish Ross.
He's only got an MP9 and that
Yum.
Molotov is now giving away his position. He can't get a
That's the
single
bash of
kill.
biceps, bro.
The closest you
na-
can,
if
right?
nakalagpas
He's
pa
1
dun
HP
pa,
left on foot.
pwede
This
yun.
is
Kung
a
headshot yun,
beautiful round
pre.
tactically from Virtus.pro,
Kung di
but it's
siya
all based
na-singe
off
ng-
advantages
kung di siya
we
na-singe
haven't
ng
really
molly.
been able to get many of. If you go back to Dust 2, I mean, player advantage, you have quiet in the mid round, you have plenty of time to work with, and you get to start throwing those little fakes, those little bits of
Looks
utility
unwinnable.
from middle, those bits of utility into the B bomb site to
VP
take the defense
gonna
away.
look to
And
stall the
Everything
game
have
out.
to scramble to get back in.
Everything looks unwinnable
Honestly,
till it's
yes,
winnable, pare.
Think about getting out of here. This looks unlikely. Oh, AK
Oh,
got picked up, but
sa
JM already
pangunan
had
niya
it.
AK.
And that is 5 rounds for VP, so just sort of getting into this game for the first time. And it obviously helps that G2 have had
13-7. Predict nyo nga yung score. 13-7, 13-8, 13-4.
5-7.
Gusto yung sabi 13-4. Minus 1 ka.
It's already wrong.
Eventually that full buy is coming back.
13-5, sabihin na 13-5.
For VP.
Kung mali
11-3
yan ah.
comeback is real? Could be. I mean, VP, yun nga, surprisingly, VP,
They
their
love-
T-side
they
has
love
been really
T-side.
good.
G2.
Yeah.
Still a 6-round
I'm surprised
lead.
na they're not better on
Plenty of
Ancient, no? Kasi
opportunities
the map is
to
really
close
small.
this out.
And they have a pretty good T-side on
Push
Inferno.
through A main from all 5 players, and VP's actually headed to the side of the map.
12,
Through
12, please
very,
no.
very fast, just playing contact, waiting till they see somebody. Malbs with a deagle, good start. And they won't know numbers, but now they will. Norbert has seen the push coming. VP
Labas
have
na
an
yung punas,
indication
boss.
of where the stack is, so they should be able to dodge all the danger.
Para mag-over.
His teammates
Blood,
are stepping
blood,
up.
blood,
Bomb is down, and he's won the round here. Just keeping them distracted, keeping them
Ayun
pinned.
lang.
Now lining them up.
Oh, Norbert?
Monacy down on 30 health. He
It's
wants
just
this kill.
just
Chase
same,
it.
bro.
And he's not going to get it. Norbert does very well. We're now at that point where we can get the full buyout again for G2. There won't be an AWP from m0NESY. He had just enough to get a glass cannon and nothing else, so he wants to go to the rifle. And we're very aware of how capable he is, even with the rifle in his hands.
Have we seen the AWP on m0NESY yet in this half? I think he's been on rifles. I've seen with FAMAS a couple times. That's one thing Virtus.pro hasn't had to go up against. And
Right, who's
that's going to make G2's defense immensely stronger.
Who needs to clutch here for G2? Hunter is doing bad though. Jesus, he's noticing it now. Just like Fame also for frags.
Virtus.pro early into this round.
The dog water.
Hold.
Snacks.
They only apply pressure to Snacks. They know he's been around here aggressive multiple
Looking
times.
to stall.
They don't find him straight away.
13-11 HLTV confirmed. Oo, naubos yata yung lakas ni Hunter sa Dust.
Okay, I think the team needs to carry him now, bro.
Oh, Jesus, Flit. Yari sa health bar ni Flit. Wala. Ay, ito na nga. Pili ko ito na.
Wrap it up.
Peace. This isn't the official stream, brother.
Yes.
This is the community stream, so we have to talk over it or we get copyrighted.
Yeah,
You
and the
moron.
stream goes down.
Yeah, but look at two
So
players
please.
chunked down very low. Fame
So
half
please.
HP, Norbert two.
The
door is over there,
and now
man.
they're getting stalled out by Flashbang. So James steps up to the plate with this AWP, looking for a peek.
Oh, he's got a good angle here. They cross into him, but
Nah, I'ma keep yapping just to piss you off, please.
Yes, sir.
Yappity
Alright,
yap, yap, yap.
Let's cast like normal people. Okay. 12
na.
to 6.
Ay na, 12 to 6 na. Ay na.
Eto na nga.
Virtus.pro scraped together what they can, and it's a
Telling,
pretty
bro,
solid
it's,
buy.
look it up.
7's
It's
off and back
look it
James,
up,
and
man.
m0NESY gets a freebie from this round.
This is a restream now.
We're just
so
on YouTube.
Snacks
It's on YouTube, man. It's on
going
Twitch.
2 for 2
ain't that hard. But it's okay.
to ensure
It's
he
an
okay.
honest mistake.
Say sorry.
And
Now.
VP's attack at the B bomb site gets stalled out.
I'm just kidding, man. We're just taking it
Win
around.
6 in a row, fighting for overtime.
Mistake.
It's GG's. GG's na ba, pre?
Sinong
Di
sabing
na ba to?
36? Sinong sabing 36? Look at the chat. What that
Mongols is number 3 team. True. Number 3 in the world.
He's not trying to get
That spear.
Not available in India. Unfortunate.
Oh, really? Pati
Really?
sa YouTube, hindi?
Why?
Snacks. He's gonna
Alam
grab
I
mo,
guess.
press.
Oh, kasi Twitch. I heard Twitch might not be available.
We haven't seen m0NESY
Pati sa
strike.
YouTube wala sila.
They are.
That's crazy.
EWC is live there. But if you can't find it, yeah, this is the perfect place to stay.
Yeah, stay.
A nice
Go stay,
peek from
bro.
James.
You were
Well
kidding,
played as
stay.
m0NESY's caught in the open.
A little bit
Stay with
overconfident.
me.
He was in a couple safer positions, but decided to get aggressive.
Man said 12-27.
What?
Still a tall task. Fame is going to have to open things.
John
up.
Dix.
Are you good?
Why the chat?
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, they already
Now
lost.
VP have a chance to get into the side.
YouTube
Now
stream is
Black
not
coming in on
available.
default. James is holding for the
Oh, that's
safety.
crazy.
Swinging this shot,
That's
he will nail.
unfortunate, man.
It does not look like this is going to
Oh,
be
welcome
a
to
G2
the
finish,
Filipino broadcast,
unless
bro.
Nico and Snacks.
Filipino
Which one? Oh,
community.
Twitch is available. Okay.
Distraction being set up by Snacks. Nico now dropping out into Brokey.
Oh,
Out of the
oh,
zone.
Lloyd. Oh
Nobody
no.
uses it. It's all Snacks.
Oh,
Big
Snacks.
I believe.
The Big
Big
Apple.
Apple.
And we know what he can do with it, but it's usually in the pistol.
He's gonna
round.
swap.
Oh, he has another
Nice.
M4.
M4 that was down on the ground.
Come on, come on, come on.
He's got a kit, but he has no utility.
You saw it, right?
This is not going to happen for Snacks.
Does he have a
This
He
is
should
not
sit on the
gonna be closed by
C4.
G2.
Nah, no time.
The VP stay in the
Kanina yung
fight for a
C4?
little bit
Oh,
longer.
di niya pa nakuha
Snacks
si
falls
Jane.
away.
Nako po.
And well worked
Snack.
towards the side. It does feel like if m0NESY was maybe slightly more
Nakain
disciplined,
si
they could
Snack,
have closed it there and then.
Yeah, a mistake out of m0NESY to take that. And again,
No,
I think it's a lot of
Snack.
confidence,
Not like
obviously,
this.
in himself, a lot of confidence in the score.
I thought you guys were Arabic.
But again, like no matter how much
Nah.
you've beaten up Virtus.pro, the players are going to take
We're just
advantage of those
really,
mistakes.
really fluent in English.
And he really wanted to
Pero
flex on
meron
Jane
kaming
with
la
that
may
repeat.
lahi
My
kaming
uncle's Arabic.
Filipino. You are.
So 12-7,
I
and
am
Virtus.pro
fully
call a
Filipino.
timeout after the round win.
I cannot speak a straight sentence with Filipino.
Unfortunate.
Maybe this is 13-7.
The AWP advantage
Not
down
quite,
the stretch
brother.
of that round. James holding
Who said
ankles with
13-8?
impunity.
Pandas
You
yun.
might be onto
This is the
something.
last timeout in
You might be
regulations.
Snake.
cooking,
He can decide to call.
Ano yan? Sanak? Eh?
Money's not on the
Mali pa
right
naman
spot for
style.
G2.
Oh, it's SDY. What's up, dude?
Talo kasi team nila Vitality. Yeah, my team lost already, man. I'm not invested.
Every time they get to
Spirit
a low
lost.
economy, they have
I'm
like
sad. Everyone's flaming donk.
It's like we got rounds to play with.
Deserved. Watch 16-year-old, bro.
You don't feel
I was bet 13-7 and 13-8. Hey.
Safety net catching them.
Alright, we might be onto something, Lasiren.
All it takes is
down low.
one goofy force, bro.
Oh! What?
My God.
Nico with a deagle.
What a shot.
Stacks has a rifle.
Ooh.
How did that happen?
Oh, Nico. I'm feeling a Nico moment.
Nico with a Nico
moment dito, pare.
Position. And the M4 is still sitting in cave, so it's just the pistols trying to defend against this.
Get fired.
Bang,
bang.
Oh!
Oh!
The threat is still there.
Oh,
It's still
imagine.
until Norbert finally gets rid of the threat of Nico's deagle. And it really doesn't look like there is going to be one of those big moments, but Snacks could create one.
Snacks is here.
He's coming in with that M4, but
Yun lang tumalikod. What? Bakit siya tumalikod?
Absolutely nothing.
Yun yung kampan niya.
Monisi was here.
I think he heard the footsteps from Monisi coming up and maybe got a little bit tweaked out, a little bit scared.
Yeah.
Maybe like a
Struggles
Monisi
yun.
says, "I'm
Sure
coming
ba?
from heaven," and he turns
Win
to
rate ng VP is not too
Honestly, doesn't
good.
have a kit.
Sa Ancient, pero yun nga, T-side nila has been very impressive.
Oh! Clutch! It's over!
13-7! Congrats sa baka nagsabi ng 13-7!
It's over, ladies and gentlemen. It's over.
Alright, who made money? Who made money?
Cough it up, bro. Oh my God.
Monisi. What
That is a
a
Monisi
demon.
moment, man.
Baby goat back at it again.
I did not expect that to happen. What a climactic 13-7 victory.
He is good. He is insane. And that's why he's the best player in the world, man.
Yeah, point at the camera, bro.
Monisi obviously just styling.
Mayonnaise does it again. How does he do it?
That's a young goat, brother.
$600K?
600K? Share some blessings for us, brother.
They've got a lot of lessons to learn from today.
Riz? Yeah, he rizzed us. He
He
rizzed everyone.
Bye-bye.
Lightning when it strikes.
English or Spanish?
Brings an end to them all. VP knocked out here at the Esports.
We were waiting to SDY.
First time
Waiting for the coin breaking ceremony. I think it's gonna be in a bit.
Yun nga.
Honestly, not too bad. Galing sa VP. Semifinal, they haven't been really winning anything from yung summer season. They had a pretty bad summer season, but you know, top 4 in fall, in international.
I mean, look, they just won that trophy in Dallas.
Not too bad.
So it's the same
Galing sa
kind of
VP.
feeling,
Looking forward to what they're seeing, but Monisi is too good, G2 is too good, MOUZ MD is the truth. And we're here to witness it, pare. So that is G2 to the finals. Ending early this time. It's not like yesterday na 8 hours. It was an 8-hour stream yesterday.
Please
guys.
don't
We were
let
suffering.
please let it be running. Please let it be running. I'm begging.
Alright, here's the interview.
Thank you.
Stop, they're already dead. We talk about a honeymoon period. This is more than a honeymoon period with this team, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. It just everything clicks this event, and everything is going our way, and hopefully another day tomorrow it's gonna go our way. So yeah, keeping high hopes up.
I spoke to Taz yesterday after you won, and I said, were you expecting this sort of play? And he gave me a smile and said, yeah, we're looking good. Did you expect to be this good this early on with this new team?
Honestly, like, I had a very good feeling going up against Spirit even yesterday. I knew that we have a very good chance of winning, and I even told the guys we're going to 2-0 them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what was going on and what is still going on, but we are doing very good now as a team, and maybe it is a honeymoon, but honestly, we don't really care at this point. We just have to take it map by map, event by event. We will see what's going to happen at Blast or Cologne, but for now, we want to enjoy this honeymoon.
Some great fans you got here as well who are cheering for you. They were going wild at times. You've been around a while. I'm not saying you're old. I'm saying you've been around a while. When a game goes like that, when it's all going your, what is the feeling like?
I mean, it feels great. It's been a while since I played this good. I mean, I don't think I played this good in CS2 yet, so it feels good to come back to my form. I don't want to jinx it, to be honest, but I felt very good at the start of the season, even at the boot camp, so we will see. Hopefully I can keep up this form.
We can hear everyone cheering for Monisi right now. I mean, how he ended the map was ridiculous. Is he the best player in the world? I heard Jason say that.
Yeah, for me, he is. He is definitely, I think he has everything that he needs. I just see him way more versatile than Dong, for example. And for me, yeah, he's definitely the best player in the world.
It's great to watch him play, it's great to watch you play, it's great to watch the team play. Let's bring over the key now, because obviously, because you've bested them, you get the key. This will be given to you with a handshake, I'm sure. There you go, a fabulous moment. Somebody will now crush this on the other stage. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do the crushing?
I mean, yesterday it was Snacks and MOUZ. Maybe today I'll give it to Ilya for the last highlight that he got for us.
Mate, it's a pleasure always to chat to you. Congratulations. You guys, I think, have gone from a team we wanted to see to a team that's possibly, maybe going to lift this trophy. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for Nico and G2. They're through to a final.
There we go. Yun nga, gaya na sinabi ni Nico, he hasn't played this good in a while. Dito CS2, we haven't seen this form of Nico ever since CSGO. Kind of nostalgic yung nakita natin from the man, the myth, the legend himself. So it's nice to see Nico, you know, in his old form. Yun nga, no, yung last time nakita natin to was, I think, was the major. Yun nga, despite them bombing out a bit. Yeah, I mean, still, shout out to G2, man. Another grand final for the organization, pare. So, yeah. VP, NT, you guys tried. Semifinal. Better recovery from galing dito sa summer season nila. So, ayun nga, they almost came back sa Ancient, but then not really. Mayonnaise just ended it, pare. So, yeah.
3v1, by the way. Yeah.
3v1. I think we're gonna see it.
Right.
Nah, we're not gonna see it. All right, guys, so we are gonna take a very, very short break. You guys are gonna see the highlights, and we are gonna see you guys in the NAVI versus MOUZ game. See you in a bit.
I never felt that good. I don't want to jinx it. Well, my take is that it isn't just up to Nico. It's not that just Nico woke up one day thinking, I'm going to go back to my extraordinary level. I think that in this system, he doesn't have to overcompensate. I think he gets to focus on what he is doing. He gets to pick and choose his fight. Doesn't have to push for too much. He has balance in when he decides to actually get stuck into the fight. And so what happens is you build confidence. You have less frustrating moments. You have less moments than you regret on the decisions you made. And then he accumulates that confidence, and we get to see the monster that we knew that Nico could be. And if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, whether or not you're a fan of G2, if you love Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike is better with Nico exceptional. It's just a fact. He makes the game special. He defined a style of rifling that he and only he himself is capable of doing. And finally we get to see it again, because damn, I missed it.
Got nothing more to add.
Okay, how about this then? Give me a comment here about what he just said about Donk and versatility and versus m0NESY. Because that's an interesting conversation, isn't it? And I would love to hear your hot take, Jacob.
Donk and m0NESY?
Well, yeah, you just heard Nico say what he said, right?
Yeah.
Mentioned Zyweeder. Didn't take that route.
No,
not here.
That's true. I don't know. I think m0NESY right now is making a great case, obviously, for being one of the greatest players we have in the game. I think Donk is a different conversation. He has slowed down a little bit as of recently. I believe this event for him was probably the worst he could have imagined. So I think that whole conversation in terms of who is the best player in the world right now, we can have that throughout the rest of the year. I don't think there's going to be a definitive answer, you know, to begin with. So for my money, that duel is completely up for the grabs.
I mean, the argument also relies heavily on team's result. We know how it is. Whoever gets the further, the deeper in tournaments, whoever gets their hands on MVPs, well, if this is going to be a G2 that is reliably at that level, hell yeah, m0NESY is going to have his name on that. Because, I mean, granted, Nico doesn't go into extraterrestrial level.
I was just about to say, the problem is Nico is stealing frags now, so what does m0NESY do?
You think m0NESY is going to go Nico and be like, brother, listen, could I just like get the MVPs? You know, I have my own horse in that race.
And since MOUZ is new to the team, he hasn't quite got comfortable enough to ask the same exact question.
Oh no, he cannot quite yet, you know.
Hey man, stop taking all the...
MOUZ is like, in the contract it says, MOUZ, you're not going to get MVP in the first 2 years, just FYI. Like, no, there's a pecking order here.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But obviously to end the game out in the fashion that m0NESY did, like, kind of crazy.
I mean, there's an argument to be made for the versatility. And honestly, really, maybe just I could hold a candle. And even in terms of flicks, I don't think that's the case. But tell me, what department of the game can m0NESY not do?
Yeah.
What can m0NESY not do currently in CS2? Can he clutch? Yes, he can. Can he play with the pistol? Yes, he can. Can he rifle when needed? Absolutely yes. Can he open rounds? Absolutely yes. Is he a good T-sided player? Yes. CT-sided player? Check. Is he mobile? Check. Is he versatile? Check. Can he be impatient? Check. He's got everything. What do you want me to tell you?
Can he win the Esports World Cup? Can he win the major?
Well, find out tomorrow.
That's true. I mean, they are in the grand final. What's up, Jacob? You look.
No, I'm just like, there was a lot of checking.
There's a lot of check. My list goes pretty long.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. m0NESY is fantastic. I mean, if I were to build a team, I think the player I'd pick firstly out of everyone right now in the world would be m0NESY. So it speaks volumes.
But again, MOUZ. Let's not forget about MOUZ, right?
Sure.
We can't forget about him. Did this showing look better than what we've seen on them in Ancient with the utilization of MOUZ?
I think MOUZ so far in this tournament has been doing more than we could expect from him. I think he's still coming into new roles. He's still coming into a new team. Again, he's coming into a new world where he has to accept that he's now the favorites in most of the matchups he's going into. He's playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike. He's playing for an organization that has ambitions and aspirations of winning trophies. He's no longer an M80. He's no longer in 0-7 Nation or wherever he has been before. He's not a Tier 3 player. You know, MOUZ is here to win trophies. He's here to make a difference on the server, and so far he's done that way earlier than I expected.
I agree with you. I don't think we've seen him tested truly. Like, just think about the last maps he's played here in playoffs.
Yeah.
You spank Spirit on 2 maps, and then here you've lost what, a handful of rounds against VP, and that's it. No team has really put him in a position where maybe we get to see the weakness. Like, maybe you force him into one of these very high-pressure situations alone, isolated on the bomb side, on the CT side. He doesn't exactly know how to anchor that position. He gets exploited. None of that has happened. Very clearly, on the T side, he's found the rhythm. Yeah. He knows how to fit into that system. He's comfortable. He's so comfortable taking like 50-50 duels or 40-60 duels. The duels that aren't easy, he takes them. Doesn't matter what. Takes a little bit of space, go for the duel. He can do that. Maybe on the CT side, there's going to be a learning curve. Nobody forced him to learn that yet.
And that's the issue, and I fully agree with you. It's not his fault, though. He's only being presented, you know, these easy wins against teams like Spirit and, you know, World
How
Play
dare
today.
he
Yeah,
think that
it's
easy?
like, no, that's
a bait.
the problem. So I agree with you, and that's why I look forward to Cologne as well. To see G2 with the way they're playing.
You gave up here on the pressure here.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
be any pressure.
even in the final, that's going to be a different one. I think at Cologne, if we were to see G2 at this stage, if we were to see him play, you know, inside that arena after they potentially win this event, they would instantly be one of the favorites to go into the playoff. And can he perform on a stage when the pressure is at the highest and when he's playing a team that, I guess, shows up on the server, then we can start having more check marks on matches end.
So you're saying VP didn't show up today?
I'm saying
That's
VP were
fair.
nowhere
That's
to be
obvious.
found.
No, that's fair.
I'm saying it was obvious.
It's not a hot take.
It's not a hot take.
It's a mild
Set me
take.
up right there, huh?
One doesn't simply... No, I'm kidding. What we can talk about, though, is our MVP. Guess who it is? You guys want to take a shot?
Nico.
Yeah, imagine
Do you have
that.
any other hard question that you want us to answer like, on the fly like that?
Square root
really
of
bad at this, man.
get out of my face. How about that? 43 and 17 again. Breaking some of his own records there in the first map of the series, and then they didn't look to slow down in the second.
I mean, we had the conversation many times, you know, peak m0NESY within G2, it would have been so nice if that would have been together with peak Nico.
I know.
Is there a world now where we're heading into the second part of the season where Nico slowly but surely is ramping up to become the best version of himself again, and m0NESY continues to be peak m0NESY? Because if that's the case, you have 2 of the 3 best players out there.
Yeah, listen, it's about to happen. At least it feels like it's happening.
Yeah.
If you're looking at Dallas, if you're looking out here in Riyadh, you're having a Nico that is once again rising to the incredible level he had in CSGO, and truly this makes me feel that the issues before were first of all systemic. These were systemic issues that Nico were trying to fix, and this isn't to take any responsibility away from him. Like, I'm not saying that when Nico wasn't performing, he was just a poor victim of circumstances. It's not what I'm saying. He probably was overcompensating, he probably was a little impatient, he probably was frustrated, all of that came together. But now, within this system, ever since Huxi left, you make the links you want to do. This is turning into something quite special from Nico, right? Dallas, Riyadh, sample size here.
Honestly, if you want to try to explain it, I think sometimes when you're a star player that has experienced as much as Nico, it's about new motivation sometimes as well. You know, you're changing your in-game leader, you're bringing in MOUZ, there's a lot of new projects, a lot of moving parts. I think he's highly motivated right now. We know what a motivated Nico can do, what we saw right here.
Yeah, and it shows. And I'm talking about setting them up and lighting them on fire. Well, that's what Nico did. However, a little bit lukewarm over on the other side. That's Virtus.pro, and we're talking about Electronic, who's been gracious enough to give us an exit interview with Freya.
Electronic, I know moments like this are never easy, so I really appreciate you giving me some of your time. First of all, just want to go back to the map veto. You guys picking Dust2 against G2, who've looked, you know, pretty decent on that map as well. What was the thought process behind that?
I mean, we did a lot of mistakes on Dust2 as a team. So it means that we didn't deserve win today. It is how it is. I mean, we made a lot of mistakes, I will say, even like this, you know. But anyway, we have to keep our heads up, you know. We have Blast like in 1 week or maybe less, and we have to fix our mistakes. And I hope at the Blast we will play better in those stages, you know.
Moving on to Ancient, obviously the pick of G2 in this series. You guys starting off 9-0 down. Can you give me a few words as to kind of, you know, the vibe, the atmosphere in the team at those moments? Because we could see, you know, some of you guys getting frustrated on the cameras.
I mean, it's always frustrating when you lost 0-9, right? The vibe in the team was on point, I will say. Everyone wanted to do a comeback, but we didn't make it. It's all right, I guess. At least we make a fight after 0-9, you know. There is no words from our side, you know. We just lost, we just got smashed. That's it.
Speaking of, you know, some words that James gave before coming into this next part of the season, he said you've kind of got to, or the team have kind of got to restructure a little bit around your arrival. In terms of the first taste of that in this event, how much change do you think the team has made? Like, how satisfied are you with the direction the team's going?
I mean, I feel like we do a lot of work. We do it pretty good. You know, in the future, we will really strong. I can feel it, you know, everyone wants to be on top. So, yeah, we will grow as a team.
And as you mentioned, Copenhagen, Cologne, just around the corner as well.
Yeah.
I want to give you a moment to say anything to the Virtus.pro fans at home watching you, cheering you on.
I'm really sorry for that bad game today, but as a team, and cheer for us in the future. We will do everything that we have for the next stages.
Electronic, thank you so much for your words. And yeah, see you in Cologne.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, rough exit there for the side of VP, and you could see the frustration, or rather not frustration, but just it's a loss. It's an L, and you could see it there in Electronic's face.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than a loss. It's a helpless loss. Right?
Yeah.
It's one where you feel... I've had a couple of these in my career where the game is over, and it basically just happened.
Yeah.
The game, it just existed. You feel like you can never really grab it. It kind of flew away from your hands, and it wasn't really representative of the progress that we had seen VP kind of showcase early on. This is frustrating because we were hoping for a better fight. I'm not overall really worried for this roster, but I'll just say this. Fame, who was an incredibly exciting player when he joined VP, is apparently suffering massively right now in this very constellation. Last 3 events that he's got, all in the red, very complicated for him. So whether he's lost space and decision power within the system, I'm not exactly sure, or if he's got to call his own numbers just a little bit more. Yeah. He is going to be someone that's going to go under scrutiny very soon, because he's supposed to be a much stronger anchor than he is, and it's been complicated.
I think that's what we have to dissect it, because I agree with you. This game, it just flew by without really being able to do anything, and it's arguably one of the worst ways of losing Counter-Strike games. You just feel like you're sitting there and there's nothing you can do about it. However, for the tournament as a whole, I think for VP to be in the semifinal, for them to take down Vitality and play the brand of Counter-Strike they've been playing so far, with Electronic being activated, with James being a little bit more assertive as well. I think there's a lot of good signs coming out of the VP camp, so I'm not too worried. However, I think it's more so the case of G2 really hitting the strides today. You know, playing some absolutely beautiful Counter-Strike, and for VP, I think coming into Cologne, coming into the rest of the second part of the season, it's going to be just fine. There's still a team that is moving upwards in my book.
Trending
upwards, moving. They're doing it.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Stonks.
Yeah, now I get it. Okay, that's what all I had to say was stonks. Gentlemen, I just want to ask, I know we're getting rid of you here shortly. Is there anything you want to put a bow in this one?
No, I feel like
you've done that?
Contributed enough to the conversation. It's going to be great watching you guys work. I'm just going to sleep in undercover. You know, I'm going to make myself like a green tea. Maybe put some pouches in my eyes and chill, watch you guys. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
And we'll be working, so.
Yeah, per usual. Look, we're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. We've got another semifinal staring us down the barrel right now of MOUZ and NAVI. Of course, that'll be coming up just shortly, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Are we?
Glad to be here. Happy to have you. The table, as you remarked, is actually around this time, so we've got that taken care of. I want to start out talking about last season, right? We'll sort of do last season into this season transition. Obviously for you guys, pretty good season, major win. That's got to make things feel pretty nice. It's sort of one of these where you have that massive peak, and then you had also that little lift at the end with the final and Blast. How do you feel about it? What were you thinking about it going into the break, the season as a whole?
You can start. I liked it a lot because we finished like on a good note. The grand final of London, and if you watch like other teams, for example, not all of them were like in grand finals or winning trophies. I don't know, like if you take like top 5, for example, not all of them were like winning trophies or grand finals constantly. So in this list, I think it's good for us to have one super good trophy like major and to be in the grand final of London. But at the same time, we had Dallas and EPL, and I still think that we didn't show up like we could, you know. Reasons behind it is different, but still, it was a good lesson for us. I hope that we learned our like experience, how it can be like in terms of motivation, in terms of enthusiasm and all this stuff. Because next year, for example, is huge, loaded with tournaments. You need this experience already. Even actually this part of autumn and winter will be very loaded. So I'm happy with our results and our season.
Alexei? Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. And I think for NAVI, it's been amazing since they shifted everything to going international, trusting players that didn't win anything for a long time, and winning a major after, right? Obviously, what Blade mentioned already with other tournaments, we played really poorly as well during the season. But to end on a good note in London was pretty important for us because kind of only winning the major and just playing poorly overall, it's like us as players, we don't really feel that satisfied, right? But yeah, it's been nice, and when you look at it from the outside, for me individually, it's obviously winning a trophy again and it being the major, obviously highlight of my career, right? So I can't say anything bad about it. Yeah, I had Vitality before, right? And it's kind of the contrast between those of Vitality were always in that final, semi-final conversation, but don't have any trophies from last season. You guys have that massive peak, the trophy everybody wants, right? But didn't necessarily have that same level of consistency. When you compare those two things, do you think it's better to have a season where you peak at the right moment, or better to have a season where you have that constant level?
Hard question, I think.
I mean, I think for sure you need to peak at some moment, because I don't think Vitality is satisfied to be in semis and finals and not peaking, or if you assume peaking would be winning a trophy, right? Yeah. So I think many teams in the past as well has made changes when they're not winning the trophy. Like they feel like they're missing that last step, so they're making changes and they want to, they're thinking that something is wrong because they cannot make the cut, right? So I think you need to peak at some moment to feel the satisfaction of all the practice, all the bad results, so to say. So I think peaking during a season at least once, or doing something that the whole team made a goal or makes everyone satisfied, I think it's important.
Yeah, and it completely depends on the team. Like, since you said like Vitality, you can ask any team and maybe the answers will be a little bit different, because it depends on how do you put your team. Like, for example, now in 2021 lineup, we were not satisfied with semifinals at all. Like, we wanted to be at least finals and winning, but at the same time, if you're losing in the finals, this is the worst. Like, one step from the trophy, and you know your potential, and everyone, like, everything pressured you, and knows that you like expecting like to win tournaments with huge lineups. That's why I think like it depends on lineup how, because I put our lineup like we're kind of still building. Our players must become like much stronger in the future, and so when we kind of signed this lineup, it wasn't like we had like super strong starter players like from elite teams, right? It means that they will have this potential to become. And for Vitality, I think it's much harder because they already have strong, like Saibo was 6 years in a row, like top 2 or something, right, as a player. And that's my point, like very like strong elite players. It will be harder for them to not win tournaments. If we are putting ourselves like on a list, on a path, like we want to improve, to evolve, and to win some tournaments, and it will be much easier for us to, how to say, like to admit, like, okay, why we lost, not succeeding, for example, in EPL wasn't a huge tragedy for us after major. We did we learned our lessons, but still not like that kind of level as I think FaZe and Vita should have, in my opinion. But with time, of course, we will get there where we also the team like this, that we like cannot afford to not to be in playoffs bracket.
The conversation about timeline, I feel like that was something you stressed a lot during the major and after the major run, was almost like this is ahead of schedule. Like didn't really expect to be at that level that early on in the lifetime of this roster.
Is this turn?
No, I mean back at the major.
Okay.
Now, at the end of that season, do you feel like the team overall is further along on the timeline that you had in your head of when you expect them to be that top-end competitive team?
Like you mean, like I said, like I didn't expect us to win majors so fast?
Yeah.
I think that this is like unique experience.
Yeah.
And first you think that it will help your team. Then I realized like it kind of moved us a little bit down because that's how we play EPL and Dallas. Some people call it like major hangover, for example, right? And yeah, exactly. I didn't expect it even to happen because maybe, I don't know, like because if for me, it's like my point of view, if you're like a young player, even winning a major will not change anything, right? You still want to show even better next tournament and even better next tournament, something like this. But everyone is different, like it depends. And we for sure saw like a little, how to say, like deep, like in terms of motivation for sure. And we admit it like already as a team. But at the same time, it helped us because it's huge experience, it's huge like status level and so on and so on. And it was for sure you can use it. If there was a dip, for sure you didn't use the stress, like kind of benefits from this. And I think we will use it. We use it already in London, and we'll use it this season also, because no matter what, like we still were winning those teams. It doesn't matter how they were performing. Like we know our level, we know what we are capable of. And if we play bad, we are not delusional. We know if we won or lost tournament or the game, we know at what level we was in our real like NAVI game, okay, like NAVI level, and that helps me a lot for sure to prep for everything, to mindset, to give a mindset for a team, and still this lineup has more potential than it was, for example, even in London. Even now, I see after the break how we started the boot camp, and it was completely different than how we started after winter break last time.
I'm curious to ask about that because I actually had kind of a little bit of insight in that in Katowice, I was just down the hotel room from your practice room. I was like in the same hall. And I remember after some tough losses, there were some moments where, you know, I could hear the team talk. I could hear the conversation going through, and it wasn't easy at that point, right? There was definitely a lot that was being worked on and being stressed. Obviously, whatever you guys were talking about there worked because it got close. But yeah, right at the beginning of last season. So then into this season, how are you feeling about that boot camp, about that first move? How are you feeling about that ramp up as we head into this event?
Did you lose to Complexity 5-2? in Katowice?
I think it was Blast.
Maybe.
Yeah, Blast to go to Arena.
Who did we lose Katowice actually?
Katowice against Spirit.
No.
You're testing my memory, and my memory is bad.
We at least lost to Spirit on Kato.
Yeah.
No.
But maybe it was not elimination.
Yeah, I think this was pre-elimination, because there was...
Maybe Heroic? No, I don't know.
Astralis, I think.
Astralis was Cologne, for sure.
Oh yes, Cologne. Well,
I even forgot like what happened in Katowice, but yeah. What is the question?
No,
it's sort of just...
we lost to Falcons.
That's right, okay, yes, okay.
And we were like leading on Ancient, very strong on City side, and then we won Pistol, lost Anti-Force, and yeah, that was tough because we lost the momentum and gave them the momentum.
Yeah. But I mean, what you said, I think it's completely true that those times, obviously, it was the start. We started to play with Wonderful, and we weren't that. It was still like these great times of like having a player break, a lot of things happening in the team. It was a new, refreshed team, but at the same time we're failing or we're making mistakes that we don't want to make. Blowing out of a big tournament never feels good. And yeah, I feel like, as Blade mentioned, when we go to bootcamp now with the team, we already know each other. We know tendencies, we know what we like, we know what we don't like. Everything is easier to start, and I think we take that into account, and we try not to allow mistakes that we were making last bootcamp. So we're always trying to evolve and setting higher expectations of everyone.
Hello everyone, I'm here with G2 for their roundtable. I've got Taz and Snacks, and Taz is starting off strong here. How you doing, guys?
Good. Perfecto.
Good. Thriving.
Very nice. Good travel.
We'll start with I think the topic that's on everyone's mind. It's the reunion, right? You guys haven't played together since 2018. Been 6 years. What's it like coming back together in a team?
It's not good. I mean, this is totally different. I mean, for at least from my perspective, I'm not playing anymore. Jano wasn't leading that much in VP. Now he's the IGL. He has evolved, and he's old now. Back in the day, he was young, so it's different. And I was always old.
Yeah. I think this builds into the question of like how much have you found that each other have changed in those 6 years, like personality-wise? What's that?
I think it's better when Tasto is gonna start again. I don't know. I don't think so. That's changed that much, I kind of feel similar to what I always was. I mean, at least I hope so.
Yeah.
Just a little bit less pain in the ass. That will come later.
Do you think taking up IGLing has either matured you or what, just added stress to your life?
No, it's I would say like this. Like Taz mentioned already, I was like IGLing a little bit. So, and before VP times, I also were doing like this job in the team. So I don't feel like any pressure or something. I feel like I always like to talk a lot with CS, and yeah. I like this, like I don't feel any pressure.
Okay. I do want to ask, because it's been, mentioned on some podcasts, things around the community. Was there any bad blood after the VP stint? Was there anything that you guys had to get past?
Small one.
A little bit?
A small one. Nah, I mean, hey, keeping it short, yeah, but hey, we know what they say about time. It heals once, and I just believe that esports, I mean not esports, but overall in life, if you hold grudges, if you keep to the past, you will not be able to
succeed in present. So I think it's very important that it's behind us, and for me it's a totally new page, and I will not judge based on on some hiccups in the past, because we also had good times, and we also know what each of us can bring to the table, and I think that's the most important part.
Yeah, I would say like after the time I almost forgot every bad moments. Like obviously there were, but also we have a lot of like good moments hanging as a team. It was like a really good time in my life, I would say. It was nice to traveling with like 5 guys from the same country, like the same culture, and it was just a nice experience. And obviously after that time, I would say like everything goes away, mostly like the bad things. And I mean, I would say like every time like some changes in the team or whatever, especially when we play for like such a long time, it's a hard task to take, and like obviously it might be some problems inside, but I feel like after time it's fine for now.
Was there anything you guys had to like talk through just before you made the decision to join a team together?
No, I don't think so. Like maybe after we have like small talk, when like on the tournament before, when I was playing in GL, like we had some talks, like normal talks, like I didn't feel like we have some problem to each other, like normal talks about life, about CS. So yeah.
Okay. I think this next question is going to be a little more directed towards you. How do you go about this rebuild, right? How do you go about making decisions to bring in players, to bring in a new in-game leader and Snacks, to bring in MOUZ as well? What was the thought process there?
I mean, basically, when you're in an organization like G2, like the target is to win, right? So since I joined, like I knew that any result that is not winning is disappointing. And I actually believe that what we had in the first 6 months since I joined was some good results. Like it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. And I believe that after talking with the guys inside, talking with the staff and seeing how everything worked with the team, like we had to do changes. And it wasn't even, it's always hard to make changes, but if you want to go and win, you kind of need to have great chemistry inside the team, and you need to have a lot of firepower in current Counter-Strike meta. So from my perspective, it's a lot of stuff connected. It's like obviously I have my vision, and you can see that we picked up Mario, and I'm like, hey, how do you feel about entering? And he's like, yeah, I can do it. And then like we went through it, we were talking a little bit, we went through some players or like, maps, how I see it. And I think he's doing really good, right? And when it came to Jano, it was about like, I knew what I can expect from him, definitely on CT side. Like I know that he's the type of a guy who will get you time. I know that he's the type of guy who can play op, can play rifle, can play max 7. Like he don't care what he has. Like he will always try to find a good timing or like space for him on site. And we needed a guy who will be like playing the small sides, right? When it comes to T side, I spoke a little bit also with Jano, not even a little bit, but even more. And it just felt that it can work really well with the guys we have. And basically, it's like listening to players, listening to stuff, and having your own idea how you want to mold it together. It's really hard how to explain better. Like you have different type of teams. You have very young teams where a coach basically can have a full say, full word, but also sometimes you have teams that are more, they have core. And when there is a core in a team, you also need to listen to players because you want to build a good chemistry, good machine. And if you not listen to every piece, it will never work.
What does that actually? So it's interesting to think about like the vision and how things slot in. I know with G2 as well, you guys have a sort of a more built out structure. You have, Pesa, the general manager, you've got your manager who travels with you as well. You have that core that's been together for a long time. So what does that voice of input look like? Is that you leading the conversation, or is that you saying, look, I'd like to do this, and then making sure that everyone's on the same page with you?
I mean, I think that this is a little bit going inside the kitchen of how things work in G2.
Sure.
I don't think that I should, you know, spoil everything.
You don't want to tell me the recipe?
But hey, we will see if this is the recipe soon, right?
Secret sauce.
But definitely, like, it's always a conversation. And I think if you try to do something on your own, it's way harder than when you're listening to everyone, like people around you, because I believe that G2 have a lot of smart people in organization, and not only staff but also players, and I just think that you need to always hear the voice.
Okay. Now, obviously, you guys had a bit of a strange end of the season, you know, winning an event, but with a stand-in, winning Dallas, having that moment, kind of a fairy tale run, it felt like, in the middle of it. Did that change your thinking about how the roster needed to move forward? Did that crystallize anything that you felt about what needed to be done?
I would say yes and no. I mean, definitely winning Dallas with a stand-in put a lot of pressure on organization, and not even from outside, but also inside it could feel like you could feel that maybe a change is needed. And I just felt that this team was on fumes, and we just needed to, let's say, reinvent ourselves.
Okay. Now, coming into it, you're a guy who stood in Dallas before. What, looking at this G2, right? What they did last season, what they did last year, what about this roster appealed to you?
Actually, I don't know like fully how to answer this question. What should I answer? That's maybe you help me.
There you go, coaching. Get the input in there.
I mean, is there any question?
It's like, sort of like looking at this team.
Imagine this, like you look at the team,
sure.
You know the pieces.
Sure.
Hey, there's Monesi, there's Nico, there's Hunter. Hey, we just dropped in MOUZ, and like, hey, do you want to?
It's a good-looking bunch.
Do you want to lead this team? Hey, there's a lot of people who would say, no. I don't have, you know, I don't have the guts to do it.
Yeah.
And I think this is the biggest challenge, like how are you as a person? Because obviously, like, people think that it's only about CS knowledge. If it was about CS knowledge, there is plenty of people who can lead the teams. And fortunately, CS is not only about that. It's also about how are you as a human being. How are you around people off the server, on the server? How are you when there is a pressure on you? How will you react when things go wrong, right? Are you the guy who be able to change the state of mind of the players? And then, are you good with tactics, right? But what sort of tactics? Okay, are you the guy who's building structure, or are you the guy who's more of a default person? Do you like to call strats mid-round, like more? Do you like to have like this set stuff to finish the rounds? Like, there's so much things that players can be good at, right? But it's like, I think that you need to be, first of all, really good at the human level to lead the team like G2. And not only like G2, but you need to inspire players.
I mean, the question is also hard. Like, I'm here kind of like for 6 days, I would say. Like the practice, we had only 6 days. So, you know, like what I can tell, like coming here to be a IGL for those guys, obviously a nice thing. Like I would say, like it's a dream to, for example, win a major or just tournament with us again after such a long time, and with Nico and Monesi, Mario, and Hunter. Yeah, it would be really such a nice thing to achieve again. I would say, like I mentioned before, like I don't feel like any pressure. I feel like those guys are, they know what they are doing in CS. So I felt like instantly that it's not gonna be a hard task. I hope so. Like we'll see obviously on the tournaments, but if it came to experience as well, I would say like I'm playing for quite a lot of years, you know, already in CS, and before like I have this a little small team, this thing, you know, like in the IGLing role, so and like to work with people, and I feel like also after the VP times I already know how to like work with some people, you know, also like to work with psychologists help me to understand like everyone is like a different person. So that's what I said, like I don't know like instantly how to answer this question, because you know it's hard. Like I just feel like it's gonna be a good journey in this team. I hope I'm gonna do the best to make this team like happy, be like outside on the server, on the server, to feel good in game, to feel about the strats and everything. I feel like it's not gonna be a hard task, like I said, like I mentioned already, but I just hope that for the best.
The season starts tough, right? There's a lot of events back to back to back. You've got EWC, you've got Blast, you've got Cologne. What's the expectation for that ramp up? What does that look like in terms of, you know, how much practice you've already had, how much time you expect to have on task here, when you expect to be like full fighting focus, you're happy with where this NAVI is?
I think this tournament kind of a little bit ruin our schedule, usually, because it pops up. If you see like for like last 3-4 years, you can always have kind of like Blast and then Cologne, and you have time for vacation and you have time for a little bootcamp. This time like you fit in this schedule like this huge tournament that basically demand from everyone like good results, because it's a kind of elite tournament with like kind of World Cup, they call it, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, we want to succeed here, but I expect us to peak in Cologne, because this is how I have an experience of seeing like team evolving after the vacation, kinda, for like last 5-6 years. And we had a good prep, kinda, in terms of what kind of, how many days we had. Not a lot, I think 7 or something, 6 practice days. And 3+3, and it was, the way how we used this time was pretty productive, let's say. And but still, I would rather, like, if you want to peak on the tournament, like we did, for example, before major, we had kind of 2 weeks at least, and maybe like 12 or 13 full prac days before major, right? And that was huge, and it was like full prep. So we would love to have this kind of prep here, but it's impossible because we need still to rest a little bit. So that's why I think like it will be good this tournament and Blast, and things that go like one after each. For me, like Cologne will be the time where for sure this lineup will play the best out of these 3 tournaments. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean we will play bad here, but it will be, I'm pretty sure it will be much better in Cologne than here.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. And I think the thing about going back-to-back tournaments, momentum and how you perform in different tournaments is important for the whole team, and like how hungry are we, and if we have a lot of confidence going from tournament to tournament. And I think the most difficult part is that you need to practice within the tournaments, and all the little time off you have, you need to do repetitions and make sure that everything is flowing well, but also learning about mistakes you make previous games. And then going through the whole season, you obviously have a major building up to everything, and you need to fill a boot camp to some time that you might have off these tournaments. So I think the schedule is going to be pretty hectic, but we're trying to make the best out of everything, right? And you have to be focused on this, but obviously making decent results and setting up goals that you can achieve, I think goes a long way for everyone's mentality.
With respect to like hitting that peak, finding that form, what do you think are the biggest challenges for NAVI this season? I mean, at this point, you've had a season with this full 5, right? You've had a little bit more than that as well with Wonderful. You have that a better understanding, I guess, of each other, of who you are and what you need to succeed. So what do you think is going to be the big challenge?
Yeah, I think Yes, yeah,
The most challenge will be
team
fun.
building. But as I mentioned already, I think it's to make sure you try to hit your goals.
Sure.
There's gonna be more expectations of us individuals in playing in NAVI. NAVI is a organization that we all want to represent, and we know that we need to meet a certain level. And we're trying our best this season. And as we spoke already, it's going to be a lot of tournaments. So you can't expect to maybe win them all. You know, other teams are trying to fight as well, but you need to meet your goals. You need to feel hungry and motivated, and you need to feel this as a team for a long period of time. And then during those practice days in the middle or boot camps, you need to find that extra hunger. And I think it will be challenging for the whole team, and I think we need to, you know, keep each other in check and keep each other like as good friends during this whole time, you know. And I think we have what it takes, and we have a good schedule. We've been speaking about how to try to manage everything, but yeah, at the end of the day, obviously tournament results and everything will matter. Mm-hmm. You cannot feel good if you know, keep losing and you're not meeting your goals, right? But yeah, I mean, it's the first tournament of the season, and we feel confident.
Yeah, I think that is correct, and I actually expect us to be more like in semifinals, finals this season, from this tournament till Shanghai. And for this, you need like a lot of strong mentality that we were actually working on bootcamp or started to speak about this. That you change the status of players, status of team, and you feel different when you go inside the matchup. And because I learned that from our previous lineup, and a lot of mentality will matters in these matchups. And the schedule is much harder than previous one because there's like RMRs in China, and you need to do like to go back or stay there. Like if you stay, who you're gonna practice? A lot of like different obstacles will be. But yes, I think schedule first is mentality. Second is schedule is things that we need to focus a lot, because that can kind of be a challenge for us, like you said. And if you notice, like previous season, I don't remember like one team winning 2 tournaments in a row. If you speak about elite tournaments, yeah, something like EPL, Katowice, Blast, all this, like when you have like top 10 teams, most of the like top teams in the tournament. And considering this, just imagine how hard it will be. Like if one team will win 2 in a row, it will be already like strong. 3, it's huge. Yeah. So you need to admit like that, like I said, you will not win all of them. You will not be maybe will be in the finals in all of them. And now mix it like with the schedule also, like because it's very, very tough. It will be like, we checked, it can be like 3-4 days at home, and then you insta go to another tournament. So this is, for me, can be a really strong challenge, hard challenge, because we didn't expect something like this or experience something like this previous season. We always had a time like to reset, and in my kind of system, like how I saw it from the beginning when I came to NAVI, I said instantly, like, guys, if you want to succeed on one tournament, specific tournament, you need like to have at least 2 weeks of nothing before. So because minimum, because you need like 1 week to rest after that tournament, and then 1 week for prep for next tournament. In perfect scenario, 3 weeks, because now you have 1 for break. Imagine like you're winning Katowice. You need 1 week for break, maybe 6 days, then 2 weeks for prep, because you need to change a lot of stuff, because people will learn how you play. Also reset mindset like of players, that more enthusiasm you need like to win tournaments. And how you can have this like 3 system from like my point of view, not possible. That's why for me it will be a hard also challenge.
I think you're sort of notorious famous in the scene for the level of prep that goes in, you know, the packets, this whole aspect of things. So when you're moving on the fly, I mean, not having that time, how much do you have to adapt what you want to do in terms of the system? How much are you still trying to enforce like that level of, I guess, preparation and control versus maybe shifting a little looser just because of how much time you're going to have?
I see it now like as a pack of tournaments, like I said. Now,
yeah,
it looks good like this tournament, Blast, and Cologne. This looks pretty solid, like in terms of how you can prep. And specifically Cologne can be really nice one. But after, I didn't see yet, but the main question will be, I think, the main question always how much time you have. That's all. And speaking about Shanghai, RMR, it depends if you're Legends or now it's not Legends or like elimination stage, opening, like last stage, I think it's elimination, right? First is opening, then elimination. So if you're elimination stage, you have more time. Maybe you can come back home. If you have opening stage, it defines a lot. And just imagine, like, for us, every year, Blast World Finals was the last tournament of the year. Now it's just I think 2 weeks before RMR. So it changes also a lot of because, like I said, it depends on time. After this will be EPL, after this coming Cologne. EPL, then I think Blast World Finals if you qualified, Rio, World Finals, we don't know where yet. In Major, yeah, so it depends how you manage all these tournaments and find in the schedule time for prep to reset. I think prep is like you said,
like 6 or 7 tournaments that sound crazy.
Yeah.
And then you need to think about like a lot of them are like we're gonna be away for a lot of time. So then you kind of like need to instantly travel to a boot camp. And obviously, having also played for many years now, you know that it's not possible to keep someone's focus. It's like, of course, if everything is going according to plan, maybe it's a different story. But sometimes you need to reset. And it's not too long. You need to reset. But then when you want to make like 3 days for people to reset, you're already like reaching the other tournament that's coming up. So it will be tough, but at least we have good hands, you know. Like they're looking at the schedule and trying to find out the best possible.
There was also a joke about Valorant. Now compare this.
Yeah, season's already over.
Yes.
Looking at next year as well, right? I mean, 2025, everyone's kind of anticipating that we've already seen what the calendar is going to look like. There's going to be a lot going on. It's almost going to be what we have this season, but maybe even like on steroids, that next level of just...
You mean 25?
Yeah.
Yeah, 25 is unknown territory. I don't know. I expect like a lot of burnouts at the end of 25. Because this is something I wanted to avoid always. I think it's very, how to say, and not even... It's very heavy problem. It's not something you can fix. If it happened already, you need to change a player, for sure. And for the player also, he will basically say, I don't want to play. I don't want to compete anymore. And because I don't have motivation, have energy and all this stuff. And that's why we for sure must focus on this. Like this mental health is very important.
Is it something where you're looking at the calendar and you're already anticipating like we're going to force a break here? You know, we're just going to decline invites, decline tournaments because we need this time?
Yeah, but we don't know the schedule yet. I just know that there will be still Blast ESL and this tournament also. And other tournaments want to fit in.
Yeah.
And we need to speak with our like esports director and to sit and to see the schedule basically.
It's hard to think about the schedule that's coming up when you have all of this ahead of you, you know?
Yeah.
So,
gotta focus on what's in front.
At least us players, we try to focus on what's ahead of us. It's always crazy to think about what's happening next year when you know the next 6 months is gonna be pretty hectic.
One more thing on the team focus, and then we'll shift into some more general questions. You talked a lot about, you know, meeting your goals as a big emphasis here. What are those goals for this season? If you're at the end, if it's, you know, December heading into player break, what does a successful season for NAVI look like?
I mean, I wouldn't look at the whole season yet. I think, like Blade said, like think about it as blocks, and we've been speaking about Cologne a lot. So I think for us, this is the opener tournament, and this will dictate the preparation and everything, what's going to happen in the next tournament and in the next tournament. So I think that we all know that this tournament, we're here to deliver. We tried our best to come from the vacation and make a productive boot camp. And the full focus on this one right now, and then we're gonna look at other goals, but obviously the block now is until Cologne. And obviously the goal is to perform the best in Cologne, but also we need to focus on this tournament as well. Like when I'm here now, I don't want to think too much about Cologne. I'm thinking about this one and the opening match and everything, like super important, because if you drop into the lower bracket here, it can be chaotic playing best of ones and only one team gets through. So just focus on this now. That's the goal.
Yeah, short-term aspirations.
Yeah, but I think you always have two perspectives. One is your achievements already. For example, take Beat, like he has already Grand Slam, 2 majors, right? And one thing is like your team, like what you want to achieve as a team. Another one, like what you want to achieve, like as another step, or like in your trophies or something. For sure, it will be great, like to have one more major for us, which is unbelievably huge. Will be for sure. Like we will be like write our names instantly, like in history, to win two majors in CS2.
Yeah.
It's only started, like CS2. People will start to speak maybe something like, you know, like CS2 is broken game. I don't know. But still, like that's a dream come true for sure, and we'll work really hard for this. It's at the end of the season also, in my opinion. But if you think like another perspective, like as a team evolution, we like work a lot now like on quality CS as our like team goal, and for sure like I want truly to achieve this, to see like how we play with a bit good quality CS.
Now, with over 500 teams competing here at the Esports World Cup, you're probably wondering where they come to relax. And I have just the answer for you. Of course, it's here in the Player Lounge in Boulevard City, where I think we're starting off at the most important destination over my shoulder, the coffee station, of course. Now, I was here yesterday, and I did see a certain Virtus.pro, so I'll give you 2 seconds to guess Fame's coffee order. That's right, a cappuccino. At 6 p.m. I can hear the Italians crying already, but I think we should move on over to where the fun and games are actually happening. No pun intended, because we've got plenty of arcade machines for the players to be playing on, to be gaming on, to be letting their hair down. Of course, we've got the classic. We've got Pac-Man over there for your veteran gamers at home. Of course, we've also got the foosball tables. We've got a game of tightrope. I've never played this before, but I saw VP yesterday, and Electronic looked like a bit of a fiend on this machine. And last but by no means least, the air hockey station as well. Now, I need a teammate. Well, I guess an opponent. So, Trace, if you can hear my cries, please come on over, because I think I'll absolutely smash you at this. Aside from the coffee station, I think the second most important part of this player lounge is the juice bar, which is over at the back corner, where we have a certain bartender Brandon, and I've got a very important question for him. We've had lots of players coming in here. I've seen lots of amazing faces. What's been the most popular juice order?
By a mile, mango.
Very good taste from our players, but I think we should move on over upstairs, because that is where the players actually get to watch the games going down at the Esports World Cup. And as if by magic, we find ourselves on the second floor of this beautiful auditorium, where the players and teams can come and watch the other players and teams competing in the other different games going on simultaneously. Of course, we've got Dota 2 at the moment, PUBG Mobile coming up in a couple of days' time. And as you can see, plenty of screens to be watching the action unfold. And just in the distance there as well, some ping pong tables. And I know on good authority that G2 fancy themselves as a bit of a ping pong masters, specifically back at ESL Pro League. So interested to see how Snacks and MOUZ are going to be integrating on that side of things in the team. But that is it for our tour of the Players Lounge. I hope you've enjoyed, and tune in for more tours of the space around Boulevard City.
Yes, indeed, Freya. We got the keys, and that's because Snacks and company have delivered the proverbial Gogoric over there earlier, just in the series prior in that semifinal. So now we look forward onto what's going to be MOUZ versus NAVI in our last semifinal, that best of 3, one which we've got to send one of these teams in there to play against G2. And of course, joining me in the studio, not going to try to do this alone. Hell, I don't think I've ever tried to do it alone in my entire life.
You could pull it off, though.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. But what I do know is Yanko is joining us now. We do have Pimp here in the middle. So we got one Serb, we've got one Dane, and then I'm just me. So don't worry about me, worry about yourselves. Guys, welcome back. Next semifinal, huh?
Yeah, and it's an interesting one, right? MOUZ versus NAVI haven't played this year at all, which is a bit strange considering the amount of tournaments that we have, but that's just the way it goes. And, you know, both teams that are on the way up, so to speak, both with something still to prove. MOUZ that they can bounce back after sort of a quiet end to last season, and NAVI that they are able to actually be a contender team and lift some of these trophies.
Yeah, they're trying to continue the first part of the season they had. Obviously, winning the major was a big surprise for all of us, getting into the final in London as well, and now they find themselves in a glorious position, and I think that speaks for everyone who's left in the tournament still. If you're MOUZ, if you're NAVI, obviously if you're G2 in the final, you're pretty happy that some of these top dogs over here on my left didn't make it that far, because right now this tournament is up for the grabs for every single team that still remains in the tournament.
It is. It's right there, right? You know, we're talking about the Dr. Suleiman upcoming showdown, which is our last semifinal. That upcoming showdown, again, featuring MOUZ versus Natus Vincere. NAVI for short, and for both of these teams, how they come in here can be a threat on any given day.
I think NAVI yesterday played some good Counter-Strike, and I think NAVI have, I don't know about you, Yanko, but they keep surprising me in a way where I look at this lineup and I kind of want it to be less good than it is. Every time they join the server, I feel like they're playing good Counter-Strike. It's cohesive. There's certain players popping off once in a while. Obviously, JL have had his moments. Now Bit at this tournament is doing well, but it doesn't make sense to me that they continue to play so well.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's why we're going to take this second to go ahead and thank Jamil Motorsport for ensuring our players arrive safely at the Boulevard, Jacob. That's what we're doing it for, the Jamil Motorsport arrivals. Now, you'll see MOUZ trying to wade through the crowd. There's a lot more people outside now than there are during the day. I wonder why. Probably because it's really hot.
Because the sun is down.
Yeah, exactly that.
This great ball of fire that's just causing tremendous heat. But yeah, I think for Navi, the thing is that their floor is pretty high, right? That comes from the structure and Blade and Alexi setting it up, right, and not making too many mistakes. But the question is always, how high is their ceiling? Because that's what determines whether you're actually able to lift some of these trophies. Like, that's why we see them, final of Blast in London, playoffs here, playoffs there, but can't really do it and go all the way. And on the other side of things, you have MOUZ, who is similar in a sense of also high floor, also a very good team, but they also shown us a pretty high ceiling that when things come together for them, they're actually able to win some of these tournaments.
Yeah.
And he agrees. I think that goes without saying. Jacob does agree. Let's talk about some of those pieces within the MOUZ camp. Let's start around the IGL and Shuhei. Tell me about this man.
Yeah, I mean, he's taunted to be arguably the biggest in-game leading talent we have in the scene, and I'm not even sure we can call him a talent anymore. I think pretty much any team out there would love to bring Shuhei into the team. I think Nico said in the interview leading into the VP match that Snacks was one of the few options that they had available. I think could G2 pick from any in-game lead out there, they probably would have pointed towards Shuhei and thought, let's bring in that guy. He's fantastic. He's done a tremendous job leading MOUZ and leading this team into a glorious position. And we cannot forget that he's also surrounded by a lot of young players in Jimfad, in Torsi, and some of these up-and-coming guys who haven't really matured fully as players yet. So I think the way MOUZ are playing right now, especially going up against NAVI, it's bound to be an interesting matchup.
They're definitely a unique team in the scene, MOUZ, in terms of their camaraderie, in terms of the chemistry that they have. I mean, you have Shui, Exertion, and Torji together from the academy team, right? So it's been a long time, and then obviously the addition of Yimpat and Brolan, who have both done tremendous work for this team, has meant a lot. But I think really we have to talk about Torji, because up until Shui came back and Dexter was the in-game leader, he was really struggling, one of the weak links of the team, and then it seemed like ever since this last lineup was formed, it bred the new life into Torji, and he's been one of their best players. I mean, every game, especially against the best teams, he finds impact, he's annoying, and he's always in their opponents' faces.
And I think that's an underrated fact we also have to address. Obviously, when Frozen was in MOUZ, we thought to ourselves, Frozen is world-class. He's a player out there that makes the difference for them, and we were all thinking to ourselves, when Frozen is leaving this MOUZ lineup, can they come back to a high level? Can they find a replacement that is good enough to come in and pick up the spades, basically? And yet they've been able to play even better Counter-Strike without Frozen. So it is really a team that is the sum of the better parts, I'd argue, and they're doing so well considering what they have to work.
And that's a testament to the system and the structure that they've built, right? It's not dependent on one player, even if it's such a great player like Frozen, and also props to Roland, who's came in and done a terrific job of filling that gap. So yeah, MOUZ just one of those fun teams to watch, and because I like the answer Torji gave. I think in HLTV confirmed when they asked him about FaZe, and they keep losing to FaZe, and FaZe is this big brother almost, and he just said, well, we have time on our side because they're so young, they're just going to grind them out sort of and do it, and that is on their side, and they've been gaining that experience and getting better in some of these stage games and all of that. So for MOUZ, yeah, you want to win some trophies, but you also understand that you're in a really good position with the roster.
Yeah, and Jacob, they're calling them what? This sort of academy, not academy team, but like a feeder team, right? Because the idea is that international lineups on international lineups, and both of these teams have found a rhythm for the success.
Yeah, you could argue so. I think even more impressive for NAVI in that sense, going away from obviously playing with Ukrainian and Russian players over there. They've been transitioning into a European lineup, and as I said, looking at the lineup that is behind you, Trace, right here, I don't really consider NAVI to be a team that should contest to be a top 4 team in the world, which they are right now. They are getting into the playoffs. They are in a semi-final. They did win the major a couple of months ago, so I'm very impressed with how well they've been able to transition into becoming an international team, whereas for MOUZ behind me, I feel like that was always prone to happen. That was the whole system that was built up with the academy team, some of the players progressing into the main team, etc., etc. They've done it on a budget, both teams, and I think that's impressive.
The biggest question for this NAVI roster is, who are the stars, really? Like, who are going to be the stars consistently? You've had at the major, obviously, JL played on an MVP level, but we haven't really seen that on the same level from that point on. Wonderful has his moments every now and then. Ima so Bit had a tremendous final, one of the main reasons why they were able to take down FaZe, but also it's here and there, right? And that's what Navi, even Blade said in one of the interviews, we have some tier 2, tier 3 players that we're trying to figure out who can make that leap into tier 1, and that's what your floor is determined a lot by your coach, in-game leader, structure, protocols, and that stuff. The ceiling is solely based on the players and their individual skill, right? That they can perform at the biggest of stages, in the biggest of moments, and deliver you some of the crazy stuff that we see, that we've just seen in the G2 VP game.
Yeah, a level of just control, which is what we get. What we can't control in this moment is looking at our head-to-head. And you guys identified, who'd you get?
Who'd we get?
Oh, that's a good question. They're behind me right now.
Exertion and Bit.
There we go. Bit,
So
obviously. Now Bit having a fantastic tournament so far. And you posed the question, who are supposed to be the star players of NAVI? And I think a year ago, 2 years ago, you'd say Bit, obviously, when he was playing in the first year within NAVI together with Simple, he was owning it up, posting great numbers. And then for some reason, he slowed down a little bit. At this tournament so far, he's again firing on all cylinders and then obviously going up against Sershin, a player that I think is constantly developing and maturing as a player. He's finding consistency, he's finding impact pretty much every single tournament. Of course, he's not the type of player that is poising a 1.2, 1.3 rating every single tournament, but I feel like his consistency and the way he's playing on the server, being super aggressive, always involved in the moves and trying to be a catalyst for MOUZ is definitely a step in the right direction. I hope Bit can do him the honor because they need that one in the NAVI camp.
Yeah, Exertion, a very cerebral player, right? Understanding, when he's able to take space, and he does that really well, puts a lot of pressure on the opponents, which opens up the map for MOUZ and makes it easier for Shue, to call, to end the rounds and so forth. And for Bit, on the other side of things, more of a mechanical beast when you think about it, right? Just the headshot percentage, right? Like we saw, is always, you don't get a lot of time when you get on his screen, and for him, it's a little bit about developing that and developing his game and growing as a player, right? Because the talent is undoubtedly there.
Yeah, it definitely is, because he's one of the last components of that former NAVI era that we were looking at, Jake.
He is, and he's the lone man standing together with Blade, I'd argue, right? Still within that squad. For Bit, I feel like, I don't know, it's slightly annoying to see him play this well, because I feel like next tournament we know what we get, and that's a less good Bit. And that's been the case so many times where we have one tournament where he's popping off, where he's having a series that is fantastic. The major final, the final map on Inferno, I believe, against FaZe Clan, where he was going absolutely nuclear. You think to yourself, all right, we got our Bit back, the Bit that we saw 1 year ago, and then the next tournament he's just bang average again. So I don't want to get too hyped around Bit in terms of the long prospect right here, but for this tournament so far, he's done tremendously well.
I think
go ahead.
I think this matchup is also interesting because, as we mentioned, they haven't played each other. And you look at NAVI and last season, they were pretty much owning G2. Well, a lot of teams were, but they also had a really good track record against FaZe, right? But they couldn't do anything to Spirit anytime they played, and that's what was the cause of their demise at a couple of tournaments. So where's MOUZ going to fit in for NAVI in that equation? Is it going to be a team that's super comfortable for them to play against, and then we see NAVI being able to dominate the matchup, or is it an uncomfortable one like the Spirit one?
So my question is going to be this to you guys. We're going to get into our vetoes. We're going to get into all the nitty-gritty of what this series constitutes. But I want to ask you guys, where all these positive things stop. Like, where do these teams fall off when it really matters? So what are their kryptonites?
Well, for MOUZ, as soon as they leave Europe, they get into trouble. No, I mean, for MOUZ, up until Dallas, they were impeccable in group stages. They haven't lost a single game in the group stages of tournaments, which is just insane. And Dallas was a one-off because they took time off. They didn't practice before the tournament, came in, bombed out. So that was a lesson learned. I think it was some of the stage games, right? Big crowd playing against an opponent like FaZe, who is more experienced, or like G2. And here, yes, we have a stage, we have a crowd. It's not just as massive and as loud as some of the other ones, so it might not be an issue here.
Yeah, I think experience is what we are looking for when it comes to MOUZ. And there's only one way of gaining experience, and that's by being in these situations. Luckily for MOUZ, they are so good in the group stage that they always find themselves in the playoff. And over time, they're getting more and more experience. I agree with you. This stage is not the most frightening one, but it still is a stage, and there's still a lot of money at stake. And it's still a title, it's still a trophy that MOUZ could hoist here potentially. So I think that pressure is going to leap in at some point. Whereas for NAVI, we spoke about it, the ceiling of that team, that's perhaps a little bit lower than some of the other top teams that we've seen here, but the fact of the matter is that Spirit is out of the tournament, FaZe is out of the tournament, you name it. So I think right now NAVI are quite happy with their ceiling.
And for NAVI, I think the issue is the firepower. In terms of like the individuals, the key ones, as we pointed out, don't always show up when it matters, right? And sure, you have structure, you have things to fall back on, but that can only take you so much. If you have on the other side of the server, if Jimmy's playing well, Torji, Exertion, right? You need JL, Wonderful, Ima or Bit, as well to do the same, right? And then it comes down to outsmarting each other and who can be better in the clutch.
Yeah, and in this clutch, we're going to clutch this moment, rather. We're going to grab this one right by the horns, vetoes. And again, maps, strong suits, weak suits. I want to know where your hat lies on this one, Jacob. I know you've went up at the all night crunching the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. We've seen both teams play quite a lot of different maps throughout the tournament. I think NAVI have looked exceptionally solid on Mirage for the vast majority of this tournament. We had the one half against Furia where they went up 12-0 and were dominating on the T side. We know Alexi B loves to call on that map, so I would be surprised if Mirage is not involved in this map pool. However, MOUZ likes to play that map as well, so it's a bit of a coin toss if anyone will pick it against you.
Yeah, I think maybe they just shake on it and decided it's the third map. MOUZ have only lost it to Furia yesterday in the last 6 months, which is also crazy. So where can they take it on the picks? Nuke is another map that both teams play for NAVI, really good at times. I don't know what they could really pick here. Depends how confident they are on the Dust 2. And that's what their pick is. MOUZ played it only 3 times, all 3 times at Betpoom, and won all 3 times, but that was right after it was released. So maybe not a lot of information then for NAVI on that map. I don't know for MOUZ. Maybe Ancient.
And that's maybe Ancient, maybe Nuke, maybe Mirage. I think there's a lot of different maps in the pool right here they could pick. It's gonna be Nuke, and then I think Mirage should be prone to be a third map. Both teams would like it, but that's also one of the points we can make right here. Mirage coming in, nice fast right there, nice production. But it's also coming off a break, right? And you know that as a coach yourself, when you have a break of a month where you don't play official games, you have the opportunity to change your map pool a little bit. It could be that you're changing your perma pick. It could be that you're changing your perma ban. So there has been a couple of teams where there's been question marks surrounding what does their map pool look like. And I feel like both MOUZ and now NAVI as well with the Dust 2 pick coming in are trying to experiment a little bit with that.
And in those experiments, it's hell on earth probably to do them in real time, in officials, which is...
In a semifinal.
In a semifinal. But neither of these two teams are wavering with the idea of roster changes and uncertainty. They're not going through the same dilemmas that the other teams are.
Yeah, and I think these are 2 of the more prepared teams for this tournament, right? Both doing a boot camp before the tournament. MOUZ even had a little bit of extra time because they didn't play Blast. Dallas was their last tournament. So, they should be fresh. They should come here with fresh ideas, and I'm just expecting a really good game here, much closer than the first semifinal.
Oh, you can't get much further away from one another than that first semifinal. I mean, Jacob, just run us back real quick. What happened there, bud?
Nothing happened. G2 just absolutely smashed VP that didn't show up today for some reason. Obviously, m0NESY, Nico playing well, and all the boys over there doing a good job. I think it's going to be much, much closer, as you're saying here as well. For me, it's a 50-50 game.
Let's see who are going to be the Nico and m0NESY for these teams, right? I think also for MOUZ, if you're going to win trophies, right, who's him, Trace? Who's got that dog in him? That's what I want to know.
Who is him? Who is Himothy? Who is Himi Neutron? Him Kardashian? Like, where do we stop? Like, you tell me. You like that one, Jacob?
I didn't like it.
Okay, well.
Chicken would say so.
All right, fair enough. Watch out, man. The chicken might run over here and get you. Yeah. I am looking for those playmakers, though, and what you're saying. So who you got?
I mean, for MOUZ, I feel Exertion is the obvious playmaker, together with Torsi as well. He is, at times, very aggressive. He has some flares to his game. We saw yesterday as well. He picked up a scout at a certain round and just annihilated 4 players within the matter of seconds. So Torsi had that explosivity to his play, I would almost argue. Not on a m0NESY level. Probably never will get there. Few people will, but still a player that can make the difference. And when I look towards NAVI, it's harder for me to pick one player. I feel like it can be all the players on different maps. Obviously, Bit has been the guy so far in the tournament. Wonderful. We used to talk and praise a lot. I feel like he's slowed down a little bit. Still playing at a high level, but not the same impact that he had in the beginning.
Yeah, I think for me, Torji as well, because even in some of those losses on the stage, he's been the one bright light, so to speak, and he's playing really well. Also a guy who's fearless, right? The moment isn't too big for him. It gets a bit trickier for NAVI, and I think the reason for that is, I mean, look at Nuke. Ima is playing Yard on T side, but Alex is playing it on CT side, right? So I think that's sometimes it hinders the ability for players to have continuity in terms of roles because it's mixed on some of these maps. And yeah, I think it has to be Wonderful as well on the op. And JL, I think, you know, they won the major based off of him playing on an MVP level and finding impact time and time again. So that's going to happen for NAVI on a consistent basis if they're going to be lifting any more tournaments.
Well, let's do this then. Let's go ahead and let you at home have your say. That's right. It's going to be stcplay.gg. That's how we're going to get those predictions calculated from your end, and then we'll jump into our own at the same time. My next question for you guys is going to be about this, about Shuhei and Alexi B as the sort of drivers of these buses respectively. What can you tell me, I guess, or the audience, what can you tell the audience about their styles and their approach to leading teams? What does it look like and how does it translate into the server?
I feel like they're kind of similar in a lot of ways they approach Counter-Strike. I think Shuhei is more like a modernized in-game leader in the sense that obviously he grew up with an academy team, he grew up with, was a gamer leader at a certain point, and now he's moving in back to MOUZ where he gets to infiltrate the team with the way he wants to play Counter-Strike. He's also the old school kind of in-game leader, despite being from the new generation, that likes to create space for his star players around him. He's centered on the map, he's involved in a lot of stuff. Same could be said for Alexi B. He always puts himself out there, almost like the old MSL style or Kerrigan style, where they were the first point of contact and then the teammates around them would create and follow up and basically annihilate the opponents. So I feel they're kind of similar in the way they position themselves on the server.
Is that because it's easier to watch the radar when you're out of the round? Is that why? Or
I mean, it used to be a theory.
Yeah, could be, you know, but I think now everyone helps with that. And I think, you know, for sure, maybe there's a little bit more of momentum calling and just it's a little bit pacey. We've also seen a little bit inconsistent, right, from his individual performances at times, and even he put it all on himself. The loss on Mirage that he called a terrible game.
He did have 2 kills, you know.
Yeah, and then for the side of NAVI and Alexi B, you can tell that it's maybe a little bit more structured and there's more default play, which is also the way Blade likes for his teams to play, right? Like take map control, take zones. There may be abuse some of the reactions from the CTs because nowadays every single team does a lot of reacting, a lot of proactive play on the CT side, and just a little bit slower maybe for NAVI compared to MOUZ.
Yeah, and you know, without even having to say this, I'm just going to remind you that we are going to be going to that stage here real soon, gentlemen, so don't you go anywhere. We're not going anywhere either, other than the fact that we do have the semifinal in front of us, featuring that of MOUZ, featuring that of NAVI, and featuring 2 teams that don't want to get their keys crushed, if I can dare say so myself.
No, and I think it also adds additional pressure to both these lineups that they know G2 is awaiting in the final. Obviously, the way G2 have been playing so far in the tournament have been absolutely stellar, but it's still G2. It's not Spirit, it's not FaZe, it's not Vitality, it's G2. So if they can win this game, there's a possibility of hoisting a trophy.
I mean, the way they've been playing, I'm not sure you want to see them in that honeymoon phase, but yeah, first they need to take care of this game.
Yeah, taking care of business. Who's going to do it first? Let's find out. Let's get them on the stage now.
Welcome everybody once more to the stage. The Esports World Cup Counter-Strike continues, and we go on to our second semifinal.
We certainly do. We got 1 finalist already. G2 looking absolutely supreme, but it takes 2 teams to make a final, hence why 1 team will be playing for this. And there is another broken key inside of this little window here, this little aquarium of broken keys. Although I have to say, I like the fact they were out before, but considering I was very tempted to steal one of the keys, that's a bad idea.
Absolutely, and at the end of it all, once the winner has won, they've put their key in the middle, they're gonna take 3 of those broken keys and put them into their own trophy to keep.
Do you know, I was talking to Taz about this, and he was saying it's such a great idea, and I do agree, it's such a great idea. I asked him, who would you put in? This is Taz, the coach of G2. He was like, I'm not saying, but believe me, there's a team. There is a team that's going to go in there. Absolutely.
I love that.
So then, let's get our 2 teams out here onto this stage to play for you for this, the second semi-final, the second place in that grand final tomorrow. Please welcome to the stage, it's MOUZ. So here they come out on the stage. MOUZ led with the key by Yimfat, Exertion, Shuhei, Brolin, and Torzi. That is MOUZ Sports on a lot of people's minds, the favorites until the last match for this trophy.
Absolutely, an uphill battle for any team that goes up against MOUZ, but even more so for MOUZ's opponents, NAVI. And here they are once more to the stage. NAVI enter. Starting with Ime. Wonderful. JL. Alexi B. And Bit. They are NAVI.
Do you know what? I think we've got a game on our hands here. If you listen, there's a reaction here. Who's winning this? Is it MOUZ Sports? Is it NAVI? Yeah, I love a game of Counter-Strike. So a place in the final is up for grabs. Someone's going to get there. Someone's going to get their keys crushed. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Well, of course, OJ. Let's get it on, but not quite yet. We're almost there. We are just almost there. Obviously, we got to let them take a seat, put their in-ears in, and then the sound canceling on top of it. But let's get down to predictions.
A little bit of a huddle face in
Maybe
there
that
as
too.
well.
Yeah.
You know, some speech. Who's the guy who gives the speech on NAVI?
Ooh, Alexi probably?
Probably Alexi. Well, I mean, what kind of speech are we talking about here? Like, hey, guys, here's how we're going to do it. You know, here's how we're going to approach the game. Or, hey, let's pick our heads up and really get into the game.
At that point, it's just more hypey. You know, it's more just remembering how you want to play in a sense of be aggressive, communicate, high energy. You know, let's not get down on ourselves. If we're losing, if the score is bad, let's just keep believing.
So tell me this. There's Jimfat on the other side, right? And then you've got Bit. Is Bit the answer for a guy like Jimfat?
I mean, two very, very different players. I think Jimfat right now is making the case to be an up-and-coming, you know, anchor guard of the game. I think he's playing absolutely beautiful in some of the hardest positions the game has to offer. Whereas for Bit, he's playing in different roles and playing a different version of Counter-Strike almost. They are going to face a lot of the times because Bit will be in first and trying to get a lot of these opening kills potentially against a guy like Jimfat. And I think if there's anyone who can shut down the crisp aim of Bit, it will be Jimfat in the form he's in right now.
Yeah, because it's such a tough position since you need to be a complete player, right? Like you need to have the mechanics to be able to win a 1v1 duel. If someone's testing you, a 1v1 fight, or just trying, you know, searching for a frag, that you're able to punish that. You need to be a very smart player to understand what's going on in the actual round, you know, not just on your side of the map, but on the entirety of the map.
Situational awareness.
Yes, exactly, you know, because sometimes the best decision is to just stay and fight until the end. Sometimes it's to run away and buy time for the rotations to come in, and it changes a lot based off of the economy, the point in the game, you know, the round itself, what's been going on, and it feels like Jimmy has all of that.
He's one of those players that is always playing on his intuition as well. I feel like there's few players out there where you can pinpoint towards them and say that you are playing on your intuition. I think Jimfat is one of those guys. We had Flusher back in the day, you had Glaive when he was in his peak, you know, but it does feel like if you were to ask Jimfat, why are you doing what you're doing? I don't think he'd be able to translate it and tell us why exactly he's reacting in the way he is. It's just something that he has a talent for and an intuition for.
Sounds like you, Trace, when you play.
Like
Anyway,
alive.
guys, leave me alone. Anyway, STC Play results. We asked and you answered, which is exactly what you did when you headed over to stcplay.gg. You gave us your prediction, and now I want these two, one of them, to put their foot in their own mouth.
Go ahead, Yanko.
I'm going to go with MOUZ. I think they've shown a little bit more. We talked about ceilings. I think their ceiling is higher, and I feel like they're the better team.
I 100% agree with that, but I think Navi's going to win.
Okay, so a house divided. I'll take that. I like that. I also like when we play the game and we listen to the Twitch chat when they're saying, stop talk, start match. Guess what? We're going to do exactly that, only because you asked so nicely in the Twitch chat. That's right. We're ready to jump into a semifinal. MOUZ taking on NAVI in a best of 3, in which we will crush one of the last keys remaining here in Riyadh. Who's it going to be? We're going to find out with Alex and Chad.
Thank you very much, fellas. It is a big one for us here, the semi-final, to find G2's opponent. One side we have MOUZ, the other NAVI. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned, and G2 have earned themselves a spot in that grand final. It's time to give them an opponent. Chad, is there a clear front-runner for you coming into this one?
No way in the world, as the desk highlighted. These two teams haven't faced each other in 2024. These two rosters have never faced each other, and we're about to learn how they tussle, how they tango. Well, to see Dust2 as the pick from NAVI,
Babalik.
be looking to exploit that small sample size
Humiga na nga ako ng 30 minutes eh.
that MOUZ are running with. Last time they played this map was
siguro pag
63
umiga na ako,
days ago.
di na ako gigising.
Hindi ka na may gising.
Dust2's only been reintroduced to the pool for 85
That's for
days.
sure.
We just
Plus
had
you're
a
sick.
4-week break. MOUZ were
I
essentially
just
on a
sat here.
6-week break because of the whole Dallas situation.
Thought about life.
So
Then
how outdated is the tape?
Honestly,
I'd
not
say
too bad. 2 in the morning. Got a bit of a break between yung games natin dito. Oh yeah, sa mga bago dito, welcome to the Filipino community stream. Di po casta, community stream. So we're not casting, we're just commenting on the side in Filipino, mostly in English, pero sometimes in Filipino. And there we go. We're gonna react like XQC.
What is Zertian? Oh, what? What the hell? Okay. Thank you, Media. Opening frag.
Difficult to pivot now, isn't it?
Hi, Jim Fat.
Unless you're going routing all the way back
Hopefully,
through spawn.
guys get entertained dito sa last series natin because it is
the numbers towards lower.
a long day again.
It was a pretty quick one, no? Yung series natin kanina.
Yeah, but the break in between though.
Yeah, it was pretty long. I was staring at my screen from bed. I was like, kailan ba magsisimula ito?
I should just go to bed, bro.
Yeah.
Should have listened to chat, dude. They're like, okay.
It has to find an escape route. So
Ayaw daw nila ng audio.
is going to be key if there's anything to be said in this round for Navi.
Oh, nice from Torji. Steps in front of his teammates' aim, but rewards himself with a headshot.
Sheesh.
Honest prediction.
Control for Navi.
Navi what? Navi's
Navi
favorite for this.
That long space in pursuit of bolstering the numbers towards the A site. We've got 30 seconds where they need to find this commitment, and it is short.
Might get a plant here.
Shui. If he could find one on the way in, that Molotov could make things difficult towards the ramp position. He's got vision, and it's down. Lovely shot on the recovered USP.
Grabe, ginamit yung legs niya, pre.
There we go.
Nice piece though, bro. Okay, Navi, I'm rooting for you 1000%, bro.
Jimmy's still alive as well. He was beast mode yesterday.
Caught out on the jump, but inaccuracies from the both of them.
Yun lang.
Whoever
Excite
wins,
sila masyado.
Whoever wins the first game here,
That
not
round
ako
looked
pabor,
great for
pre.
MOUZ to start. The U2 and the Redders with the B set up. A lot of teams you see going for these B executes on the pistol rounds, but this one destroyed immediately. I feel that Navi, once they got into the site, they could have played that post plan a little bit differently. Had some advantages. Two players both coming up from CT spawn. Didn't play the bomb, took the fights, lose the round. So now they get the bomb down, they get themselves into a force buy position.
So this is a Navi map pick.
It's likely to have the same CT
Interesting enough. Pinik nila yung mapa that MOUZ is not lost on. 3-0.
Really?
BetBoom about 2 days later.
100%?
Just to their first map without any
Might be a
practice.
bad map veto.
But they're still 100% on it, so might be a comfort map for MOUZ. Mid control already taken, swarming towards tunnels. 3 players essentially leaning towards B with Torji's scout in middle currently. They have early info with Brother Long, Shui playing towards short as well, so they will be able to find out the pressure points early, but they're set up well.
Nice find from Exertion early. Lexi B cut down by Torji, and he swaps out to the USP comfortably. This heavy investment from Navi, and just as I thought, it would have been a clean one.
Hey, they got 2. Did Navi force?
Do
Oh,
some
they did.
damage.
Okay.
Unfortunately for him,
Maybe
he's
not
taken a
worth
boatload
it.
of that himself, down to 8 HP.
Ooh, that was ugly.
With this. So MOUZ have weathered the storm of the Navi
Nasira agad yung ano eh. Mid control eh.
And now their second round, that B does seem to be the name of
MOUZ
their early affections.
just hiding. You don't need to push
Best
for
case a
Ime.
plant here,
He'll
but
be
it
fine
would
with the Gillis
baffling
savior.
to see that happen. Torji currently looking towards mid, but just a quick glance towards long. If his internal timing is right.
Well, if we could take a look at the B defenders right now, I think that would tell a little bit more of the story, right? Because they're scared that he's in the site. You can see here they have absolutely no idea that Emma is actually completely evacuated. Now, they are giving him the rope. Essentially, you said, yeah, a plant seeming baffling. Now, Torji addressing that fact. They're investigating B, so the pennies drop. The biggest gap is short at the moment, but there it is. The scout comes through. Torji with a very impactful round. No bomb going down. Sure, a couple of extra casualties towards B, but pretty well handled from MOUZ. Should be a full eco from NAVI.
Good save for Navi. They burst very early on. So
90-degree choice to be made.
MOUZ, matik 2-0 dito. Might be the third one too if they keep it up.
Just be a bit of fun sending Exertion up.
Sabi mo nga, no? Dust 2. MOUZ hasn't dropped the map yet from
I
this.
know it seems risky against the pistols, but if you can stop
hopefully it stays the same
you
here
are going to go
against
for these
Navi.
aggressive maneuvers and actually be able to manhandle them. I think using the
Triple
spawns
dink.
to harass lower dark is something that you should be seeing a lot of, and should be there using that Xbox smoke against them. But
But
yeah,
still
look,
the
even
same.
if you,
I don't think
you
he
drop
should
that mid-door
save. He
smoke on the CT
start
side, just
walking
pop it
somewhere
through,
else.
you can use that to path in towards lower, not be seen by the AWP, just throw a nade and get out.
So 2 MP9 kills. Oh, they have so much money. Torzy's gonna drop the MP9.
JKS throws that.
Or he will keep it, perhaps.
Nah, needs to up.
Oh yeah, well.
Maybe
Whatever he's up
drop
to now.
kay...
There's a liquid boot camp going on. We'll see how he performs.
Yeah, maybe he dropped that one guy that
and
died
the
K
other one
Wonderful.
too, so it'll just be me once we get home. But
Yung fat.
all right, first gun round. AWP's out for both Wonderful and Torji. Can be an awful paradise dust too.
Oh, told you. Yung
Pulling
fat
for the
kept it.
pedestal.
Bagal ng ano. Bagal na suicide play. Hindi na nakita yung dumaan.
A terrifying prospect on both sides of the map.
Probably
Interesting
hindi
again to
sagad
see
dun
this
sa spot,
immediate
no?
response. So they heard double mollies long, so that tells you that they're normally starting pretty heavy, right? You get two players up close and personal, one player traditionally flashing. But they might just get put in a vice here. See this reposition from MOUZ, it seems ahead of the play.
Session. What a dangerous game he is. Alexi flash. Rail applies some pressure. Jimmy's done very well for the first. Imir back for the trade back in. B-side lost. CT scrambling. Bomb being planted. Gotta give this one a look in. Kits are plenty. Brolin and Shui equipped. Piece this one together. They've got to get some answers about middle. Is there a lurker to be concerned about? And are they really going to prioritize so many people through tunnels? Typically, it's the other way around, but instead it's just going to be Shui from the door side. A lot of pressure on this fight from Imir. He has to do some damage. Shui trying to kick up a fuss. Act bigger than he is.
Fine.
Look at the bomb.
Yeah, this is just B-side in a nutshell, man, to Dust 2. Pag-retake kayo. Ima?
Oh, he got
What are you looking at, bro?
He's trying to look between door and B long. I don't think that worked out for them.
God, it's close. And MOUZ will make it for
My time, Ima, what are you doing, bro?
almost perfectly executed retake from MOUZ. A little avant-garde. Is that unusual to you, Chad, or is that
I don't know, maybe miscommunication.
Trickery going into that as
Between
well.
Wonderful
You saw
and
the
Ima.
CT smoke. I'm questioning, hey, did he intentionally miss it? Or was he trying to smoke tunnels because they had a
Maybe
HE left as
Navi
well
was
coming
late in the
through tunnels,
venue,
but they're
bro.
gonna try
Maybe
and
that's the
pop it
reason.
open, then
They'd
bust
sit
in
on
last minute.
If they were here
Regardless,
earlier,
they do stick the landing on
wash
this,
them.
but yeah, it feels like there's no room
Yeah, what
for
happened
error
dito
in
kay
that
Ima?
type of a retake.
Could have delayed.
But trying to
He was
subvert the
looking at
expectations, see
platform
that
for
smoke,
he
they're
was
just to
looking
one
somewhere.
side of the
Yun
upper
lang.
tunnels, and they brute force their
Thought I
way
was
back
looking
in.
at car.
So, yeah, MOUZ not wanting to have to
Look
funnel
at
through
cars.
doors
Siguro
or window. They called that to
nag-aggressive
happen quite
smoke
quickly.
dun sa loob ng door, so kahit na
Alexi
predicted.
overextending out
He was
middle
looking at
after
too
his
many
teammates
options.
got in towards B. He was a bit of a free kill, giving the number advantage for MOUZ to be able to set up for the man advantage retake. So very well handled from MOUZ.
Yeah, a couple of discrepancies right now. JL, Bit, and Alexi yet to frag 4 rounds deep. Saying that, we saw JL yesterday. He was quite low on the scoreboard, but he was the one to close out.
Ugh, that looks so ugly, man. That looks so ugly. Parang sumakit mata ko for a second there.
Yeah, and also
Keep it up,
Yanko
MOUZ.
touched
Come
on
on.
that, something that Navi are going to look to have to replicate.
This is
right?
not
This
good
team
para sa Navi, no. Their T-side is no...
towards the end of the
Not
season
looking like
with a
it
good
was
showing
nung
going
isang
into the
araw.
finals in London. Clear of the smoke.
The
Torji
T-side that beat
says the same. And okay.
FaZe and Co.
You take that one, won't you, Brolin?
Oh, Bit chased him down, though. That's a valuable one back. And, oh, JL asleep at the wheel.
Now Exertion's gonna overextend for it, yeah.
Towards the tons, and these just trading back and
So
forth.
aggressive.
However, Alexi B and
Should've
JL still
stayed.
don't get the chance to play
Yeah, for
around.
what?
Bit
You killed
past
one
the
guy
bus
sa
being
B-side.
long.
You assume that
And that will allow
tunnels
the
is good.
others, Imir and Wonderful, to try and find another port of call.
I think the push from Exertion, when they were out long and they killed Brolin, they assume it's for a bit of a classic long 3 to 4 players would be there. So by finding what he thought was the lurk in tunnels onto JL, not ready for the second piece of that of Imir, the bomb being able to swing back, there's still U2 on the likes of Imir and Wonderful. Now, do they want to try and contact in or do they want to use their nades? You can already see information being garnered. Giving up long is MOUZ. Good timing on that block smoke from Torji will make them probably second guess if they did want to try and finish towards B. Jimmy towards back plat and the AWP in a really good position to be a nuisance.
If you want to cross, you're going to have to use one of your 2 remaining smokes, or are you going to test Torji? You're testing it.
Oh, what?
Just
Ooh,
days, that's
I think
all
cross.
looking at. Now look, pivot. This is all instantaneous
I
calling.
think you assumed that
Put some pressure
long
on
A
the
yata
mid, keep
lalabas.
that B player's feet planted, and now it's just Shui up against
Yeah,
all
oh
3
yeah,
of them.
because
5 seconds, that smoke
short
could do
long.
Yeah, he's got a delay.
He's no longer scared about long. He just has to isolate
just
it.
has to
Shui
hold
Oh, you
one.
white swan?
Second one?
You're mad lad for that, Chewie.
He's just gonna play inside the smoke.
Nahulog yung C4 City.
Oh, nice. Saved by Jim.
How unlucky is Navi, pare? The guy that died so short, nahulog yung C4 sa CT right into the face of Jimmy.
Pretty sure that kill
Stall
from Chewie
time lang
dropped
yun,
the bomb
pre.
down towards CT spawn.
Blessings from the
So at that
gods.
point, as they were flailing, looking for the fight, they really had to be dipping for the bomb, and then that put them in the line of sight of Jimmy rotating from B. So Chewie did so much there with the limited utility, and it looked like they had them regardless, but Torji with that flick away from the doors, he gets punished, so the leader steps up.
Huge from Chewie.
Yeah, that's it. You see the bomb there spill over.
So grateful he had that smoke. It changed the game, changed the round. NAVI pieced together a threatening half investment. Torji, you don't see Orpers go for this one too often. XCB though warded off by the AWP shot. Smokes and departs.
I think just wait for Navi to go in at this point. They know wala silang barrel.
Well, when you hear the AWP rattle off through the mid
Other than
doors,
mid.
Obviously you can rotate back unless you just want to hold W. But then
That's
you
tough
can
though
miss
if you
out
go
because
short.
he has been
You
able to
already know
reposition over
may
towards
opera dito
R.
sa long.
Now, if they use, they're only going to have one smoke.
I mean,
so
they love
guess we'll
opening
just see the
short,
bridge
so
smoke, and then these flashes have to be
perfect play for them.
They have to be perfect to push Torji off of the line. But he still has full utility himself, and there you go, another well-timed piece.
Ooh, he hits the
Oh,
shot
nice
to
shot,
JL
Torji.
crossing through the
Big
nades
nade.
good as well. Look at
Wow.
that to XCB.
I don't know.
Torji
Happy
holding
New
the
Year.
fort, doing his best,
Where's the help?
nails another quick one up
No
close and personal.
And
Throws it
Nana.
to Chewie,
It's a bit late.
No
MOUZ,
plan.
they are cooking with the gas right now.
This is dominant stuff, isn't it?
Alright, dude.
Anything we can have
13-0
it quicker
MOUZ.
than
Come
what
on, let's
G2
get
handed
it.
Virtus.pro to start the day's semifinals.
Finish
That
the
was
story,
a really
man.
quick series considering how long yesterday's Virtus.pro game took.
They're
playing so
Obviously
good.
in hot form. MOUZ, you could have
As like a
come into the
team.
series
Like,
arguing
the
that
entire
their
team
ones
is
were
operating,
struggled
pare.
so far during EWC.
Yung kulang kahapon si
They lost
Torsi
the
eh.
map in
Pero
both
ngayon,
their
nandito na rin
series
si
to
Torsi.
Sashi and Furia. Whereas, well, Navi beat Furia 2-0.
Stalling
There you
just
go.
for Super.
Alright,
Ah,
Torsi.
beautiful gets.
One
Alright.
on AWP action.
Torji was feeling
We were
aggressive, he's been
complimenting
feeling himself,
him a
and
little bit too
can't
much.
blame him. Bit now hitting headshots. He's
Jeez,
down after
man.
one.
Good trade.
Well, where that came
It's
from.
worth it for Navi. They push somewhere else.
Exertion's been, because of that aggression from Torji and his early departure, Exertion has to go and cover that. Does leave a vulnerable Brolin, the long anchor, forced to find himself back towards the site, so there's gaps all over the place. This defense like a sieve right now. Look how separate all of those blue dots are in the top left. XCB seizes some of that map control for himself.
Oh no, Brolan. That's the angle.
Yeah, there might be a
May
nasty
flash.
angle.
Wonderful's posted on
Someone needs to
Cast
pop
na
flash him
tingin.
though.
This is a really big one. Does hold down the
Oh,
Ooh, low
perfect.
dalawa.
contribute, but Wonderful still
Oh, but he got caught with the op.
despite that low HP,
Left to
swallows the
Jimmy.
grenade.
Torsi just had to peek mid
Navi
doors.
destined for their first.
Let's go, Yibi. No,
Jerry
it's
on
out.
top. There you are.
Just one.
Navi, welcome to the
Navi
scoreboard.
on the board.
Yeah.
I hope when you get that AWP head-to-head opener over towards middle, so good stuff from Wonderful, but Bit there as well. Ruthless through the long doors looking for that fight, taking down
Time out
Chewie.
agad, I think.
Here's the opener at Torji.
Yeah, this
Didn't
Storzy
even really
play
have
was
the gun
not
in
it,
hand ready
man.
for that
Why
fight.
would you push mid?
They weren't keeping track
This
ng
could have gotten out of control,
economy
especially
ng
if Xerxes
Navi.
gets the double
That's
up there.
wild.
Maybe a new conversation to be had in that round, but money available for the MOUZ buy, but Cyclone will call an immediate tactical
Maybe because
timeout.
ano, may scout dun sa
I want to
kabila.
make an adjustment of his own.
Bagay.
Baka akala nila nag-first.
But it is 5-0, no? You should know na.
Feeling himself trying
Max
to
loss
throw
bonus
some
na.
value into
Max
the
loss
mix.
bonus. Yeah.
It's not going to work every time.
No, and I think it's also a pretty good junction within the half to opt for that timeout, to have the conversation of how, you know, you want the next flow of rounds to go. If you can win immediately back here, you're already up to 7, half's 1, and hey, how many more are you going to be able to put on top as the icing on the cake?
Wonderful's going for the decoy. Going to try and peek off of the decoy shot. Hope he gets an advantage in the AWP head-to-head, but nothing going to be delivered his way.
Some missed util for MOUZ towards long as part of that control. The corner smoke putting a bit of pressure on them and keeping some eyes for now. So Emma looking for this gap. Like to see
Wonderful's got the
it.
timing.
Oh, blocked
It's
it. Body
smoke
blocked
out
that smoke,
though,
so no
so
lurk smoke
Sergeant
won't work against
back for
them.
now.
That doesn't
That's
see a
genius
little
by
bit of low
Sergeant.
pressure
Nakita mo
on
ginawa
the
niya?
defenders. But look at the real estate out middle.
Inuntog ba niya?
See MOUZ
Yeah,
more
inuntog
happy
niya yung
to
smoke
play
para
Chewie for
hindi
sure, but
mag-land
right
dun
now
sa
they're
harap
not in
ng
position.
B entrance. Kasi di ba ganun lumabas yung mga players sa B?
Yeah. So it's,
Will it matter?
Kasi
Kasi isa lang
Probably
yun
not.
natin.
No
Probably not,
pushing.
pero
Wonderful composed up on this angle.
it's a good little tidbit.
They do have entry on B though, so
How's his setup? They
I'm surprised they were able to give up space here.
albeit impressive to have found it so early from NAVI.
I think the key for the B defense right now, with the time trickling off the...
Yun lang.
Straight into
Again, Torzy.
Well, the util's still in play.
Just assume that was safe.
Just used it, still an incendiary to try and stall this out if it is a mid to B play. Looks like they're changing their tune because the AWP is in the dirt. Good call.
Oy, 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 oy.
Oh, Shuhi again. Same angle this time. Ime.
Yun lang.
He's looking down the barrel dito kaharap ni Sertion. Shuhi's gonna die.
No, that's flash.
What is this from Shuhi? Pushes in through the smoke, flashed in by
Honestly, could have been worse.
Perfect. 2v2.
down to JL.
Has to go up. Molly's on downstairs.
Whoa,
One left,
whoa.
1v1.
Hey, this is the matchup I want. Para Yimmy versus Bit.
Wait, 10 seconds left. Oh, wait.
No
Did they lose?
time.
No time.
Grabe, MOUZ is just the king of delay.
Nothing for you here.
What are they? Virtus.pro?
Oh, and they get that easy opening onto Torji. That's 2 rounds in a row.
What a
Torji
play
getting
Galing
picked
Shuhi
off.
though, to delay that.
Just drops
Short
down
flash,
to his
in the smoke,
demise. The pivot,
just jump in.
Yeah, you understand the call. Okay, the AWP's not going to be over towards mid-long. It means we should be able to sprawl into the site. But as
And
they
the same
go up,
thing
that smoke's
happened.
in play.
Dito sa NAVI, man. Namatay yung short player, nag-bounce yung C4 sa
And then
CT.
Shuhi with the chaotic maneuver is able
Torzy
to
always
take
dying
down
first.
Wonderful. Sure, JL's there for the trade, but there's more bodies. Brolin for the fight.
Classic.
This slows it right down. And the rotation
Still may
already made it through that
op
CT
yung
smoke.
NAVI,
So
diba?
100
Kasi
from MOUZ. That was a
silip
pressure
na ni
situation.
Silip na ni Bit.
Looking really good, really good.
Nice lead. Oh no, never mind.
How many times have we seen a NAVI player just not expecting there to be another? Always in the right place at the right time, using their util to facilitate efficient rotations. And for Alexi B, I bet this is a nightmare to try and call yourself out of trouble. Smokes the doors.
Yeah,
Keeps that
redeploy.
info blocked, yeah.
Brolin really hasn't been tested long early, right? I think that it was, one round
need.
where they've popped out. This is going to be late. And you can see the position, called it reverse back when I was playing, but that was many days ago, just above pit. And this is a difficult
Brolin
clear.
has to hold this. Sabi mo nga dito, he needs to get a headshot, or else it's cooked.
And he still profits with
It's one.
It's
Second
lovely
one.
from
Nice.
Brolin. A double
Oh.
kill in defense of his position.
And
Not always the most
Shuhi needs to get
glamorous.
out. They know he's there. Dun galing yung flash along.
Now he can just dig himself
wonderful
into the pit.
looking
You
at the
don't want
barrel
to be
of
overcommitted to that if you're
Victor
wonderful.
There's a couple of kills for exertion here.
Yeah, you think so.
Oh, baby.
Oh, he found
Alone?
a lot. Pitas lang.
But Shuhi, you need to get off of that position. You flashed long, so they know you're there.
Oh, they're gonna run B. Do they have a
Wala sila
smoke?
smoke.
Oh, no smoke. And
They
got
can't
double
go.
peek.
They can't go through Yimmy, man.
Unstoppable.
Yimmy.
Beautiful CT wall right now. It's that lovely blend of some solid anchor work and some necessary
been so
aggressions
good.
Yeah,
for some info.
and that's
big.
great that the
I'm
players
impressed.
are reading the game on such a high level that they're seeing these. Doesn't feel like they're forced. There's no times where like, well, how come they haven't pushed? Seem to be making the right calls throughout MOUZ. So absolute dominance right now on Navi's map choice. And
Whose
again,
dad
I'll
is that?
return to some of the stat lines that I was discussing. Oh, that's a hefty amount of bodies
Ooh.
crossing over and wanting to fight middle. So this is a bit of a change. We will have some early action.
Shuhi up to the plate. This is terrifying.
Up,
This is terrifying,
dualies.
but he's not scared. He's
Ooh, that's a C4.
to lower tunnels. Thank you very
Also
much.
not live.
Yeah, so the last time we
Sheesh.
saw MOUZ
Might
play
have a
this, they've only
fast
played it
semis
3
here.
times since it's been reintroduced to the pool. It was reintroduced to the
And-
pool 85
Good for
days
you.
ago. That was during
Yeah,
Pro League,
it was
the last
the
season.
same length with
Right?
the
Yeah, but that's
break
because we had 4
in
weeks worth of a
between.
break.
Bro.
So there's,
Oh.
there's a big chunk of your day.
Yeah,
right?
Navi
There's
looked
30
lost
of
at
your
us too,
days
man. I
at
don't know
least,
what is
and
happening.
Also Pro League,
picked
it
this,
wasn't
so
in play.
Yep.
because
Their
we were
problem.
mid-tournament. So you had to
Their
wait until Pro League
52%
ended,
win
then it was
round
their
or
turn.
round win
That's where
percentage at
MOUZ went,
these
and they
now
played it,
not mattering.
immediately, I do believe. I think it was just a couple days after. And they played against... It might have been
Course of
better
action of
themselves.
Navi dito. Hey, we
They
beat
picked it
Navi
against them
Tralis
straight
in
away,
this map. You should
because
pick
they
it.
had been able to practice on it while MOUZ was focused on the current map pool that still had overpass in it at the time. So they'd only played it at that event. They didn't play it at Dallas.
But it is
They did
Nuke next time.
practice for, it's a bit of a stop in that one, and then that was their last event of the season.
I have a
So
feeling
MOUZ have been on ice for
Navi
quite a
might
while, but they were
step up
boot
dito sa
camping
map
in
too.
Hamburg in their new facility before
But it kind
coming
of
in
depends
after
kasi
boot camping in Spain.
MOUZ has
They
all
need
team
a-
event
they need a
dito.
pistol
Wanting to get a
round.
good pick going into the second half of 2024. But that's one of the
Kung
problems,
11
right?
to 1, quick game lang to.
Both of these teams would be pretty comfy with the map
Oh
pool
god,
that
I
we have in
hated
front of
hearing
us
that.
right now. Dustin,
It's the
Nuke,
second
Mirage.
half of 2024.
Oh god.
I'm still
MOUZ
stuck
had a
in
lot more time to
March.
practice on this map.
Was this really Navi's pick?
Yeah, we're going to
My
Nuke
gym
next.
membership's expiring.
But that's a map that Navi could easily just do the same as what we're seeing right
I
now.
haven't
So
gone to
hey,
the
this
gym
series
because of
could
this.
have legs, or it could just be domination right now.
And I'm sick, so I can't go.
Conversation's one way as opposed to the other. And the long corner smoke respected, right? You see Doors and Bluebin Molly forcing out extra util. Corner smoke always had a bit of fear. Crowd would like to see Navi started to get activated. We just want an entertaining game, really.
Damn, Alexi 0-9. That's wild.
Incredible MOUZ are playing right now.
Look at this, they've left nobody anchoring long. They're so ready for something
That's,
mid-slash
that's
short.
an IGL scoreline if I've seen one.
Yeah, look at this psycho defense though. Walang tao sa long. They're just like, alright, they can't go through long. So they're most likely short.
They decide to not go for it kasi pakila best na silang lumalabas.
Ooh, what a shot.
Takes a peek. Good boy.
That's a shot and a half.
Follicles. Pokes up from the staircase. Nice work from one.
Alright, Brolan. Yeah, it is Brolan.
Go off of this. JL pokes
I thought about it na. What a mistake. Tas naisip ko, oh yeah, it's Roland. He does that. That's his thing.
Flash.
Oh!
Nice.
He's won.
They're going a long though, so they have...
Nah, they don't see. No, they're gonna chase me. Any naders? Molly pa. Oh!
Perfect.
And they're up against the unkillable
And
Yimi.
Oh my god.
Yimi's gonna like this. +2 for Yimi.
Isang pitas. One.
Oh, Shuhi. KS?
Epon.
Yeah, there's a
KS.
that is impressive, and I suppose that's either MOUZ just playing fantastically well and not feeling the pressure. These
Oh,
B
JL,
defenses,
chill.
left late,
Don't
so
hit the
that
monitor,
means that
man.
Their setups,
He wants
the
that
way that they're
trophy,
using
bro.
their util. The
Sheesh.
quality of that is fantastic.
Grabe.
A banger shot there from Torji, isn't it? It's been having a good
Kita
game.
it's
Was cool
HD
enough
in
for the last couple of
hairline.
rounds. But the other one is, MOUZ have never given Na'Vi the staging area of Cat to execute onto A for free without disruption.
I see you.
They've always been in that limbo area or harassing, flashing forward. Here's Bit, been out long with a fight, won a couple before, but stalled out.
Yeah,
Shuey,
Bit is
game
over
leader,
it,
just
man.
denies
He's over
two,
it.
And that
He's
could be
has to
11-1 on the half.
Go to map number 2.
Jesus.
Thanks for the matches, brother.
A CT side.
Oh, okay. Okay, wonderful. They're gonna try to force it para makuha yung up, but here's a molly. Yep. This is done deal.
And there it is, locked in at the half. MOUZ are speedrunning this semi-final, the Esports World Cup 2024.
All right, that's the.
Can we just go to bed? We know that.
Oh my God, that man's a big boy.
That's Bob from Tekken 7.
Yes, sir. Can do a backflip.
Speed and wait.
Damn. So MOUZ definitely wants this trophy. I mean, they're one of the few teams. I mean, these are one of the 2 teams that actually has practice going into yung Esports World Cup natin. So nag-bootcamp yung MOUZ 1 week before. And Navi, I think they got back from their player break, I think 6 days prior. So they do have practice, but apparently MOUZ, I mean, the bootcamp is way better para sa kanila dito.
Even against the map pick, no? Those 2. Pick yun na Navi.
Yep. So I think they're gonna take a 2-minute break between your half because I need to pee and Doc needs to breathe. So guys, we'll be right back.
Some cyberbullying here in Riyadh as MOUZ have taken NAVI to church.
It might be a 10-minute break after this because MOUZ is very close to winning this first game.
And this is Navi's pick as well, Chad. I think we might just want to start talking about map 2, or?
I think MOUZ are wanting to buck the trend of the 2 a.m. finishes. They thought, all right, guys, let's get everybody home, well rested. It's grand final day tomorrow. The least we could do is get everybody in bed nice and early. MOUZ versus G2, that sounds like a pretty tasty morsel, especially if MOUZ are going to play at this form that we're seeing right here, right now in the semi-final. And it's a nice step up, right? These guys are considered studio merchants. Well, there's a crowd.
There's a crowd, Chad.
It's a step up, and I think Yanko was even talking about the continent. Well, they're on a different one at the moment, so look, a couple of big ticks going in their favor if they can pick this up, but still a whole nother map and a half ahead of us before we can get there. Exertion, mid-doors smoke safely.
I've been missing that one in my repertoire. Long-range Glock, oof, puts bit on notice.
Can't get luckier than that, can ya?
Let's see if Wonderful can pass his test.
Wonderful? Oh, he's not missing. Oh my god. Okay, nice. Good. Go, go, go.
Brave.
Chill.
That would have completely squandered their
Jimmy do
smoke
it.
for the cross. Instead, he's managed to find the equalizing frag. Now they want to come and test Jimmy. A two-man push into the fin.
Glock beat the 50
though. Yeah, I'd say
Glock just good.
He's crouched into the angle.
Oh my god, Jimmy!
Jimmy's the goal, bro.
He's lost. Now you have to
One
get
more
past
for the
Jimmy
rope.
if you want to get in.
Wala siyang armor.
Don't challenge.
Oh, he's still a flash.
Get out, Mr. President.
Jimmy's already peased.
Papa-flash siya kay Shuhi. Ay, hindi umalis.
Now the bomb going down. This is so difficult for Bit and JL. That early damage from Brawlan onto Bit. JL brought low by Jimmy.
Flash yan, no?
Getting back in, it feels like a
Decoy. Tapon mo na yung decoy, pre. Naiya ka pa.
impossible task.
Baliwala.
Uh-oh. Or at least one.
Back, bro, back.
You know what's funny? Jimmy looked away from yung decoy.
Hey, man.
Siya pa yung tumalikod pa.
Let the young god cook.
Yo, is that slime?
They're going to take their third
Yo.
tactical timeouts and see if any resistance is possible. But at the moment, it looks futile. Wonderful gets one, a good trade from Roland, but it's the double from Jimmy, and it looks like he's
Sakto
having a bit of
pagbenga
trouble
ng
where his
decoy
fight
dun sa
first
box.
starts,
Tumalikod si
but the
Jimmy.
Glock in CS2, I don't know what it is about
Jimmy's
it. It just
locked
feels
in,
like
though.
it's had a bit of a buff.
It does, doesn't it?
This final is gonna be crazy, man.
Put your crosshair
Feeling ko
in
this is gonna be peak new generation matchup dito sa final.
Peak bugbugan.
Navi haven't even
Monesi versus Jimmy, bro.
I don't even feel like they've been in this game at all. There's been a few rounds, and you go back to the pistol where they had no advantage on the first half of play, then they battled their way back in, and then they gave up the number advantage retake, and you have a hard time discussing rounds where it's felt like
Wonderful thinking.
even rounds
Kung
where they had
nilipat na
number
ba siya ng
advantages and they
MOUZ.
tried to go for finishes, MOUZ just made the perfect play.
Would it be a bad fit, man? No, honestly.
Jimmy and Shui's
All
frag
young
total.
players.
Oh, Lexi might finish the game with no kills, Alex.
Yeah, well, that's certainly a contributing factor. I've been missing this smoke. I wanted to learn it from Torji, but we are...
Well, Exertion didn't throw it perfect last round, did he? Because you could see above it.
And JL is going to be on the warpath. Has caught out Jimmy. Doesn't finish
Help.
it. No way.
Help me.
Jimmy still got two.
What is that?
He got four.
Oh, it just
Jimmy is the coach.
Jimmy's in fine form at the moment, isn't he?
bad to worse.
Alright.
This is
There you go. Naglag lang.
unfair.
But Alexi, he can get a kill,
Oh.
Alex.
He needs one.
Come on,
Alright,
Alexi.
finishes up. Fast forward to game number 2. Chop chop.
Go, Lexi.
Look
0-12.
at the HP.
12. What a... That's my goal, bro.
Why'd he smoke? Door.
That's my
big.
Copenhagen major winner.
Jimmy's going to even bring the fight. Okay, yeah,
Mainis si
LXCB on the
Jimmy.
board.
There we go. There we go. One kill, brother.
Picks himself up an
Ooh,
AK-47.
finally.
Roland makes light work.
There you go. I think it
And
stays
here
at
comes
one,
LXCB.
pare. Nope,
With
never
his
mind.
second
Two.
as well.
Get a
Five
3,
bullets all he
get a
needs
3.
if he can find
Five
the head of
bullets.
Roland, and he does.
Ooh,
1
3.
HP. Can LXCB come
Looking
up
for an ace.
huge? His first 3. And now it has to be an ace clutch. It's not to be.
Hindi na
Torji
pinalagpas ni Torzi.
denied. And
113.
14 rounds is all we
The
need.
break was longer than this.
Pick no less.
Ah, damn.
MOUZ
Pinahintay nyo
sprinting
There you go.
kami, ha?
39-minute game.
Absolutely dominant stuff to kick things off. 2-1 against Sashi, 2-1 against Fury.
At least we guarantee na yun nga. The sun doesn't come up by the time na matatapos tayo dito.
Please keep this up, MOUZ. Please keep this up, Navi.
Nuke pa naman next map. It is a MOUZ pick. Yung map number 2 natin. 80% win rate. Recently, they did beat Euphoria. And that's a team na 1-3 in a row sa mapa na to. So, pretty impressive. The only team that they lost to sa Nuke was Sashi. The tournament na to.
Wow.
And
check to see if NAVI is
that's pretty good because they're Danish, pare. Yeah.
Oo.
Pero yeah, that is pretty much it para dito sa map 1.
Jesus, the break was so long just to get the sub
39
40-minute
minute
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good speedrun. So
Great speedrun. We'll take a break.
We'll take a break, guys. So we're gonna see you guys for Nuke. MOUZ's pick. Is NAVI gonna make it, or is MOUZ gonna be the grand finalist? We're gonna see right after this.
Machine when it comes to Dust 2. They were looking super hot, super much in control. We spoke about some of the players, you know, coming into it. You had Exertion playing well, you had Torsi firing on all cylinders, Roland shutting down Long the couple of times they tried to fight him, Jim Fed as well on Dust 2. It felt like everything was just going right for MOUZ, and it's very hard to say something smart about a game that finishes 13-1.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about everything going right. There's also evidence of everything going wrong for some people in this game. Who was missing here from NAVI?
Oh, I mean,
and I'm not talking about him specifically.
Okay, Alexi got rounds in the final round of the game, his first kills, but it didn't even matter at that point. And it wasn't necessarily the fragging and failing to find kills that lost NAVI this game. It was constantly being out of position, right? And being at disadvantageous situations, whether it's a man down or just MOUZ having all the correct information and being one step ahead of NAVI.
It is crazy that you can pick a map like Dust 2, come into a matchup like this in a semi-final and then show absolutely nothing. At no point did it feel like NAVI had anything to offer, and I even feel, I know when the score is 12-1, but the very last round you see them double push in towards upper tunnels, and that kill they can't even get. If you can't get that kill, you may as well just leave the server, quit the game, and just go home.
And style points to Jimmy for it too, because you know he did have to do some maneuvering around.
He could just not touch the keyboard, not touch the mouse, they still would have found a way not to kill him.
Facts. Let's go ahead and run round 8, Yanko. What did it tell you in your heart?
Yeah, I think for me, this was an example of like a round where NAVI just is too slow. They find this kill, right? And now you can look at the time. It took them 30 seconds to sort of group together, and they only have 2 players on Cat now. Brolan is having a field day, JL is here. Now it's 20 seconds left, he dies, the bomb is down. And the fights just keep happening, they keep happening, right? And in the end, Bit runs out of time. And I think for me, the problem is, why does it take you 30 seconds from when you get the kill on Torji to organize yourselves and sort of say, okay, we killed the Opper, let's just go away and win out the fights. Like, sure, you're blocked on Cat, but if you believe the call, right, there's 2 guys there at most. So break the smoke. I don't know if they had a nade, maybe they didn't, but you had a flash. Like, at that point, you need to trust the call and just go. You can't wait out for all these things. A guy needs to run long, because if there's one player on long and he dies, then you guys are 4v1 against the one guy standing behind the smoke. Like, you need to trade that, plant the bomb in a 5v4 if that's what you think is the best call. Instead, they're spread out around the map. Brolan is able to get some kills. Shui gets a kill and creates chaos running through the smoke, right? And they run out of time. This wasn't the first time it happened either.
No, and I'm curious to what it is, because they're just cramping up on the server. They're not utilizing the few opportunities they had in this first half to do anything, and I don't know what it is, you know.
It also, it's the pistol. I'm telling you, it started with the pistol, because if I'm an in-game leader, man, or a coach, or as I was, and I'm sitting there, and like we're starting a game on stage, and we have a 3v2 post plant in the pistol and we're throwing it away, what are we doing? Because you're playing a really good team on the other side. They're going to make some good decisions, good moves. You're not going to have 3v2s every single round. So when you get them, you need to take advantage of it. And now you're 5-0 down. And if you're Alexi, you're mad a little bit because you can't kill anyone. You don't get good opportunities. You're 5-0 down and you could have just won the pistol and at least had one round, right? And if you convert, it's a completely different story in the first round.
He's a little upset over here.
You don't say.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
because it's stupid. It's like it's just that stuff where it's like, it's not a face-it game, guys. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, what sort of Counter-Strike is this, you know? And then all of a sudden you're down 13-1. And that's the only silver lining is it's 13-1. So you'll go outside and say, guys, we just played like shit. You know, let's just forget about this. It's just one of those games. We're better than this, and let's reset.
So that's actually something they can have in their pocket, Jacob. I'm sure you've been in that situation before. You ever get
many times, many times.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I'm used to losing 13-1. At that point, there's nothing you can use this game for whatsoever. You have to reset, readjust, and just accept the fact that you're now going into a best of 3 where you have to win 2 maps in a row. At no point did NAVI show up right here. It makes it even worse that they were the ones picking Dust 2 into this matchup. So not too satisfied with that. You know, I like your little rant right here, Yanko, but I don't really have anything to add. It's a 13-1 game where Navi couldn't get anything done, and credit to MOUZ Sports for utilizing all the opportunities they got.
Yeah, I'm just drawing back to this sort of disjointed cat approach right there. It is rather frustrating to see the game be played or lack thereof playing in that.
It's true, and there was many mistakes you could find out. Pistol round, round 8 that we just had right here. I also do need to give credit to MOUZ Sports. I think every time they're presented an option to punish Navi for a mistake, or even in some of the rounds where Navi couldn't even get long control, they couldn't get in towards the B bomb side. They were caught in the rotations where I think it was EWC and a homie trying to go up catwalk. All of a sudden they have to go back into dark, and they're stuck behind a Molotov, and the round is over before we even see the round unfold. You can just see how it's just completely gone wrong for Navi, and that is MOUZ playing well, that is MOUZ rotating correctly, that is MOUZ being, on top of the game right here. So as much as I want to jump on the Navi train and saying they're shit, which they were, it was also MOUZ.
But also first gun round, I just remembered, Navi, okay, they're 3v4, but they're inside B bomb site, and Ime is playing big box, and he's not watching tunnels.
Yeah,
like he's watching exit door. Your two guys are in the side. Who's gonna watch tunnels, bro? If not you. They come it's a retake with 3 guys from tunnels. Navi took the site and had 2 more smokes. And I said this round is over. Like they're gonna re-smoke door 2 times. That's it. Tunnels is a narrow choke point, and all of a sudden they retake without losing a single player.
It's just that one moment he moved just across there. That's it.
Where your individuals need to show that they know what they're doing and they're good players and they can play these situational rounds and play good Counter-Strike. Every single time Navi didn't do anything and fell apart.
Fell apart, or maybe even never got off the starting line, Jacob. That's an unfortunate reality for the map pick there of Navi. So, silver linings. Do we want to pick any up if we start talking about map 2 of the series in Nuke?
Yeah, I mean, it can't get any worse, let's be honest, but they're also starting on the T side now, and I think that could be a bit of an issue. The way MOUZ are playing, the way that they have players pretty much all over the map, who are good in their positions. I'd argue on Nuke, MOUZ is a strong team. You talk about Jimfat closing down ramp, likes to be a bit aggressive with that one as well. I think Torsi is very underrated on that CT side. He's roaming a lot with the AWP. He's not very static. He likes to be in yard. He likes to be inside hot. He likes to go aggressive. So I feel like if you're Navi right now, with the way you're conducting yourself on Dust 2, with the way you're playing, you have to mentally reset, but you also have to hope that MOUZ are going to go down a level. Otherwise, I'm afraid this one is going to be over and done and dusted in less than an hour.
Just a good start, just gets any momentum going for Navi, right? Like, because it's not just that they were losing round, they weren't close to winning some of these rounds, right? MOUZ was always one step ahead, and trust me, when you're in the game, you feel it as well. It's not just that you didn't win the round, it's like they were exactly there, they knew what you wanted to do, you're eating nades all the time for 40, 50 damage. It's just very difficult to play against. So for Navi on the CT side, winning a couple of rounds, sort of the players getting some of that confidence back and remembering what they're capable of.
So that's hypothetically what maybe Blade says out there in the parking lot, right? But Jacob, what do you...
I hope he's cussing them out.
Gotta say something.
You have to.
So, Jacob, what do you say in that moment? What do you tell your team? You just got absolutely bamboozled on map 1 of a semifinal, and now, well, this could very well be it.
It's a good question. I'm not being paid money to do that, so I don't really know. Never been in the position either. Yanko can probably testify to that, but I think at that point you just forget all about Dust 2. Like, you speak about Nuke, you go through your preparation, obviously. You talk about if there's any glaring mistakes, or let's say there's an individual who's not communicating, or there's an individual causing a trouble or acting out or something, you address that obviously, but then you just focus on Nuke. As you said, starting on the CT side, hopefully Wonderful comes alive. Hopefully EWC gets more than a kill in round, what was it, 13, 14?
The last
one. At that point, the very last round, right? 3 meaningless kills whatsoever. So there's only so much you can do as a coach if your player decides to not shoot anyone.
It's funny you should say that, Jacob, because I was in that situation in the semifinal of Beijing. First map was Dust 2, our pick, playing against Prime Astralis, of course. Lose 16-0, right? we're outside, we're talking, and it wasn't like this. We didn't really have a chance. So I'm okay, guys, screw it. Who cares? It can't get any worse than this. It's over. We weren't really in it. It's map 1, whatever. Let's just get into the second map. Remember a couple of things, blah, 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 blah. It was way better. We lost 16-2.
Awesome. And we're never going to forget that game, right, Jacob?
That was a great game.
You're never going to let me forget about that game like I could.
Well, not now in the confines at which you've given it to us. Of course, I can't forget that. Gentlemen, I want to ask you if you think Navi's going to be bringing us to a third map, but I can look at least on Jacob's face, and I can't tell if that's just like a normal smirk of sorts, or you think so.
I'm jumping ships. MOUZ is going to win.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, thoughts about that, right?
I think it's just very hard to make such a big turn after map 1 if you're Navi, and also MOUZ playing really well. They have all the confidence now. They're good on Nuke. Starting T side, I think they close it out 2-0.
It's not looking good. But either way, we do have a break in front of us so that we can find out what happens in that second map. And, well, if you're NAVI, perhaps showing up into the server today, this would be a good start, and this would be the time to do it. This is a semi-final, and you don't want to get your keys crushed. We're going to go to that quick break, and we're going to come back. We're going to jump right back into this series. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup. Okay, let's go.
We had a pretty good break before this tournament. We had around a month off without playing Counter-Strike. Coming into this tournament, we already boot camped at our new facility. It was a good experience, and also I think the practice was pretty efficient. I would say that I was pretty happily surprised with my team, how quickly they were able to get into shape from such a break. Maybe we don't have a written objective as to what we want to do here, but definitely inside we know that we want to do better than the first half of the year, and that is going to be our goal. I think with signing Brolan fully now as our player, we kind of maybe completed the puzzle in a way, although we already did feel that whenever he was even here for just a loan. Personally, I believe that we've never really had a major issue with communication in our team, despite us being an international roster. The language barrier is not there as much as it would be in other teams. I definitely like the direction that Valve may be going. Right now we have like 3 maps that are pretty new or
for example, Dust 2 is new to us, or it's now back in the active map pool. I was actually pretty surprised with EWC. I think there's a lot of benefits coming to us players or the esports scene in general from them. One being is that they are helping organizations come into the scene with not only Counter-Strike but also other teams or other teams in the esports. So that is really nice to see, and having, or your organization having more teams, it just includes a lot more players, and it builds the esports in general, so there's a lot more players involved. That is really nice to see, that you don't only have Counter-Strike as an event. And in terms of the event itself, I think it's creating or going the right direction as well. Like as an example with the trophy, it's very unique and you don't really see it anywhere else. So I'm really happy about things like this, that we're trying to change things up, and it is going in a positive direction. So to me, there has been a lot of positive influence coming from EWC so far.
Shui, in-game leader of MOUZ, talking a little bit about EWC, and, well, one map away from MOUZ taking it all the way to the Grand Finals. He talks about that trophy. They're not far away from lifting it themselves.
Yeah, MOUZ are hot, and Jimmy's on fire right now. Another great performance from him, and had a great one yesterday as well. But that game started at 9 p.m. local, finished at 9:33. We had a 3-minute ad break. We had 3 NAVI tactical timeouts. There's a minute 30. And then you had 1 MOUZ tactical timeout. There's another 30 seconds. So we'll get it up to 5 seconds of not game time. Maybe we had roughly 28 minutes worth of Counter-Strike in map number 1.
Ooh, yeah. No, I'm very intrigued to see if NAVI have got anything to say on map 2. I'm sure it's hard to shake it off. I would imagine that a strong start here on the CT side of Nuke could give you enough to kind of shake it off, treat this as the start of the semi-final for you. Because, I mean, you got one round. Some people only got frags in the last round.
Yeah, if Alexi can start with a kill,
yes,
that would be fantastic news. But no, we discussed this yesterday throughout that VP series. One of the struggles that Vitality had was just pistol rounds in general, and that one still went 3 maps, still went about 4 hours. But we are getting the pistol round underway. NAVI now getting a chance. See if they can kick things
Finally,
side.
We're back.
Will MOUZ be able to run with this momentum that they've garnered? Will Jimmy keep up this amazing form that he is in?
Yeah.
About to be tested towards
the Filipino community stream, not the Filipino broadcast, the Filipino community stream. There we go. We're gonna me broadcasting it. We just commenting.
Oh my gosh! Okay. Maybe they're warmed up now.
Should be staring at the floorboards to try and escape. And now very separate. Look at this from Torji. He might be able to catch him as re-clear out the lobby.
Uy.
Catches a glimpse and hits the goosh.
Malapit naman di makill yun.
That's a big
Bakit
round
mo
from
sinugod si Uy?
who's been having a great tournament up until this semi-final started. Let's see if Torji's got anything left in this one, or is Bit about to leave with 4 frags in this one. Looking good. Torji though better. His head off, and JL going to be swinging out on a timing. Wonderful. Ready to receive on the low side. Wonderful, still moving, and JL spots him. Distraction and execution.
Nice,
Wonderful, converts it. NAVI get a necessary pistol.
Would have been some insane shots necessary there to close that one out. But that is what you need to see. NAVI not fumbling the number advantage on the pistol round, setting themselves up, likely going against a MOUZ eco. No bomb going down, no extra cash injection. I'm sure they'll just take the
setup. One guy's a marsh, one guy's a door actually.
Necessary.
One guy's a ramp.
And we were talking about the map before we got into this.
So,
pretty comfortable on a map like Nuke, so I'm sure they're not feeling too out of the water having to play this.
Yeah, here we go. Good against FaZe yesterday on this map.
Oh, the manual door opening. They're not doing it with that nade.
Pinuksan lang yung pinto. Wala kasi silang HE.
The other way through. In there. I'm going to take a couple fights. You heard from Yanko there saying, hey.
There you go. 1200 wasted, buddy.
Back from his coaching days. Well,
Worth.
maybe take a couple of fights, and that's what we're
2
seeing
mollies.
now. Wonderful.
Oh!
One and done, Torji.
Nice shot.
Zinger on that deagle, but look at this. Yeah, they're definitely playing a little bit more liberally, aren't they, NAVI?
Yeah, JL's having a field day, isn't he? Just running around on the silo, not letting them get anything close to comfortable. Sounds like Riyadh's happy with that one. Definitely crowd favorites are NAVI.
Navi pala to sa sa Riyadh
In terms of viewer base, whether that be here as well as at home, I think if we had the NAVI versus G2 final, that would garner the biggest fan bases. I think in terms of the most exciting Counter-Strike that we could get, and maybe I'll be
to be fair,
come the end of this series, but I think it would be MOUZ versus G2.
What's the MOUZ cultural impact pare? Dito galing si Carrigan. Si Rox. Frozen.
Fast from Exertion, stalled out by an incendiary right in front of his face, going for the standard smoke wall.
I don't think they have that impact.
Going to be able to break through Alexi.
Yeah.
This yarn position.
Maybe this roster, if they can keep it together.
Yeah, he's ahead of the clear as well, so that's big from Exertion. Gets himself across.
Imma's down here.
Hits, takes the fight, converts it.
Yun lang pinedit ni Exertion.
Yeah, a bit
There is a walk though with the bomb on his back, escorted by Torji. Bit pokes his head up and nearly takes off Torji. Puts him down to just 3 points of health. Into the fence, clears out the aggressive rotation from Immer. That was brave, but punished.
He should attempt to go radio.
He had a window of opportunity. Alexi.
Oh, flash. Nice. Drop down by Alexi. Taas though.
Deletes the fin. JL in trouble now and trying to use that SMG
wants
for
to go huge with the MP9.
Takes
Not
back lobby, surges into it.
much leverage though sa mga Utus nila.
Yeah, they do know.
That
Oh,
would have been nice, but doesn't
Molly went
quite
out.
nail it. Trajectory hits the smoke.
Wild
Good
Molly.
headshot
Everyone's
back.
slow though, Torzi. What's the plan?
Oh, well played there,
MP9.
Torzi.
Oh, Torzi be spamming, bro. He should just spam the wall. Spam the brick.
Makes it costly. Shui locks it in.
Doon si Torzi sa gilid, walang bala.
3 HP, man.
According to the kill feed,
Yeah.
Roland's feet were on
Well
the
played.
ground there, but you could have fooled me.
Buti hindi sila nagpanic nung pumasok si JL sa lobby.
Maybe because Sui already had the flanker. So,
Yo, give me some.
bro, I'm hungry. Some $100
$200 nachos.
7 PM coffee.
Yeah, no, honestly, the mall is open until I think 8 a.m. I don't know.
All right, well, that's
The only nachos we can get is
your late night entertainment.
freaking Minute Burger.
Okay, well, Navi not
And
forcing
it's pretty
back
high.
immediately. They are just
It
going
ain't
to
all
take a
that.
save with a loss bonus of 1900 coming into
Oh,
next
Roland.
Roland will get an easy
You know what?
one. Swept under the rug by a bit. Swings out with the MP9. But
They
there's
should
more
throw away
fights
AK.
as far as Jimmy's concerned.
I'm concerned for Jimmy. Perhaps not so much anymore as they flush them back into the sights.
Doofy playing solo.
Oh, alam.
They're gonna try looking for
One
him.
of the most dangerous players. Multi-kills just every round they come his way. Every time.
Matay na naman si Sergio. The hell?
Sir, random Sertion
He
death.
is, I think, in
I think
terms of
random
the way
Torzi
that
kit
the
death
team is
nga eh.
approaching the game. It allows the in-game leader to focus on his crosshair a little bit more, and he's going to take a few more of these risks as well. As far as in-game leaders are concerned, he's one of the younger
Nah.
in-game leaders for sure.
Nalagay ko na yung Minute
So,
Burger sa
mechanically
utak ko na I
speaking,
want to
I'll put
order
him in the same
Minute Burger.
bucket. But
Nah,
you look
bro,
at
I'm
Carrigan
going to
yesterday with
sleep,
Carrigan
bro.
versus Alexi tussling on that first number play.
The
But
Minute
Glock.
Burger glizzy.
Navi, there you have it.
Chili con carne.
Round number 2, we're all tied up.
Of course.
Onion franks.
Momentum gonna
The onion
shift
franks.
immediately.
Depends on the venue. It depends on where you're getting it.
Yeah.
Sometimes the franks, the onion franks are god tier. Sometimes it's garbage.
But Shui in the playoffs.
But it's fine though kasi the price is pretty low. So it's buy one take one pare.
And you get a drink.
And you get a drink and nachos.
Damn,
Fire.
what a deal.
Yeah, and there's nothing fast off the back of it. He's actually just
Ironically, like that's the one thing that they're going to order sa Minute Burger.
Might see the aggression from the
Their
MVP.
burgers.
Yep.
Oh.
Lovely start for the
Some
round.
guys are
Navi get a
good.
gift.
Jimpot getting killed. Jimpot not having a good
I
start.
might not have been expecting the AWP so quickly. Just considering the way that the finances have fell. That one's been dropped across from JL, so only made possible by
I think they should
donation.
wait.
MP9 getting a couple of kills. Came with an extra cash.
Yung util na Navi
And
is
the fact
pretty
that one of us
low.
already out. Back towards yard. JL.
Timing.
He's just looked away. Look at Shui.
Oh.
Perfectly catches the
Good
timing.
shot.
That's frustrating.
Oh,
Just
Ime.
the angle.
Nate'll
He's
do
dead.
it.
Oh, Ime's dead. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
No.
Oh!
Oh, if he wasn't dead from the nade.
That's a save.
They would have been disastrous. Yes, plan.
Even after such a comfy opener.
Game time, Navi,
Save yeah.
perhaps.
Quickly, it just came down to the timing there.
That's yung util man. I mean, 2 flashes.
Confidence on
But
display yet again.
I think they already
from
knew
Mouse.
na
Beautiful stuff.
Heaven is going to be one of those spots that they can come from.
No sort of misplay
Even,
from
they
the
didn't
other
even
than
pre-check.
getting time.
Amen, no?
Shui walks
Pumasok lang
out.
sila.
By the time JL
Yeah,
gets
they're
the
not
angle,
out there
he's
for
not
this.
expecting
It's not
someone
worth it.
so far out
4K para kay
so
Sui.
soon.
So I think it's a buy.
especially when it's not telegraphed.
So I think
sometimes if your main
Torzy's
player
gonna
is
drop the
looking
AK
towards
dito kay Jimmy,
there can be a
and
time when you have to
Torzy's gonna
control
be
between
rocking
and
that
hut door,
ABB.
and
He's been
normally
doing
people aren't
really
just
well.
walking out hut because it's one of those angles
7 and
where
3
you get
now
your
kay
feet
Torzy. He's
spotted,
actually
if
playing
you're
really
up the
good series
rafters.
ito.
Worked out quite nicely. There's other little details, right? Because we are functioning looking at different things at the start of the rounds. It tends to be more stuff towards outside, right? Okay, do you see the deep molly? What type of a fight are they going for? But your lobby player gets there early enough, you'll hear the drop on towards the heart, that information being communicated and then potentially executed upon. Unfortunate for Ima there on the clear was already very low, and wow, I guess
Akala ni Ima na may nakapick na sa kanya doon. Wala pala.
Timeout Blade to get back on the mic. He probably just feels like he was having a conversation because they would have been outside discussing what went wrong with map number 1 or focusing on map number 2.
The Blade timeout, 1 out of 3.
It would be a shame to have back-to-back blowouts in our semi-finals if you missed the G2 game just moments ago. Well, it feels like it. They gave us a nice extended break, didn't they?
Does that say more about G2, or does that say more about Vitality, the result we saw?
Virtus.pro.
No, sorry, I'm just the way in which because we were watching VP versus Vitality.
Sure.
I'm out over.
I think
Navi,
yes, no, I think one of the things is, and again, at the start of the season, you're always going to put me in this point of conversation where you look long-term and you can look in the microcosm of this event. And in terms of the honeymoon period and the type of Counter-Strike that G2 are playing, you can't argue with that. But then if we talk about long-term G2, honeymoon period, how will things track over time? Now there's going to be tape on them, etc., etc., etc.
Hello. Another opening for Wonderful. Didn't make a difference in the previous.
Version's dead again.
Yep. And Brolan. Masters of their ramp craft.
Oh.
Gets the better of
Okay, everyone's starting to roll, man. Sweet is perfect. No, sakto yung pag-fade na Smokey sa in.
To report certainly that there is a
It has
possibility.
to check radio first.
Side, though, and got a lot to do with only a
Oh, wow. Took the challenge.
It hinges on JL now, and he's done well.
Great. Potentially, no, not quite.
Gets away. Back turn.
Get him. No. Nice, Suhi. Get the plant down, brother. Oh, there's one event though. Lexi B. IGL moment.
He's already got his feet planted for a triple.
Damn.
We talk about this guy and his aim.
KD ni Alexi V is down the toilet, pare.
In the semi-final.
Feels like MOUZ are everywhere. You know, they get an opening kill again with the AWP, but the next minute there's 3 guys walking out ramp. Bit having to take the heads-up fight. Brolin wins it. They're leaking in towards the lower side. There's multiple Navi bodies there. JL stalls them, but then here's Shui.
That was magical. And it's always scary in the back. You can see to just take that additional time to make sure that frag comes through. But ready to pivot onto Wonderful as well. And this looks quick. Pace change. Into the 5-7s. It could have been scary.
Hero M4.
Already using that Hero M4 to great use. Now we get the 5-7 in the feed. Alexi B plucks another. Out the CT vent. They're swarming.
Oh my god, Jim Fat, what happened? Wait, what? What happened to the round? Did they just burst?
Aggressive approach.
All in A?
It's immediately been sent straight back to hell.
Classic MOUZ. Oh well.
Well, it's 4 rounds, D-side.
That's a humbling round to lose.
They're already tracking, making sure Torji can't
You're
save.
you're so right,
Alexi,
Machine.
with the information, is just going to pivot away immediately.
Humbled
they know
for
now
real.
that he was heading towards spawn for the save, so multiple avenues to try and take this gun away. Keep this round quick.
What a horrible position for Torji to be in. There's so much time on this clock. So much time
Imagine
for CTs to be finding a different angle.
Imagine.
Well, that's a way back in some way. The fact that first fight's happened now, he's actually starting to have a little bit of a look.
You don't want to scope in this situation. This is a quick scope moment. Yun lang. He panicked.
Solid attempt, but they try and change up the pace, and it's punished. See this one again. Now, JL, we didn't catch it immediately, but he charges into hard. Takes down
Ito yung mukha ni Blade. He's like, we should have not won that round.
You're so lucky, guys.
Yeah, and those 2 MP9 kills
Like,
that he
damn.
got in that round previous, facilitating a little bit of extra cash for him to go for that type of a fight. It's a bit of a bonus there for NAVI to bounce back
on
immediately,
Eagle is psycho,
especially
no?
after 2 rounds in a row. Wonderful getting opening kills in the AWP.
Or like
rounds
8-take
of
pag walang pera yung kalaban niya.
to keep their head above
He
water
should have
on
been
the CT
slow.
side. MOUZ
Just
has
slow
already
down,
been
man.
looking
Could have been
fine.
slow, could have played outside, could have been any other strat.
Sorted for you ASAP and get back underway.
Fast A, most likely, nandun yung stack.
AWP for Wonderful
That's
is going to
crazy.
feel exactly that.
Fast A. It was smoked already, pinili.
Still money for MOUZ to purchase, no dramas there, but getting to the end of the finances if they cannot set the winning ways.
Oh, my boy trying to riz.
Pissed around with conversion, for Navi.
I would raise too.
First gun round, MOUZ were
Yeah,
victorious,
same,
and
brother.
that was 4 on the
My
trot.
God, the other guy
EWC
is
now
like
posting their third.
0 riz, buddy.
Yes, sir.
He's there. The reverse wingman.
Here we go, round 8, second map. Already NAVI have put up more of a fight.
Wonderful thing.
Wonderful.
Presented
with
for
a smoke wall.
Labas.
Information on the cross, no longer a possibility. They'll throw their HE, nothing behind.
Sertion, we gotta lock in, man.
Just Sertion trying his luck and
God
wonderful.
damn
The
it.
second clear is good for it. Charging bit, testing him.
Oh, good
Wonderful
flash.
in support, shy of the mark. The flash obscures him. Gonna go for the repeat. Bit ducks under. Already good
I don't
rotations
think
from Navi.
madaliin nyo to. I think you hold it for a
This
bit.
man advantage, they can hold on to it. Crossfire established.
For a
Bit
long
and
time,
Emmett
MOUZ.
to be tested.
Nagmamadali si Jimmy, man.
It's not umuwi.
Bit with an AK is a terrifying prospect for anyone up against him.
Would be wild if they flash both doors. That's the way to do it.
Jimmy working his way into the angle. Emmett ready to receive.
Huh?
And ahead of the play is Bit. Goes hunting for Brolan. Does a lot with that.
Oh, Jimmy, you're insane!
That could have been a disaster.
Yun lang. Your teammates are garbage.
I would say unwinnable. This is Torji we're talking about.
Except Dorsey, man. You good.
Damage onto
I got a Glock in my Rari, no!
Sayang.
He thought he'd done more damage with that wallbang.
Yun lang. What happened to the other teammates? Jimmy was popping off,
Should
man.
have finished him, but
I
the
mean,
fact he
Sertion
was
died.
through the wall,
Again.
You can see his reaction in the cam. He would have really started to heat up with that one because he could have pivoted wherever he wanted. There was time to work with on
What is
Torji.
blood doing?
The trade work from Jimmy, especially focusing on that second. Yeah, look,
Jimmy's aim is so
he was
crispy
only
though,
chipping
man.
to just below half HP, so
Parang AI,
he
you
had
know?
some work to do.
Parang AI si Jim Fan, man.
Yeah. Wanted to catch how much Jimmy put down towards JL there.
Anak
towards
ni
control.
Trump
That's
yun.
his reaction to his
Yes,
death.
sir.
Felt
Baron.
like a labored spray from both of them.
I don't know
Jimmy,
what
you take two
I
that
don't know
far
what
forward.
Byron was talking
It was
about.
JL, you
He's
know, once he's
really
that low on ammo, he was
Ooh.
in trouble. Well, we're just down to the pistols here. Jimmy with a
I know.
with the rest with Glocks.
Oh, it's a Glock.
She was
Alright.
showing more than a bit of shoulder. Will be removed.
Glocks
from
and
the
the
game.
Raris, man.
It's been
Yeah.
challenged a couple of times over
bro.
towards ramp. Keep searching,
Oh,
keep farming.
damn.
Bloody Glocks.
Good one.
Oh,
They pushed a little bit too
guys,
far.
That's two
They
guns.
got
I
two
know one of
rifles
them's only
because
an
of it.
MP9,
Oh, wow.
but still, that's two weapons they can pick up. Not another fight with the Glock at range. Come on now.
Let's call our jets here, fellas. Wonderful realizes he should probably get away. I say that, no he doesn't. He pulls out a deagle and starts looking like he wants to fight.
And he ran away.
Sertion gets that M4. Him is not shy. He's not
Oof.
scared.
They've already got more than they were worth in this round, MOUZ. So if they do somehow manage to get a plant out of it,
Imagine.
Sertion,
no
only
way.
one left,
Especially
has a
with the
rifle.
rotation, it's very well done.
Is it possible?
Next
Wala siya sa
thing,
frag level eh.
Wonderful's gonna be coming through
Tulog
ramp.
pa ata.
Door opens. Sertion trying his luck. Seeing if he can get away with another kill. He's in trouble. He does transfer into
Ooh.
one.
Boss.
And they're down. Okay.
Oh,
I don't
he
know.
forced the
He's on
spray down the
adrenaline,
M4.
side quest.
Well, wasn't any secret of the business of exertion there.
It's loud as hell. as
Yeah,
well.
it couldn't have been louder.
Jumping around.
All right, well, 3 kills with just 1 deagle invested. You'll take that if you are MOUZ. It's Cycron's time to get on the microphone with the deagle timeout. There, 30 seconds of a conversation. It's been 3 back consecutive from Navi, with the bomb not going down in any of them. So, would look to change that as the first key. Hey guys, let's try and get into the side. Let's see if we can put ourselves in some post plants. Juggling the guns across. We'll make sure that everybody has everything they require on Navi. You can see how strapped they are. There's almost diffused kits across the board. Head armor for everybody. Incendiaries, smoke. So they can open these rounds, stall out MOUZ, and they'll have good responses. You can see nades being left as well to deal with smoke walls.
Wonderful loves an aggressive maneuver. This time Torji was ready, but Wonderful's quicker. On the AWP, leaves with 2. Roland didn't get a chance.
Was it a
Top of
double
the
upset though?
silo loses his head.
Died.
And that's what you want to see from players like Wonderful.
He has been very active with looking for CT side openings. The ramp pick,
Wala
obviously
ata silang
outside. He's had it
mapapasukan
from
dito
multitude of
naman.
different angles now. He's
Unang
tried
sila
that
sa
same
tao.
play a few times, but this time going wide around red.
It's reminiscent of the simple CT side AWP we used to talk about.
And I think if the rationale is, hey, let's try and get Wonderful to get these picks early, it doesn't allow MOUZ to go for mid to late round executes, right? It really just unravels them, and now they're in the mid round. They're having to piece things together on the fly without any space, thanks to Wonderful.
They're coming for
Game
Jimmy.
5? Did they see him?
Not,
oh, what?
Wonderful, a quick scope.
You can see his head visibly shaken, no?
Yeah, down the vents, Jay.
Nakababa pa nga dun sa ilalim.
Wonderful. Wait, we could be on for an ace here. If he can punish with a clear, she's going to be sitting dark for a fourth. Wonderful.
Oh, no way. Nakita niya ba yun? That's crazy.
6-4, NAVI.
That's the impact we're seeing from
Finally online.
He's comfortable.
It's got to feel nice for Wonderful heating up in this fashion. Already at 15 kills. We're 10 rounds deep, but no matter where he goes, he's hitting absolute bangers. This second one to top silo without X-Ray, just a little head poking over the top. Punishes Brolin, who was looking to get him as he scampers away.
This half is just a frag movie from Wonderful. Seems brave to be taking the majority of your squad. In fact, the whole team going towards Wonderful's domain. Alexi,
oh, they're gonna need everyone. Oh, it's a good thing they made the wall just in time. No one got found. It's a Kek 9. Paloob, Emes there. Oh, no one died though. Okay. Damn, babe. Oh my god, Insertion. Agro. Wonderful, don't push this, bro. Oh,
Jesus.
Nice. Good Tech 9 win.
How quickly things can go wrong.
Yeah, just go outside every round, bro.
See that it got ahead of
Never fails.
as well with the rotation.
Maybe.
He just gets overwhelmed. And
Maybe
Xerxes
Xerxes was.
They heard him jump down ramp, and Exertion was already pushed up.
He's like
So ahead of
Jesus,
schedule.
man. That
So
one
right on
chapter.
time for MOUZ.
Yeah, maybe he cooked.
They
bro.
hated him for he
They can
was.
still tie up the half
For he
at
was
6-6.
right.
So now, as
For he
far
was
as the
right.
rounds are concerned, right,
Tama pala na nag-outside siya
looking
pare.
for a MOUZ
And he realized
team
outside was the
fight. That's
correct
great.
way.
You're happy with
They
that. You're
should've
more than
just
happy to
built
go into
it.
the halftime break. Big smile on your face, knowing that you've done
Oh,
more
Blade
than
is
enough.
not happy pare.
And that was without the pistol.
Time out again, time out too.
Nah. Patapos na yung half eh. I think he just.
Couple of rifles.
It is what it is.
Money
It
to buy
then
Wonderful's AWP can come out of
saved for next half.
A bit could by himself, but they can also hook him
They
up.
have
just
money
make sure
anyway
everybody's
for
full on
NAVI,
the
so it's
util.
fine.
But this was just a lighter investment from MOUZ. Pistols in the hands. Impromptu smoke wall towards Yard. A bit of a distraction from
Also,
Chewy.
baka
You can
bit.
see Bit frustrated with that one.
Yeah, understandably so. Just a half
Damn,
investment from
Roland
MOUZ, and
sense
they
is
managed to pull across
fast.
That fifth round. Will it be
That's my
6?
sense, bro.
He swiped left, tas umiikot ng 180 yung character niya.
We'll be looking for an edge into that second half.
Okay, wonderful.
Wonderful indeed. Again, best Torji. Rolling in that off angle.
Roland said F the smoke man. Dito ako sa
I'm
left.
pushing in.
Maintenance si wonderful.
Oh,
Flushed out
nice.
by the flames. Down goes Alexi.
Oh, managed to get inside.
Search in.
perhaps.
Oh, Dale.
Zertion, however,
Oh, wow.
managed to
What
get
a
the
clear!
How is he still alive?
He smoked him.
Wonderful. Couldn't finish him off. A tag onto Zertion, the double kill.
Dito. Ay, wala na
No,
silang
that top
smoke.
site's theirs. Molly stomps Bit up the
Give me to
ladder.
the bit, bro.
Need to care.
Bron bringing that bomb through. Nade can finish him off right
Oh,
now.
Oh,
nice
that nade.
4 HP, gets
Oh,
the
so
frag.
aggressive.
Element of surprise, but traded.
Yeah,
1v1.
It's up to Wonderful
There
to
is
come up
he knows
clutch.
where the last guy is.
16 frags, but this
Oh,
one
he
has
does
a
now.
round.
Let's go B.
He
Let's go
read
B.
the balance of
He
his
read this, he read this, he read this.
decision.
Oh!
he does
Wonderful
not.
gets the gap. Did he-
Oh, nakita niyo!
Teammates have told him. Pre-aim is perfect. It's
Oh! Narinig ako ni Surgeon.
Yes, sir.
spectacular.
Nakita niyo.
I was scared for Surgeon.
Nakita ko yung pixel eh, yung gumagalaw na
Even
pixel.
Stevens at the half.
Madya mo niisip nila ako yun, no?
Yes, sir.
Damn. It's winnable. For both, kasi it's 6-6, huh?
Alright, 6-6. Good enough for MOUZ. Good enough for NAVI. Still 2-minute break muna, no? Habang nag-iingit tayo. back, guys. So, try to set up the score here dito sa second half natin for the semifinals.
Round was all we needed to conclude Dust 2. And now NAVI and MOUZ meet in the second half of Nuke. A 6-6 scoreline. NAVI finding a couple of early leads, closed down by MOUZ in the final two.
Yeah, more than a couple, Alex. Wonderful was 6-0 in opening draws, but I want to focus on that O. MOUZ only managed to get one opening kill in the entire first half and still managed 6 rounds.
Well, that's testament to their team
to
play.
give us sleep. Thank you.
Strong individuals on MOUZ. Waterfall smoke.
Well, I see exertion. This one is 1 in 6, by the way, earlier.
Dropping onto the main roof. Doesn't help. Rollins with him, but Imez run him down.
Sabay sila nag-drop dun, ah. That's actually impressive, man.
Only the one from
I can't be mad.
And JL deleted by Torji. Maybe there's more to be said about this one than I thought.
Lobby, locker. Basta hindi bigay yung heaven, it's fine.
Oh, but they're going the other way.
Tanong, saan dadaan si Wonderful? That's the question.
Is he anticipating this angle from Imez, holding just a tight gap? Doesn't find the conversion. Now he looks to reposition. Gina the same. The windows are broken. Options available.
It's awkward.
And Torji down.
Oh.
Big frag from Imez.
Oh, Yimmy's here.
Oh, loud up the ladder. Quick turn.
What?
With his
Hindi na sinifki the entire way?
he was just fragging in
He
general.
wanted to be a hero, bro.
Okay.
Much for you.
Both pistols started to look like
Anyways,
a
first
recipe
buy, man.
for success for NAVI. This is
Classic.
MOUZ's pick of Nuke. We'll discuss
Actually,
the comfort of the
they only
map
got
with both
2
these teams.
kills.
Mirage, the third
Go.
and deciding map of this series if necessary.
It's 5 outside.
You get stereo opening kills from Emma and Bit. It does make things a whole lot easier. Torji between a bit of a rock and a hard place, and Jimmy unable to assist. Wonderful, with a perfect toss to the bomb. And
what a funny visual to turn around to body.
So this goes. SMG from Brolin doesn't get anything done. A bit of damage onto Alexi.
Oh,
One shot for Shui could work, and they do.
One more.
Oh!
So he.
Joe, help! Help! Where's the help?
Nice name.
Oh, Yimi is baiting.
Navi, you have the top side. Jimmy uncomfortable. Rotations required. His teammate loud up the
ladder.
ladder.
He's not.
Got a good idea as to where two of them
are. They can nade you.
Now the nade comes in.
Yeah, they perfect.
Softened up.
Oh, that hits too. Nakatigil pa, Torzy. His scout turns into an op, pare. Why did you MP9?
First one fading. Look at that.
One shot here. I think Torzy needs to go huge.
One shot. One opportunity.
Yep, stall.
Jesus Christ.
Empty.
Torzy, if you had the scout, buddy.
That would have been clean.
Navi not wasting any time, just straight into the top site.
Oh, as we always say, that round's worth 2 because it was the force by now. It'll have to be the MOUZ eco. So 9, almost the destiny for Navi, putting themselves just a few rounds away from closing this one out.
Dapat okay na yun, kay Sui pre.
A good attempt on the force by the nade damage doing a bit, but the Deagle's not able to land those shots, and they felt like they had smokes coming out of everywhere. Navi, there was even the ability to redeploy after that missed main smoke.
Navi chilling now. So 6 to 9 early on potentially for Navi.
Oh, it's JL's SMG just farming up cash. Zershin caught out on the dismount. Another Mac-10 frag. So they're going to be flush for cash here. Triple kill with that. He's already got 1,800 in his back pocket. Has JL. Oh, that's Torji. And there finishes this off.
There it is.
Down the slide of Secret.
6 to 9. All right.
Very nice.
Well, Shui can drop the AWP across to Torji. They can make this purchase happen for the first gun round of the second half. 3 rounds difference, and MOUZ need to respond immediately. They were able to do so in the first half of play after the pistol, their full eco, and then the guns coming into their hands. Can they do the same now that they're on the defense? That's the opener for Navi.
Alright,
MOUZ. Smoke all towards yard, door blown off. Harass you to the main. Torji's getting hot.
That's Molly.
To get away with his life there, very low. JL has found first blood. Brolin's having a tough time on Nuke.
Yeesh.
How did JL get Brolin?
4 and 12. Zershin looks destined for success on the edge of the smoke, but it is fading.
Full committed now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is going to have to focus up. And there does present his head. Good work
there
from
it is.
Zershin.
Nice.
Puts us into even.
It's off arm.
Oh, Yimi, narinig ka, Yimi.
As just Jimmy looks away, Bit starts clearing. The timing, it favored Jimmy, but Bit too good. And already an uncomfortable round for MOUZ. If they go down lower, you're not going to be looking at a retake. And Alexi B knows that.
Well, these were the moments on Dust 2 where Navi fumbled, but they've completely outmaneuvered MOUZ this time round, so it should be looking good for the 10th. And then as soon as the site is given over, you'd be expecting MOUZ to have to save. Running out of rounds.
That's a bit overextended by Bit.
Tough to get back in from where they currently reside, MOUZ.
Don't even know if they're going to give it a look in. 2 of them going towards the low site, flying up that vent's a death sentence. Zershin knows it.
He's flash shift.
Piecing this round together. Shui can smoke off Squeaky Door.
Shui needs to flash.
Then flash in and up the vent for Exertion.
Yeah, but JL's good
for it. That's a horrible smoke.
Either needed to be a deeper smoke or a shallower smoke. One of the 2, really.
Shui going to get run down, loses everything as well, so they are going to punish as much as they can. They're even
game 3 pa tayo.
Not done. Wonderful doesn't want to buy one, he wants to take one. JL's on his way.
Oh my god.
Nah.
Hit the brakes, alright. Well, they'll let him hold on to it.
Oh.
JL's dead.
No, with where,
doesn't know yung
flash should have given it a crack.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world.
I think the thing is, where you know the finances, yeah, look at that. JL nice and deep behind that molly. But impactful kills for JL in this first gun round. But with the saved AWP and where the finances are at, you know that MOUZ, if they do opt to invest, it isn't going to be the best to buy. So you think, okay, he can hold on to the AWP, but what are they going to have around it? And actually, they've been able to whip something together that's somewhat respectable. So with about that 35.50 on the likes of Jimmy. He can get out of
What's the
A1S
buy
and
here,
armor.
man? Kaka-full buy
Exertion's been
lang
able to treat
nila.
himself to a little
Meron
bit
pa
of U2. I
silang
think
EVP,
Shui might
so
have
I
to operate
think-
with a lighter weapon,
I
so
don't know.
more utility. They are going to juggle across the nades to work out who needs what. You need at least one to be blocking that top side. So Exertion and Brolin have been given the incendiaries. There's well, Exertion and Brolin have been given pretty much all of the nades. Shui's even invested in a decoy. We'll see if that has any rewards.
Gotta fix this.
MOUZ, how do you crowbar your way into this game?
Torzy going for the hyper-aggressive peek, and it was...
Oh, Torzy, you missed that?
Nice first blood onto
Damn.
JL.
It's good that he still has the balls to look for that. In the previous, obviously, going through
Should have
main
been a
and
man
just getting
advantage,
singed
but
down.
now you have info
A
that you're
different
there.
way to take that fight, but
We can
he's
just
pinned for now.
go outside, no one's checking
Moving
at all.
quite quickly.
Bro, is anyone gonna check
Massive stance from the lobby hole.
freaking A-Hut? No?
Goes out a well-placed nade.
Very deep.
Deep nade.
Don't have to peek this Torzy. You can stay here.
Torzy searching. It's going to be cleared. Left eye. Wonderful has the advantage. Down goes. JL built up on it. Brought
Oh,
up
the
the
top
white
three.
screen. Oh, this team play is looking too good from NAVI.
Man, this is a fast half though.
From 0 to 100.
It's not like
You're
there's
hanging
no
out in
hope.
lobby, you let that
But we
first
have
fight
to
be found.
wait.
Wonderful plays it well. Locked him in with
This
the
is just
Molotov.
10 minutes, bro. Don't worry.
Just crouched into the AWPer's angle. As an AWPer himself, he knows a good fight's a
Yeah,
good fight.
yeah.
Version dead, Bit not messing around with any knives. He's just there for the headshots. He's here for
Oh
the third
my
map.
gosh,
He wants to take it
MOUZ.
the distance.
Mukhang napagod na ata dun sa Dust 2 map 1, pre.
Choices for MOUZ heading forward. Loss bonus going to be maxed out going into the next round, right? 3,400 coming into the bank balance. Jimmy loses everything.
Gising
Emma
si Jim
takes it
Fatapro.
away. So what? You take
Yeah.
a partial,
Nga.
and then you full buy,
Jimmy
and the
just
scoreline is 12 to 16,
Sanook,
6 consecutive
7
rounds.
and
Just takes it
15.
overtime. Now,
This
obviously,
is
this
not
is not
it.
as dominant as map number
This
one.
is
Not
not
the same
like-
Nuke to one scoreline, but this second half,
It's not my Jim
it's been
Fatapro.
dominant indeed. Not a single
Imposter,
CT-sided round for
MOUZ.
MOUZ. And as long as they haven't been trying, Torji's had a couple of attempts at going aggressive towards lobby looking for these fights, but he has not found the opening kills in the same success that Wonderful did within that first half of play. And opening kills, they are few and far between for MOUZ within this map. Within the first half, only one that was for Brolin, the rest were all for NAVI. In the second half, you see here, they're even struggling.
Yeah, you have to sit with them, bro. Oh my
Focusing his
gosh,
attention
your
towards
stats are
Torzy
not
there. You can see
working.
even after his death, he was started to kind of give him some sort of hand
They're
signal. Now takes his
forcing.
time.
Oh,
Look him in the eyes.
brother. Stinks.
Can't believe they're actually shoving. Okay, well, it makes sense. Obviously, when you're 12-6 down, you can't make a single mistake. But it's not like you're able to break the bank of NAVI anytime soon. You're going in ill-equipped, worse weapons, worse util. And another opening death. Brolin down to jail once more.
Bit.
Oh my
Flies
god,
into
okay, we're going
Zertion.
to map number 3.
Wrecked.
Yeah, it's
A little
just
bit on
unbelievable
that,
pace out of NAVI. It
Shit.
doesn't feel fair.
Shit, man.
This T side, these individuals are just shining, bro. Look at that, 1 minute 25.
Wrap it up. I have to take a shower, bro.
He's up heaven.
A hot one.
Torzy wondering what on earth he's
Get
supposed
the
to do with
Mina
the
shower
Falas
after
events.
this.
5 alive for
got this,
NAVI. You
bro.
pushed all of your chips to the center of the table in
gosh.
this one, and you haven't even got a kill to celebrate.
You can start
Just
now.
resets any of the concerns that we may have had
This shit's
after map
over.
number one being such a blowout. Maybe these
True,
two teams should
but-
change their map picks.
Let's wait till
So,
the
yeah,
game
it's been a while since
finishes.
we had this where
You're
both
holding
teams
out
look
hope.
better on their opponent's pick.
I think this is one of those factors though,
OT
right, that
tapos
we haven't
natalo
seen
din
these
naman
two teams
yung-
lock horns
yung
before.
MOUZ, no?
So
Imagine.
going into
I
it,
think you
going
just
somewhat
make it quick
blind.
and
They would
painless,
play each
Tito
other in
Navi.
practice and maybe have a good idea how things look, but coming out of the break, haven't played each other in 2024, have never played each other with these rosters, so a lot of unknowns.
That's true, actually. Di pa sila naglalaro.
It's one thing we
at
definitely
all.
know that it's been
Mm.
two dominant
These rosters.
back-to-back maps to kick off this semi-final.
So, what is map 3?
Bet did amazing this game. Wonderful also.
Mirage pa nga.
Oh my god. Please end my suffering.
Oh, greed a deadly sin.
Match point.
Going for that
Map
M4.
point
Cost him his
for
life, but
NAVI.
it was a guarantee he was going to survive. The swing was coming.
MOUZ holding out hope.
But will they have the perfect D side? I mean, this has been 6 on the trot. You know, we framed that first half saying MOUZ would be happy with 6, and they should have been. That's under the impression that they were going to put up a fight here on the CT side.
Yeah, they did more than enough on their T half. This CT side, they've just gone completely missing, and these constant buys. You're feeling under pressure, sure, but you look at these rifle rounds, they're not really rifle rounds. It's just cobbled together the best you can offer. Someone needs to provide an opening kill, or at least hold on without giving the opening death.
JL is gonna do something phenomenal. He's already in vents. Oh no, they let him through.
Massive gap.
Yeah, he's
oh
and the
no.
round can't get easier if you're NAVI. Get that bomb across down secret. You've already got the vent rotation.
Straight line.
Okay, there you go, an opening.
Yeah, they're gonna go down in vent. They didn't realize that JL's there.
Players rotated down, however, for MOUZ.
So long as they don't opt for vents, then
someone in B though.
They already know it's a possibility that low
they can
side
up
is
again.
the threat. Chewy hiding out clock.
Suspiciously quiet, isn't it?
Usually an indicator that the low side is about to be crunched. No exception here. Here we go. JL investigating. They didn't Molotov to the dark position. Shui's rewarded for his first. And no way he gets away with a double. Immer gone, finally falls. Wonderful down after 2. And Bit, he was just there to try and hold the secret stairs. Now he's got to do it all with 20 seconds.
Should have done this a while ago. Yeah, finish it off. There you go.
But 15 seconds, a bit clutch, is a bit far.
Have to let go of the shift key with you, Bit.
Yeah, he's out of that.
You might have to get a move on, mate, if you want to win that one. Let's see if Brolin can find himself anything better than the Famous.
Going to do an 8
give him a weapon, mates. You give him something. There it is. Okay.
Let's go out of
Brolin finding an opening. There you go. We'll
finish
get
it
his 5th
off.
kill. Jimmy's called off a little bit, only 7 kills for him as well. Let's see, are MOUZ able to work back in action, or will this just be the masterclass of the T side from NAVI?
Might be dangerous,
sure, it's no longer the spotless record, but it can still be done quite quickly. And one of the difference makers being an opening kill in this one, Shui with the double. I think multi-kills for MOUZ have been pretty few and far between as well.
I'm sure it must be very affirming for Brolin to be, you know, loaned out to a team and then coming back and saying, yeah, we want your full time. I'm sure that does wonders for his confidence. Finding a bit of home in MOUZ. Early start towards the secret side. Real focus of MOUZ here. Just some spam towards this corner. Nico, Donk, they love it.
Double pump of this smoke wall.
Wonderful on the red container, ready to punish. Turns away the flash. Nate should have a nice angle onto the AWPer. Taking down Wonderful is huge. Can he get away with his life? Ooh, damage onto Immer.
Just gonna get this
Position
kill.
to catch Brolin searching, and already the pieces crumble for MOUZ.
J Legend. Oh, the drop down. Why?
He's in trouble.
Might get an extra kill. Oh my goodness.
Big frag from Torji.
MOUZ comeback.
Alexi and Immer trying to get into this B site. This is a challenge for Immer. Can he find another? Oh, he's going to have to do it all there. Good work from Shu. He finds the angle onto the plant. Lexi not accounting for it. And there is a round for MOUZ. This is it's a big ask.
They are staying alive, sneaky.
It's a big ask considering how much residual cash NAVI still has. They can buy again in this round, and they can even buy again into the next. And then every round that they lose, with 12 already in the back pocket, the loss bonus is building. So any round that they put a dent in, it gets a little bit sketchy for MOUZ. The bomb goes down. They're in positions to buy and buy and buy. And even if it isn't a full buy, it can be Tech 9s with armor. So it will always be threatening. MOUZ have no easy rounds for them. As Blade is getting on the mic for the second tactical timeout, this is going to be an extremely tough way back into the game. 4 rounds more required for MOUZ, and that's just to take us to overtime.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm intrigued. So he calls a timeout. Alexi and Immer both start staring at their notes. I would like us to keep an eye on Immer and Alexi. Of course, all of NAVI in this next round of play. Blade thinks he's found the solution. He's found the way to put that 13th on the board. Just 2 CT rounds so far from MOUZ. 3 alive in the previous.
Early smoke wall again from NAVI. Standard CT opener. Glaive smoke deep incendiary. Waterfall lands. Exertion forward. No AWP for Wonderful, even though he could have purchased it. This is going to flush Exertion back. Nobody top silo to punish. JL's had Brolin in his pocket as far as this squeaky door rotation exchange has been concerned.
That's for sure.
Smoke wall landing late. What type of rotation they're hoping to force? This forward position of Exertion may be unexpected.
It's top side util. Being lined up. Deep smoke squeak may delay them. Won that sight line. Will Emma even overlook this corner? He will clear it. Oh my god. Wow, wrecks Exertion. 4 frags away from map 3.
Pero
Chewy eats the flash. Good util, but no commitment. They're trying to shake up the CTs, get them moving, and it's again JL on Brolan.
Forced dun sa off angle, pre.
Has been very difficult for Brolan. 5 to 16. JL has his number.
All on Shui. Only one to defend this. The other 2 on the lower side.
He knows he's got to be a hero on this then.
Needs to.
At a minimum. Just glanced away. Here's the audible steps of Wonderful. Goes back. Just a bit of a distraction for Alexi. Clears him off, and NAVI off the back of the timeout make it look clean.
Valuable 30 seconds from Blade. The 13th round all but secure now. We're going to have ourselves a 2v5 retake. Bomb down. 40 seconds already ticking, and Wonderful's on the hunt.
Let's take a shower.
Can't quite believe it's
a stinky shower at that. Oh my god, he's going for a knife. Wow.
Who knows where both are? Information.
That's all you need. And a headshot from Alexi certainly makes things easier.
Right, let's go to game number 2, guys.
Jimmy won.
Unless Alexi be...
No. Alright, take that shower, brother. I'm gonna do the outro. Anyways, guys, map number 3 is gonna be Mirage. Both teams really good dun sa map na yun. And yeah, we are gonna take a very, very tiny break of 10 minutes, and when we come back, the final game of yung semifinal dito para malaman na natin kung sino maglalaro versus in final against itong G2. There we go. So guys, wag kayong aalis. We'll be right back.
Mirage could be a lot of fun if we get both the AWPers on point. Torgio on map number 1, Dust 2. He was hitting some bangers this time round. Wonderful with those openings in the first half. Was amazing. 6-0.
Okay, they're awake now. That's the least we can say about what Navi's put down here on Nuke. A totally different look, an absolutely different look, especially you think about just sort of how they were applying themselves in the game. It just seemed a little more assertive, if you would.
That was a great comeback, I'm not gonna lie. Considering how bad it was looking in Dust 2, I was worried. So were you, Yanko. We spoke about it coming into this map. We were like, it's not looking good for the NAVI boys, considering MOUZ picked it. I wouldn't even say that NAVI looked great in the first half. I mean, a 6-6 first half, I think that was kind of 50-50. Without Wonderful, they would have been in deep trouble. He found an awful lot of impact in that first half, but MOUZ still gave himself a fairly good shot at winning this map. You're up 4-2 T-side on Nuke after having just obliterated your opponent on the Dust 2, and then you still can't win.
But, you know, he's not even the only one. JL controlling the door, that's got to help too.
Yeah, I think, you know, at that 4-2 score, NAVI was on a half buy, and MOUZ, you know, trying to win the round quickly on A, perhaps a bit too fast for their own good. That started a streak for NAVI, but even in just a couple of those rounds early on that MOUZ won, those are 4v5s. Wonderful was finding openings with the AWP, and then just the round crumbles completely for NAVI. So you were starting to worry seeing that, but luckily they managed to, you know, get a decent 6 rounds in the first half, but then just completely pummel MOUZ in the second half.
Yeah, pummel party. Can we call it that?
I think we can call it a pummel party. I think we can call it an Alexi B masterclass on the T side in the sense of calling from him. I think they were very good at spacing and pacing the T side. You saw in the very last round as well. MOUZ kept forcing the issue, and they kept losing the opening duel. JL dominating the door position. Brolin couldn't find anything. And then Alexi B and NAVI would drag out the tempo of the round. They would make sure that NAVI would be in control. They would make sure that MOUZ were sweating a little bit. And MOUZ kept stacking the lower bomb side over and over and over again. When they were in a 3v4 or in a 4v5, They would keep sending 2 or 3 guys down to the lower bomb side, and LXB kept hitting the inner bomb side. So last round, great example of that. Shuhei in a 3v4 standing by himself can do absolute fuck all. And, you know, I'm not going to lie, that was a very impressive performance coming out of LXB on the T side.
Yeah, it was, and it was also a disaster class for Brolan and a master class for JL. It seemed like every single round he had his number, whether it's at the beginning of the round or punishing, you know, a potential lobby push from Brolan, or just, you know, any time he takes that duel, Brolan didn't stand a chance. So I think that was also a big factor in that second half.
Which is, I guess I'm looking at MOUZ and I'm looking at the difference, right? The compare and contrast of what we got in the first map. It just seems like they didn't have a proper answer for the response that Navi was giving them. Of course, getting that first round does help immensely, doesn't it, Jacob?
It does, and I think it's more so the CT side that disappoints me. I still think 6 T rounds is okay for MOUZ. As you said, you know, there are a couple of rounds they could have gotten. You know, losing that force buy to Navi in round number 7, not optimal. But apart from that, if you get away with a T side on Nuke and you have 6 rounds, you're still in prime position to win the map. So I'm not really worried on behalf of MOUZ for the first half. It was more so how flat they felt on that CT side.
The problem was also, you know, once they save one round and they keep going for these buys that are not ideal, but you have, you know, 2 M4s, a FAMAS, 2 SMGs, you feel like you can make something happen with that. You have a couple of setups for those rounds that you don't have everything you want, but it just keeps happening, and I think they went down that rabbit hole too early, right? And it was already 12-6. Okay, they win a couple of rounds, but Navi's money was so strong as well. The guys pointed it out in the cast that they would have had to win 6 gun rounds, MOUZ, to get it into OT, and that was just impossible, really, against Navi on this one.
Do you think some of that carries over from, you know, how in control you were in map 1, that you think, okay, I can take these duels, we can take these fights, and we can maybe win it?
I mean, we saw it. You know, Shuhei is dropping from main, getting that kill. It seemed like he was still in air when he got it. You know, there was a couple of frags that MOUZ was able to get where you thought, okay, these are just confidence kills. You know, they shouldn't be getting these kills. So props to Navi for being able to, you know, push through that, not fall apart mentally, really, in that moment, and just persevere and be able to take it into a third map.
Showing more resilience that I thought they were going to be able to, and as I said, I think as much as MOUZ didn't show up on the CT side, it was also LXB and Navi really playing a perfect T side. The way they were pacing it, the way they were constantly in control, the way they were able to find openings, and even when they were down a man, they still found a way to get back into it, play a 4v4. So there was a lot of positive signs coming out of Navi in this one, and unfortunately for MOUZ, that second half, it's gonna be for them to forget about.
Hell of a round here from Shuhei, by the way. Just the positioning alone, I think he got what?
I thought it was over at this point, you know. 4-2, you said to yourself, next round it's going to be a semi-force buy coming in from Navi. Had MOUZ been up 5-2, 6-2, easy to say, but then most likely they would have closed out the map, but that wasn't to be the case.
Yeah, also lost both pistols in this game, but in reality, the way the second half went, I don't know if it would have changed all that much, but moving on to Mirage, I think this is the best map for both teams. I think actually it was difficult to pick in this series for both of these teams. You know, they share strengths to some extent, they share weaknesses. There wasn't really a clear and obvious punish pick, it didn't feel like, for both teams, so maybe not so surprising that they traded their own picks.
And wonderful all over Nuke, right? So that does kind of bode well. We look at Mirage.
It does. I think Chad said it coming into this segment as well. He would like to see both the Orbers flying on all cylinders. You had Torsi playing well on map 1. You had Wonderful being very impactful here on Nuke, especially with the aggressive peaks with the AWP. I love the fact we get a highlight package with frags from all over the map on a CT side. He's aggressive in yard. He was towards ramp. He was all over the place. So if Wonderful can keep that confidence and keep hitting shots like we're seeing right now, that's obviously nice. We saw MOUZ play Mirage yesterday, where Torsi was also all over the place. So I agree with you, Janko. I think Mirage is probably the best map for both of these teams. So in terms of quality and the quality of Counter-Strike we're about to witness, hopefully it'll be a more even game and a better game.
Can this crowd get a close game today, please? Like, as well, some, you know, excitement, some, I don't know, just sort of an unknown as to who's going to win. It's been so clear-cut throughout today that it's been a little bit sad.
Yeah, by far one of our more competitive maps of the day, and albeit it was still a slide, wasn't it? So it wasn't like...
It was competitive. They had them in the first half.
Yeah, as you do. Not gonna lie. Yeah, all things considered for MOUZ to bounce back after that one, and we're not talking about a MOUZ that's down and out by any stretch. Perhaps there was a moment in that game where like, okay, you know what? Maybe the next map is for us, because right now this isn't working. Does that ever come into play?
I think so. We have seen MOUZ play Mirage at a high level, and we've seen NAVI play Mirage at a high level. I think both teams are coming in with the same mentality. They should both feel that they're in control of this game. They should both feel they're in control of their own destiny. I don't think either teams right now are feeling that one is better than the other. I think it's a classic best of three sometimes, where you get washed out on the first map, you then come back, and then the third map should be close and somewhat interesting.
And it's where all the players will feel confident and comfortable, right? To make their moves. This is where both teams have a very deep playbook. They won't run out of ideas, so hopefully that will give us an entertaining game.
I'll keep an eye on Jimfed though. He was coming into the second map. I think he was the highest rated player of the entire playoff or the entire tournament, and he did struggle a little bit on Nuke. He had a couple of rounds where he found impact, especially in the beginning, but he was slowing down, nowhere to be found on the CT side. Given that he's still, let's call him young, inexperienced, regardless of having played Counter-Strike now at a high level for quite some time, can he bounce back? Because he has been the difference maker for MOUZ throughout this tournament. So coming to Mirage, I'm looking at Jimfed. If he can shut down that B bomb side, you know, playing the anchor role, then that's going to make it insanely difficult for NAVI to get much done on the T side.
Did you say call him young? Because he might be. How old is Jimfed?
Is he 19, 20 or something?
17.
17 years young at that. So, yeah.
Same age as Donk.
Yeah, true. That too. But
17?
Yeah.
Make you think, Jacob?
17.
What do you think?
Maybe turning 18 this year.
Yeah, okay.
No, he turned 17. It was his birthday.
And MONIC's 18, right?
His birthday is September 9th.
18.
Are you ready for the year? 2006. Oh, dear.
How does that make you feel, huh?
I feel great. Like, I don't know what the big deal is right there. So, yeah, all right. We'll settle the score, Mirage. One of these teams going on to play G2. And it begs the question, which one will fit that glove better? You know, which one of these teams... Maybe not the Navi we started with today, but which of these teams would actually put that challenge up in the grand final for?
I don't know. It's tough, right? Because we've had such one-sided games. Now he was able to bounce back, and I believe MOUZ will be able to bounce back after Nuke, and that their players will step up and take the series.
Yeah, I'm done jumping ships. I'm sticking with MOUZ for now, and I also do think MOUZ have a better chance against G2 in the final. So I'm not going to say fingers crossed for MOUZ, but for the sake of the final, I hope MOUZ is going to win.
I was wondering which finger you were going to go with there. For a second, I was getting real nervous about that. Yeah, I'm looking at everything going on here. I'm trying to decipher it. I'm trying to digest it.
What do you feel, Trace? Huh?
I feel mostly thank you.
Mostly empty.
But not empty. I would say that at this point, I'm just glad we actually have a game on our hands, you know? What did we got in the first series? Non-starter. What we got in the first map of this series? Absolute non-starter. And then we go into that third, and it shows that there's a little bit of a glimpse of hope here, and that we do get some competition in the server.
Trace, who's your player to watch for this Mirage game?
My player to watch for the Mirage game. I mean, you know, if you look around the server, a lot of star-studded names. Am I not wrong? Or am I not right?
Mine is Shue, because
he
said it was his fault that they lost to Furia. Called terribly, played terribly. He's played on a high level here individually so far in the series, so I think he's feeling good. I think that's going to be a big reason why MOUZ wins.
I'm ready for an Exertion Masterclass.
Okay, I was thinking young Yimmy. Honestly, young.
You can watch them all.
Yeah, we're going to watch them. We're going to go to Mirage. We're going to settle the score. We're going to send one of these teams into that grand final to play against a G2, man. So we go to a break, we come back, and we go to Mirage to settle it all. It's the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back.
We have NAVI, the only CS2 major champion so far. And up against them, it's MOUZ, the team that is chock-a-block full of the most exciting individuals mashed together and on the rise. I'm Alex Machine Richardson, joined by Chance Sponge Burchell. We're live from Riyadh for the EWC, the Esports World Cup 2024. And we are looking to crown a champion tomorrow, but here on Saturday evening, we're strapped in for a third map. We are ready for Mirage. Chad, just before we went to break, you were talking about the potential for this one, this third map delivering and being an exciting prospect. Is there a front runner on this one?
Look, you take a look at the Counter-Strike maths and use that as our way to put these two teams to the test. In this event, NAVI played Furia and they won 13-5. Furia beat MOUZ 13-11. So Counter-Strike maths, Alex, would have NAVI beating MOUZ to this one. But there's a couple of other things we need to look at. NAVI are currently
Filipino community broadcast. Filipino community stream, rather, ng Esports World Cup. Sneaky Doc is still here. Last game, last series, WEG pare. For the grand final. What a disappointing Nuke, honestly.
I mean, it could have been worse. I mean, Navi performed worse than CS2, so...
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe a big reward for Alexi's defense.
I guess that's both in time. Zershan
jumping down superhero versus wonderful. Kailangan niya patay dito yung pillar. Mag-isa lang. Oh my gosh.
A great nuke from Wonderful, and he's starting off Mirage in a similar footing.
360.
Torji, his steps have been heard. Zershan still playing around this smoke.
Come on, Cold Zero.
Aware of him and should have taken him down. Wonderful, however, has managed to find 3 in this round, and it's bit. Wraps it all up, puts a bow on it.
Me and Sponge having the same reactions.
Why?
Starting this strong blade looks happy with that one.
And it's wonderful put in a position to profit, right? These B hits on pistol rounds is something you see pretty common, and the fact that he's in that sleeper position, he goes over, makes initial contact, they have to play over towards short, but wonderful delivers the necessary impact.
At least nasa map din tayo compared to
Well, you need to
yesterday.
deliver the team, and based on Nuke, you're going to trust him time and time again. No bomb going down, another pistol against MOUZ, and this will be
Navi, give us a
other than the
3-0.
Deagle, the $700 hand
I'm a
cannon
flip-flopper
for
today.
exertion to see if they can try and take a
Two
rifle
Jim
or two
Fatas with
away.
G-Legend.
With the Glocks on Nuke, they get a couple of kills. Let's see if they can do any damage and take their time about this. Yanko wanted to see if Shui would be the difference maker. Struggled. Publicly tweeted saying didn't have the best of times on Mirage versus Furia. Well, we'll see if he can find his form again, because so far in the first two maps, he's definitely had his moments. A lot of forward stance towards middle. Shouldn't take too much action. Must be that Deagle top middle remove. There's the biggest threat. Wonderful hearing this. Takes down Shui on the retreat. And as they waterfall out, it's Bits turn to mop up. Bomb will not go
all the
down.
weapons here.
Takes some damage for his troubles, but the cavalry on the way. Wonderful will get another three-piece feed in the first two rounds of the game. So up to 6.
Gamma Doppler.
I think the prospect of having two flary Orpers who are very happy to take fights, Wonderful and Torji locking horns as this game continues. We'll wait and see for the snipers to come out, because the first rifle round we will not.
Blue? Blue on black? You ain't seeing anything, bro.
FAMAS enjoyers on the NAVI side.
I think when your opponent has tendencies, or if they don't get the plan and you're not expecting the force buy, and you buy into a lot of SMGs, you know the rifle's coming out into the next, and you're stuck with like 3 MP9s. I know the FAMAS is inadequate compared. They prefer to have that.
Right,
yeah,
I see you. Well, there's an early bit of friction taken. I think JL's going to think twice about sticking around, and Shui must extinguish. He wants to play from the top, but Wonderful will punish. He's kept humble, and Iman not ready for a trade of Jimmy. 2 through underpass works out for the early exchange. Jimmy evades majority of that nade, still down to 86.
Bench play pass.
More of that FAMAS and MP9.
Sorry about short.
Looked a bit disjointed there, but I'd say it's worked out for MOUZ. One player on the extremity, that's going to be Brolin, just tasked with dealing with any A pushes or maybe look for a fight of his own. But we were highlighting how he had a tough time going head-to-head with JL in that second half of Nuke. We'll see if he can bounce back. Map number 3, where this one's going to matter the most, essentially just down to a best of 1. Bit searching and playing for some info. He came alive as well on Nuke. Let's see, can he shut this down, because they will be heading his way.
Bits pushing forward. This is going to be a very early warning system. He's got the shadow advantage if he sticks around here. Torji down, Bit. Huge work, Bit. Masterful work. Managing his angles.
MOUZ.
That SMG
flopping out of the gates here, unless Brolin can do something. He gets caught.
Doesn't go down though to the Alexi FAMAS. He is going to go hunting for it now though. Alexi finishes what he started, and it's NAVI winning out the first gun round. They leave with the AK-47s as a reward.
Yeah, Bit putting himself in one of everybody's favorite deathmatch angle.
Yeah,
he spawned over towards that A ramp. All right, I'll catch him as they're leaving T-spawn, coming for that ramp fight. Yeah, just going back and forth. Quite comfy with that one.
I saw an interesting clip of Siren from back in the Spirit days, where he was talking about how him and Magix would play DM with comms as a way to warm up.
Yo, Siren shout out?
To get used to kind of communicating and shooting. I'd never
I
heard
miss that guy.
That's interesting.
Maybe I'm going to start doing
Siren.
We used to, fortunately, we get ourselves very light by here. We used to have different drills, especially when you go back and play in Australia. And this was when I was even just a source professional. We would have drills that Booms the in-game.
He was on Spirits, bro.
We wouldn't use any in-game sound.
Yeah.
We would only comm.
Where do you go?
We'd even play some games where we wouldn't use any utility.
With na pani.
Mad. I guess what was that in pursuit of?
In trading, right?
Ito nasayakan ako sa kanya, but wala eh. He was given time. He didn't become good enough. The man who replaced him just so happened to be Zontix.
Not far off.
Ooh. All right.
There we have it. Fourth round
Oh.
comes home for NAVI. The guns
What happened there, Obs? Nadulas si Obs.
7 rounds required.
We'll see.
They love the chicken around here.
That's the chicken, bro.
Adobo
We have to do
nila
is
yan.
ask. But in that second half, right, it was 9 rounds played. They won 7, I'm pretty sure. Now we're into...
Oh, yung
first half
suot
map
nila,
3,
man. That
that's
thing
another
is so
4.
comfortable.
Which one?
Yung the white full body thing. I forgot what it's
2
called.
of the last 15.
That thing is so
Mouse,
comfy,
look at
man.
that real quick.
Like, you can wear it outside, You think it's hot,
Be fact checked by me.
then a gust of wind hits you, pare, and you can feel it.
All right, MOUZ. Let's see if you can get on the board.
And you don't wear underwear.
Rolling. This is where it's the most important.
This is a
Yeah.
very direct call.
You can feel it in your loins.
Just fighting mid and wonderful welcomes it. The score insertion straight back to spawn with an aggressive but not far off the mark.
I need to go back to get a quality one. Oh my god! Speaking of quality, pare.
It's a quality shot for NAVI.
Like he knows
They were
he's the
warmed
best
up.
player
I
on the
wonder what
server.
happened in map
The
number 1.
repicks
I
that
guess
he's
they
going
just
for, and
wanted
the
to give it
certainty that
away.
he's taking these angles, wonderful. This is the ceiling that we know and love from this kid.
Yeah, the molly's great
Here
for
you go to Thobe.
Alexi B, but
There you go.
he's long gone by the time that Nate clears the smoke.
The old Finn versus the new. Alexi playing with his brother once upon a time. Oh, after Wonderful has started the round off in that fashion, you were going for the mid control. Again, you're left in these situations where you don't even have any space. So you have to force your way in. If
No,
not,
it's going to be one of those wonderful games,
They
pare.
have a two-man advantage. This isn't just a one player, right? This is a
It's gonna
situation
pop
where they
off.
can extremely
Then
batten down the
10
hatches, and
frags.
MOUZ need a multi-kill of their
Under
own to
5
brute
rounds.
force in.
I think it has to be Shui.
Binulong sa kanya if you don't do well.
Man, well
Simple's
done
gonna come
onto
back.
Alexi's a good
No.
start. However,
No.
JL's
Yes,
angle
bro.
too good onto Brolan.
Parang si STY in that one video.
Oh my god.
Why so serious?
Why so
They can
serious?
piece this together. That spam through the smoke on
I
market
like that
window.
storyline with
Commits to the
STY
spray.
versus
Look at the
That's
damage he's
that's
inflicted.
top 10 funny. I really wish Pro League comes back and they do more skits like that. Oh,
Maybe
Jimmy.
you can do something with this low ammo. Is it a problem?
Oh, one bullet and a dream. Come on, please, 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 please. Don't reload. No, go back to AK, pare. Please.
Wonderful.
Don't edge me like this.
Oh,
Oh, Jimmy!
For MOUZ's first in the third.
Again, bro.
Outrageous from Jimmy. Swapping to the Glock is audacious.
That is
Oh,
insane, that
Jesus.
second kill. 5 bullets left after the first. Peeks out towards short. It's an absolute banger.
See
And
that
this is how the
replay,
round
man.
started. Talking
Don't
about how
sleep on,
difficult, talking
MOUZ
about how
just
they need
yet.
a multi. Well, Jimmy has been in an absolute
Gising na si Jim
fine
Fat,
form
pre.
this tournament. Just went a little bit quiet on Nuke, but he is
This
back
one.
with a
Look
bang.
at the second shot.
This young Finn.
God, they didn't
cool
even
as a
show the second
cucumber.
shot.
The box,
Damn.
Chad.
Didn't need to. Last shot was important.
17 years of age.
They needed that. That's going to ignite some hope within MOUZ.
That is some stunning work. God, yeah, after
And
everything
Blade is
Wonderful
cooking.
gave them, it's ripped away from them by the young Finn.
Stuns NAVI immediately into a tactical timeout. That
What a
plenty of money
freaking
for the
clutch.
buyer. Alexi will have the only omission as far
I'm
as the
still
firepower
mind
is
blown.
concerned. Thank God they can
Holy.
get Wonderful his weapon of choice.
Even I was
We
shocked,
talked about
bro.
it. We know we said that
I almost
MOUZ
lost
is
myself to
just
help
chock-a-block
with that
full of young
kill.
talent,
That
and well,
clutch.
Jimmy's putting
I'm
his on
surprised na
display.
tumama yung
Wonderful
Glock.
is as well. We said Mirage could be fun. Well, that's the
Oh.
first bit of it from
Oh,
MOUZ's side.
Wonderful wasn't looking so.
And Wonderful's been doing it since round 1. And he might do it here in round 6, jumping for info. Something the new age AWPers are doing an awful lot of. Just look at Monacy, look at Wonderful. Re-clear of the smoke. He's going aggressive. You're right, Chad. He's just feeling himself. Feeling the game.
He's not caged at all.
No,
right?
his mouse is like an extension of his arm. He is simply walking around as the man himself.
Yeah, they've allowed him. I'm sure the message is, hey, do whatever you want, kid.
Get out of here. Torji. Just read like a book. AWP on AWP, Wonderful collects. He's already scoped up, ready for Xertion to go on his crawl, and I just don't fancy his chances up against this guy right now.
Oh, he misses.
Gets out.
Uncharacteristic.
A
of
missed
him.
shot from
Just gonna
Wonderful, but
re-hit
look at that
it, bro.
repick. You have to molly him out just to stop him. Yeah, man, elevated angle. In transition, still gets away
He
with the
got
kill.
down,
and
he still got
gets
the kill.
out.
Buti nakatakas yun. He's dead.
Roland finishes the job.
He's the opening though.
Dark occupied. Wonderful
Roland needs
bit
to look
to defend
under,
it. Here
flash.
comes the rest of MOUZ. Alexi B making it difficult
Smart.
for them. Good spam from Jimmy. Finds him back.
Info
Roland
found,
does some
Jails
damage. It's
alone.
finished by Shui. Only Wonderful.
Sinipao sa
Has he
ticket.
got a clutch
Bro,
for us?
Wonderful.
He certainly looks like
Nice.
he might catch a
Second
Shui.
kill.
Moonwalking
Clutch
in.
up.
Doesn't hit the flick.
Ooh.
Roland needs to reposition. 25
1v1.
seconds.
USB.
Reposition. Confirms the bomb still in front of him.
Walang bala. Nasa muna.
Advantage heavily in favor
20
of the AWPer
seconds.
now. Anticipates Brolin closing that gap. Up and elevated. and
Oh
it
my!
falls from
Why
the
did he challenge it like that?
Can't
What
quite
the
believe
heck?
that one. Wonderful, ready for it.
Oh, Wonderful.
I need to see that one again in slow
today.
motion.
NAVI have the best seat in the
Ginawang
house
face
right now,
clan yung
getting
ano
to
eh,
watch this
ginawang
through
face
the
clan yung
eyes of
montage.
Wonderful.
Another opener. Keep racking these up. It's a bit of a shame I don't have a
he's
tally
on it.
going because from Nuke now to Mirage, he just keeps adding them. Roland does a very good job from the power's position, finds the trade. Jimmy spins on a dime, takes down Alexi, who struggles. They had noted the position a bit. That was great. Shui with another. And then wonderful. Damn.
Who's ready for that? Wonderful is. The face from these players. Professional Counter-Strike players just looking in awe of what their teammate is capable of.
Tough for Roland there. MOUZ have Navi's finances somewhat on the ropes. I think that's something that's played into the contributing factor of this little partial buy. They might even be able to get it done with the pistols. We saw them on Nuke be able to do it with the fast secret round. Looks to be Util over towards the B side. Now, this is meant to draw the attention of the short players, start to have that rotation. Come Jimmy denied immediately. And then this mid lurk comes through. Wonderful, almost caught. Bullets don't land.
Yeah, the dead man now swinging out to back him up is JL. One bullet short, but is there to cover.
Buti na lang, dalawa sila dun.
They try it. They try
If isa lang siya man, M4 runs out. That's an awkward moment.
Buti yun. Nako.
See the idea, it even works, right? The rotation immediately, everybody took their eyes off. They go, oh wait, they're trying to exploit our in-game leader. They're heading over, but the fact that they find the opening on the push in, there's the AWP again, same line, same result.
Yeah, there's nothing in there for them. Oh, Torji. Nice shot, but it's not going to get him anywhere. There's still
Circle one pretty fast half, honestly.
Looking like a
speedrun ata
brick wall.
I think there's bigger concerning point at the moment is within the rounds that NAVI have been winning, MOUZ haven't even been getting the bomb down. And the only round that they did win was a Jimmy clutch. And the spectacular clutch at that, an absolute beauty from Jimmy. But you can't replicate that. That's not something you can turn to time and time again and say, hey, Jimmy, just win us a 1v3.
The ramp, Shui throwing caution to the wind with an aggressive push. Under pressure, triple nearly adjusts into Imet. But that's another opening kill, favors NAVI already. An advantage for NAVI to take 7.
We'll miss the con smoke.
Dead to wonderful, a quick scope. Clear of the smoke, might have another here. Torji does pull the trigger. Wonderful, not going to fire spam. Instead, he snaps into Torji. This is ridiculous now.
Grabe ni Wonderful, man.
Wonderful.
Life
He's
game.
just farming.
He's ascending to higher levels.
Guy
You
paying
talked
rent.
about ceiling, Chad. I think he has raised the roof.
Doesn't want to play with Simple.
It's the op avatar.
He'll catch one through the apartments. Jimmy left alone in a 1v4. He's
Wonderful,
done it once. I don't
and
think he's
the
doing it again. Alexi
unstoppable.
doesn't either. Finds himself an AK for the next round of play. NAVI making mincemeat of MOUZ.
Look at the luxury you have on NAVI. The fact that you can just have wonderful patrolling middle, which seemingly feels on his own. Ima, the connector player, just gets to play over towards A, be under the balcony. Shui sees the jump spot coming out from Ticket, thinks they're playing retake A. Almost takes down Ima, actually. There was a real chance for Shui there, but couldn't connect. This is going to be the second tactical timeout, and they are in hot water, MOUZ. At the moment, they can only walk away with 5 rounds in total on this T side. That's if they're lucky.
Watching this without
Kid
X-ray,
is so quick, man.
you'll really get to appreciate
Yeah,
just how...
that's what's doing justice to the kills, isn't it?
Yeah, for real.
Because it's looking quick with X-ray, and you're taking it off, it just adds a whole
Steamrolling
different
this
layer
first
to it.
half.
Wonderful.
I'm so confused. Why does Alexi have an MP9 pare?
Yun nga.
You're up 6-1.
Fantastic.
MP9
Don't
pare.
forget how this series started, Chad. Don't
He's
forget.
cooking.
Well, look, you know,
He's
you
trying
go
his
into
best.
tomorrow and you have
But
Navi
maybe
taking
the
on
SMGs
G2.
were
I always
upset.
like these
I
little
mean, he already
anime
has twice the
battles,
kills that
like
he...
Monty versus Wonderful.
4 times the
Yeah,
kills
they
than he
all
had
love
to
it.
us
I'm sure
too.
they live and
Yeah.
breathe it, and it's great to get our
Absolutely
version of it in
worth it.
Counter-Strike. Here's a change, MOUZ.
Wonderful starts A for the first time. Almost like they're ready.
Who's that?
Reading the play. Missed shot on the swing through. They're out.
Immediately peeking.
And once more, pushes triple. How is he not scared? He's not scared of
That's a
anything.
lot of white
Misses his
shirts.
shot. Jimmy will bring him down.
Only that
Fumbles.
sign was a white shirt. I would have seen what it
That's a
was.
Taube.
Maybe MOUZ have got a second round up for debate here. JL and Alexi.
He had an outfit
Through the
change
A
though
side.
mid
They're gonna
stream.
confirm it. Nobody's out.
Yo, shout out to my
Play.
Thobe wearers,
Yeah,
brother.
very long rotation.
Thobe.
And the fact that
T-H-O-B. So
Navi,
robe,
I
pero
think the
T-H.
conversation they had after map number 1 is like, guys, let's fight. Because a lot of these times they're taking
Sounds
the
like a
peaks, they're not
cultural
letting the
thing.
game just simmer. Look how active this is.
I think
And they're
so,
gonna hear
pero
it. Hello.
I think that's just the
Already knows Alexi B can be the first
product of its environment.
Or even better, Torji drives by, gets the
Yo, if there's any Saudi bros in the chat, please send me a toad. And a really good one, please. XL. Or large lang pala.
Minus XL, thank you.
Dust 2 doesn't matter anymore, does it?
A distant memory for NAVI. Living in the present. I think Wonderful is gifted. The only round you have is a Jimmy clutch. And you can't be asking them to do that again. Torji takes his AWP, eats the flash, reveals it. Towards the B apartments. JL, proactive on short, goes searching mid.
It's a good thing we were putting that Counter-Strike maths to the test, wasn't it, Alex?
Yeah, Counter-Strike math is flawless. We all know it. And Wonderful this time going to be caught out through the smoke. Good tracking from Zershin. And a molly makes life difficult for him, make an edge. Or he can just fly over the
Why
stairs
would you commit
and
again?
go down to the
It's the same angle. You guys got killed on.
That's crazy.
That's a
Akala niya siguro na di magliliyab yung molly.
That's a Tom and Jerry type shit, dude.
So many. That's 3 mollies in the span of 10 seconds.
Imeg gone. Just watching through those remaining 3 POVs. JL boosted up on short side. They cut the noise. Let that uncertainty grow. Impending doom for Alexi and JL. Need to find one here, and he does commit to the spam successfully. Shui down, big frag from JL. If they turn this around, MOUZ, I don't know what they've got. Oh no, Alexi gets one, but there's Zershin and Jimmy. Good for it, bit disconnected from the play. And Zershin's already ready to catch him out. Con, they have a good idea that he's coming out from A. And Zershin beheads him. Necessary round here from MOUZ.
You said Exertion looks like a man on a mission. Someone has to step up and try and take this map control and help out Jimmy a little bit, who's sitting at the top of the scoreboard for MOUZ. 12 kills, the clutch, and then Impact now in their second round. It was Exertion also with that multi. So the two of them doing a good job of forcing these fights and taking a lot of room, making the map feel a little bit smaller for NAVI. You win this one, MOUZ, and look, NAVI aren't going to have any money. You're going to be able to post 4 before the half, or at least put yourself in a very good position to do so.
Going heavy mid, that's been spotted early by Shui. Just bravely swings on out to confirm it now. Bit of uncomfortable position for him here to find himself in, and he tries his luck at an aggressive move. It's resulted in an opening kill for Shui. Bit and Wonderful have some angles though, if you dare. Test them on Con.
Dear diary.
He knows where he is. Molly's going to force a bit wide. Whoa, Zershin couldn't finish him off, and Wonderful's nade has found Shui.
This is big from Brolin.
Yeah, he's taking some active fights.
Takes
Takes that space, takes the frag, bit gone. Awkward now for NAVI, coming through that murder hole.
No CJL.
Olan deletes another transfer.
Oh, good on JL. Now that's a team player, brother.
Jimmy and Torji to piece
Team
together the
driller.
stud. As we discussed, this is almost for 2 rounds here. Don't forget, NAVI's money.
Nah, I don't think that's the move, Alexi.
Torji has a smoke. Where does he deploy this at the moment? Crisis seems somewhat averted. Okay, well, going to get the smoke down to make sure he can plant that bomb. Only towards spawn. Now he should be going for the digits.
Okay,
Alexi
I
with the
take it back.
rotation around the world. AWP won't be able to see anything, but Wonderful hitting everything. Softens up Torji.
That would have been it.
Do you give
No
this one a
1v2,
look?
but
Alexi
Jimfat's still
certainly is.
alive, bro.
Wonderful going to
Still
route
a
back
threat.
towards this fight. Jimmy ahead of the
Oh
play.
no, this is
Oh,
so
Yimmy.
bad. Wonderful's gonna
Yimmy,
die.
you are
Bye.
positioned so well.
And he does nail it
Yeah.
down. Wonderful, actually.
Oh, he's dead.
Damn.
Alexi should
That's a
save.
save by
Make
Alexi.
sure you have
Bay.
this all for the final round. Wonderful's been good with the opening kills again.
You better
Hold
save
on to
that
this,
tab,
give
any
yourself-
wonderful. Because if
And
I
the
had
star
that, I would
player
have
the
clutched
best
around, man.
chance to see if you
The
can
next
find
time you'll be
9.
saving, it's gonna be a nip,
Baffled that
brother.
Wonderful nearly actually won that duel. The round could have been on, would have been on. Torji nearly connecting.
You did punishment, no.
Dink onto Jim.
You have now been banished to ninjas in pajamas. That's the yes. Current time ninjas in pajamas.
No! Details though, I think that's really good space being taken from Brolin when he understands how many players are over towards mid and connector. Right, you think about the tussle that Exertion's having. That information, it needs to be
I feel like
capitalized upon. Right, the wonderful
I want Nip to have a
the fact that Brolin
redemption
does
arc.
walk on out and take that room and get
I want them to
almost 3
change
kills.
their
He's the one that put
logo
Alexi low.
to
It
the
forced that
OG
A to be
one.
pitted
You know?
across because of Bogdan's
Bring
law,
back the brown.
and then you find themselves walking in towards the round.
Like,
So good
this
enough
org
for
has been
Brolin. There's not
fumbling
a lot
ever
of
since
kills,
they changed
there's
the
also not a
damn
lot of
logo.
rounds.
What if may bagong star, and then in the corner, a man, a hooded man, he says, "You need to carry NIP." Tapos pagbaba ng hood, it's get right.
Holy.
Si Wrinkle yung kausap niya.
Oh my god. Tapos may hooded figure sa likod niya.
It's Forest.
It's Forest.
Brolin, a good clear.
It's Alu.
Down bit on default. Wonderful's going to scarp it to CT.
Sabi ni
see if he
Alu,
can find a way
these Red
back into
Bulls
the round for NAVI.
are not only for the commercial. Then it's a magical Red Bull, pare.
Conversion, but
Oh, how does he know?
Takes down the Swede.
You ballin', bro. One more.
No kit for this.
Retake. Who's Alexi B? Some ticket. It's smoke. Damn, nice.
MP9 is just better.
Info
MP9 is just better.
excellent, bro. Bro. Oh my god. Excellent, bro.
How has this gone
No
wrong
time,
for
no time, no time, no time.
Torchi's
no time,
4-9.
no time. It's rather than open. Oh, he missed? Damn. No
I can
hit?
nakita mo sa ano, sa HUD, yung wonderful faking 3 times. They got it.
Nice defuse, man. That was cutting it close.
We'll be swapping sides after the break, and they
You're
are
right, man.
just a couple of rounds
All
away
right.
from the grand final.
So it's a half break, guys. See
Half
y'all
na pala.
in 2 minutes.
See you.
Esports World Cup 2024, bringing you the final map between MOUZ and NAVI. It's Mirage. G2 await to find out who will join them in the grand final tomorrow on Championship Sunday. We are live and direct for you.
You know what?
Riyadh.
The last half of the semi-final, MOUZ versus NAVI.
NAVI versus G2.
I think the shocking line was the Jimmy clutch. I'm happy to see some of the MOUZ players pick up their socks and be a little bit more aggressive, assertive as that half.
Don't give me hope.
Simmered out. The final round, I think, really should have been theirs.
I'm left-handed.
8-4, but 9-3 is where we find ourselves, and they desperately need a pistol. They need to change the tune of the last map and this one.
Understandably, you just give Wonderful the P250, say go kill. Start searching. Alexi B dealing with an aggression from mid, and it's worked out wonderfully. Shui. He's found another, and now from underpass, the others arrive. That's the bomb on the back of Bit, and they're biffing. It's only him there now. Everyone's hit their shots. MOUZ, this mustn't win pistol, looking good. Everyone hitting their shots. Jimmy, the only one yet to contribute in the pistol. And he was responsible single-handedly for one of those three that MOUZ boast on the half. Imet giving it a go. One is all he gets. An assertion. With, as you mentioned, some proactivity to try and pursue a bit more control in that first half. But
yeah, and the same in the pistol rounds, right? They've done something aggressive, they've got stuck in, and this is a gear that MOUZ have clearly had to turn on or turn up, right? Because map number one, they were dominating. They knew everything that NAVI were getting up to, all the situations, even when the numbers were down, they managed to turn it on its head. Map number two, the first half was serviceable, 6-6 at the half. That's great for a Nuke T side. It's a CT side, they disappeared. And then they were getting swallowed up in this half. They've been struggling, and then it's like, boys, enough is enough. We need to start fighting back. And we saw moments of that. I think Jimmy reignited that. A couple of players with some decent plays. As a bit of a farm session was available for Shui, but not expecting
5
three
blocks
players
in the
already
face.
past that initial line of sight. That's an opening kill given over. It's him embodying that aggression that we're talking about, but giving a free kill. How bad can this go for MOUZ?
We'll say JL's got penchant for the MP9. Knows how to put it to good use. The absence of Kevlar makes things difficult. You do have a Deagle on Imet and Wonderful. But the long-range engagements are going to be heavily favouring this Brolin and Torch.
Secondarily jail.
But if you get a plant at this point, you're extremely happy with the round for NAVI. The fact that you even have an opening kill, not even traded, hardly taking any damage whatsoever, this feels great. So you get the bomb down, take this round as a win if I'm a NAVI fan.
Alexi B's plan is to try and draw crosshairs as his teammates to make headway into the A site.
No.
Further away
CT lang ang nakabantay.
should favor that M4. Torji primed and ready towards that palace side. Imir starts his search as well. 30 seconds. They're not in a hurry. And now they've been spotted out. Torji down to the Wonderful D. Imir's even connected into middle. Wonderful. With just a Desert Eagle has humbled MOUZ. Never mind a plant shot. They'll take the round.
MOUZ was not.
Their
eyes were not open that round.
NAVI.
There's Romanians here?
Have stolen away around. It all starts with Shui conceding the MP9.
No, they're not.
It's the Deagles that do the dirty work.
Well, richer than us.
So you got to pack it up now, don't you? This is the opening.
Tell me
Shui going aggressive, continuing to have that tone.
I would say like
that the Zingers aren't just with the
there's
AWP,
slightly
the Deagle
a bit.
Bro, we're poor.
And getting caught trying to rotate
yeah,
back
you don't know the
over.
state of Romania about it, trust me.
I feel like
The only thing fast there is their internet.
it's two of the last three rounds where MOUZ have had a lot of advantages. Last round of the half, and now against such a light investment,
Ima,
two Deagles.
he heard me. He heard me dissing.
Shui's already stripped, surging forward now. NAVI, Bit with a trade. Just going to run on in, run them down, meeting MOUZ, who tend to take some aggressive games, right? They played Spirit, they played Vitality at the tail end of the season. In best of fives, winning both of them 3-0. And one of the factors for MOUZ is, well, they take no prisoners. They play aggressive CS, they get right in your face. They put their individual prowess on display, and well, NAVI have done the same, but mainly through Wonderful 21 kills and counting.
Say goodbye, man.
Make it 22. Oh, you've gone to 17-year-old. Well, we've got a 19-year-old. He's doing everything right tonight. 23-7. As you said, Chad, got to be the best game we've seen from Wonderful.
That was
Right,
right there, a force buy from
well
MOUZ,
aligned,
Alex. So if that
dude.
doesn't spell disaster,
They
if
have
that doesn't tell
they
you
have
it's
the
over,
banner
they're
as
in a
well.
similar situation on Nuke, but they had a
It's
bit
for
more money.
sure
There's
is
a
a
Maximus
timeout
bonus working for them because they had
for
few more rounds. But
MOUZ.
it's hard
That
to say
was-
that this game is
that
not
was a
done,
big
right? You're
throw.
going to force buy again. You've already dug yourself into a massive hole. I don't think there is any way out of this one. Rounds where you've had advantages you've lost, and now going into these next few, you're not going to have any advantages whatsoever. MOUZ have had some struggles in their best of threes. They lost a map to Sashi, they lost a map to Furia. They started this series looking like it was turning all around. They were going to be dominant in a run to take on GNU in the final with Snacks, with MOUZ. But NAVI, they're a team. They took time at the start of the season to put a boot camp in. So did MOUZ, but NAVI, I guess they want to dodge those fraud allegations from the major. They have a point to prove.
Yeah, to do this, you know, a map down. That's tenacity. So much to play for. Such a mountain.
Nakakit si
overcome.
Alexi B.
Considering Alexi B's space, a B split would be the perfect call, and now Shuey kept on complete notice down to 2 HP. Jump spot noted,
Oh,
and here they come.
damn, he hit
That's
it.
gotta be the stupidest sequence I've ever watched galing kay Alexi, actually. Nag-replay sa utak ko.
He the replay.
Threw a
nakita mo.
nade!
He threw a
It
nade.
stopped
in
it.
the
Him is the
I
one to
love
pick it up.
Alexi
Looked like
B,
it
dude.
wasn't far away from doing it himself. Quick
That's my
adjustment from
goat,
him.
bro.
Thought-
That's my Copenhagen champion.
CS2 is realistic, but not that realistic, man. Let's be real.
JL caught off by Xerxen, but
Hey man, you could
it's a
shoot
rifle,
through
that's all
it,
he's gonna
but
have
you
to
can't
celebrate.
throw
That's if
nades
he gets
on
away
it.
with They are
So,
boosting up on short to try and find him.
kinda crazy.
The out tag onto Alexi.
Bakit ka nang...
Torji, good knowledge of his angles, does
Ooh.
catch bit.
This is over the stats page right now. There's one more round necessary for NAVI. Look at their run so far. Opening game against Furia, 2-0. They took on FaZe last night. Got
Match
close on Nuke,
point,
16-12 was the second map of that
bring us
series, but it was
home.
Mirage and Nuke,
Before
the two maps
6
that they are picking up for the
a.m.
victory in this
We
same
get
series.
some
So
good
we
rest.
discussed the map pool. They actually picked in with Dust too.
This
Didn't
is
work
Nuke
out for them, but they
feeling the
had
adverse
two
effects.
comfortable maps to follow.
Nakasakitan ko.
Wait, this boy's burnt. I'm sorry.
Parang ano ka, pre. Yung space age ni Malzahar.
Yep.
Series
Infected.
May lalabas na ano, passive. Mga crabs. Then I'll cancel
Space
ult like a certain pro.
So, shoutouts to Gabriel.
I hope we get wonderful in this form.
Okay,
tomorrow,
watch his
going
CS,
up
by the
against
way.
Nico in his best CS2 form, looking like old Nico at the moment.
Oh, Alexi, he's burning. He's
Also knockout
sunburnt,
low.
he's
Alexi
finished.
B already out to tap,
yet.
so much
One
mid-pressure
line.
applied, a couple of
Alive.
rifles to work with for MOUZ short.
Oh, he's finished.
Alexi.
He's from
Ima
Finland.
back
Oh,
immediately.
Ima.
There's the duel. Xerxen's nade
Oh,
extends
the
the
volley.
play,
He's
and
fighting
look
in
at MOUZ
front.
go. Torji
Yeah.
activates.
It's very funny
Pushes
na
through mid, finds
sa
another
Saudi pa,
brawler onto
dun
mid,
Ima just
and MOUZ,
decided
they
to
do
start
not
playing
surrender
good.
quietly. They will put up a fight.
Because he's been playing like ass
Couple of AKs now in the
for the
mix, but
past
this
events.
is an uphill struggle, folks.
Today's the
Let me
time.
remind you of what happened in Nuke. MOUZ showed a bit
Today's
of
the day he
tenacity
wakes
when
up.
chips were down. They won a couple of rounds, and it was like, all right, let me
Ray
Blade just
Ray
take a
getting good
timeout,
food.
have a
Is that a
30-second
dog?
conversation, and
Oh, it's a
we'll
cat,
just convert
dude.
the game from
Yo.
there, shall we? And guess what's just happened?
You've called it.
Blade has taken
that
the
the Holy
second
Roman
of the
Empire
3
flag?
tactical timeouts in regulation.
Yo.
They've got the money,
I
and they're
know
in a
that.
position to close this out before it gets out of control. So let's see, can Blade convert again? Are the boss's orders the right
It's gonna
one?
be so whack kung nandito pa yung finals.
Usually
In this
are.
stage.
Mm.
I mean, the stage is good, don't get me wrong. But I feel like we can draw a bigger crowd.
Do you want the bigger crowd here?
Interested to see if we get a pace change, right? Because that they took a lot of fights. They were biffing a lot, getting very brawly around mid and
Sure.
connector, allowing MOUZ to play heads up CS.
Is it
I
the
wonder
same
if
Puntahin niyo si
studio
Neymar.
where the
Let's
games
just slow it
are
down.
happening? They're
We've been
separate, right?
outclassing them here.
I think they're not in the same studio.
Imagine mo nakapasok yung So sa Esports World Cup. Tapos pinapunta si Ronaldo.
Tapos katabi niya si Neymar.
Kuya versus Son. Ano pa naman LT yun? Nagkaka ano yun? Intindihan ng trash talk.
May translator sa gilid.
Yung yung Portuguese ng Portugal daw. Parang Brazilian Portuguese na may... It's like British Portuguese.
Yeah.
Para sa kanila.
I learned that the hard way when I had Spanish. Because Brazilian, Portuguese,
different.
and Spanish are three different things.
It is, yeah. May mga letters na nawawala dun sa Brazilian Portuguese. Parang tinanggal nila yung mga ibang A.
Lexi B going to be coming in from short side. Him with this lurk, keeping the boys busy. Spotted out, but that's not the main focus. Jimmy distracted, too much noise. Only Shui remains.
Let's go to sleep.
Hindi
ko napansin yung nangyari. Namatay na lang yung mouse.
Seems to have done enough for the final.
Space out yung buta ko. Alright, time to wrap it up.
Shui fighting as
Time to
hard as he
wrap it
can.
up. Navi.
The bomb will go down.
Reservation, RSVP. At yun na nga, Navi nakakambak pa nga after that disastrous Dust 2 gameplay. From 13 to 1 to 2-1 dun sa scoreline natin. Sila ang kalaban ng G2. Bukas.
And only 5 rounds in the third map, 8 in the second. They couldn't get it going.
Feels like 3 halves for MOUZ to
Dr.
forget
Sulaiman,
their second
shout
half
out
and
Ime,
Nuke, and then all of
Romanian
Mirage,
Pride.
but NAVI,
A lot of
they
fans
earned
for,
their chance to
for
spoil
Navi.
G2's
So,
honeymoon.
medyo fan favorite tong matchup, no? G2 versus Navi
It's gonna be
bukas.
lit. Oh, yun nga. That's why sinabi ko na...
Thank God sila yung napili.
Yeah, that's why sinabi ko na you should be dun sa Kadiab. It's a bigger stage. Kasi it's G2 Navi. For sure. Dami pupunta dyan.
Re-peaking and finding opening kills throughout the last 2
Alright. We got the El Clasico from 2022. Some parts of 2023. Some parts of 2021 na rin.
Nico versus Simple, pre. Yun na lang throwback.
Huge.
But Wonderful is, Simple's replaced by Wonderful. Yun na.
Si Alexi B hit him with the big dog.
Big dog.
Big dog.
Good job, man. Well, let's wrap it up, Sneaky. Let's go to bed.
Yep. And then, guys, we're gonna have a small interview muna, I think. And then we can do the outro. Small interview with the player. And let's see, sino ba kakausapin dito?
Si Alexi B. I want Wonderful. That's crazy. We're gonna ask that later.
Yan na ba? Ayan na.
Here we go.
Hey.
Back again on the stage, this time with Alexi B from
Freaking
NAVI, our
white
victors
shirt,
in
bro.
this massive
Bring a dark colored shirt
semi-final.
tomorrow.
Now, yesterday we
Or
had a
else.
chat, Alexi, and you told me on the other side is Yimpat.
Doc is coming over.
Yeah, finished well,
I'm coming
playing
home, bro.
well, hits better shots even than you.
Tomorrow I'm
but in
gonna
this
be
game, it was a bit
100%, bro.
different.
I think, hopefully.
I mean, I wouldn't say so. I
Hopefully it
think
goes away.
Chimpat played a tremendous tournament overall and a really good game. I even told him on the handshakes that he played really well. He had us in his pocket on Dust 2 as well, and 1-on-3 on the Mirage. Played super solid for a young guy like that, so I'm really proud of him.
Very good. But now you've gone through Furia, you've gone through FaZe, you've gone through MOUZ, and there's only G2 standing between you and this trophy and a big part of $1 million. What do we expect tomorrow?
It's a new lineup, and they're looking really hot, winning clutches, playing great games. But I feel like I got today. I played one of my worst games ever of my career on Dust 2. So for sure, gonna make sure tomorrow that we're gonna do our best to make sure we're coming back on all the maps and just playing the same way we've been playing against them previously.
I mean, having a crowd here kind of cheering for you, does that amp you up during the game?
Yeah, it does. It's funny to see, and a lot of new faces. It's nice.
It feels good. Cheered all over the world. But now with your victory, MOUZ will be presenting their key to you, as has been done multiple times with NAVI being victorious. Please come on over. Handshakes and all. Commiserations to MOUZ Sports. They played an incredible game. Almost had it. Let's not mince words around it. But now you have this key to crush. There's still one more key to crush tomorrow. Maybe G2. But you can also select 3 keys to put into your trophy. Do you have any teams that you already want to settle in there?
I don't know. I will continue this evening crushing this one, and tomorrow I'll make the best effort crushing G2 as well.
There you go. Tomorrow is a new day for our victors, NAVI. Thank you very much, Alexei, and congratulations on the game. That's our semifinals done. Tomorrow, G2, NAVI, back to the studio.
You know, bro was talking like he didn't.
Damn, to us?
1 in 13.
Pasando.
Ayun na nga. Sige,
Okay,
sige.
sige.
On mo lang
Put this
eh.
in,
On mo
put this
lang.
in.
Okay lang. Community stream naman. We're in the lax decision. Yun na nga. Doc
Thank
with the
God,
outfit
bro.
change midway because he had to shower. 4 in the morning. Not too bad. 4:40 a.m. dito sa Filipino community stream. Ayun nga, no? We still have a bit of energy. Pero, ayun nga, I think we're just gonna go snooze right after this. Grand Finals is tomorrow, guys. 2 a.m. PH time. So, kung gusto nyo manood ng with the Filipino commentary on the side, make sure to check out yung Focus Fire. Subscribe dito sa ating YouTube channel, Facebook. Drop a follow as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it para sa amin. Dalawa ni Dropout Candy for now. We will see you at 2 a.m.